Get that out of the way. Man, that fade, it's so fast. We gotta fix that fade. Somebody sent me an email later this week saying, hey Jimmy, this is your reminder to fix that fade. And I'll be like, I don't have a fade. What are you talking about? I'll think you mean my hair and I'll totally miss it. Welcome to the Sunday Show. It is November 3rd, 2024, a mere 2 days before potentially the end of democracy in America, in as much as democracy already exists. You know, it is a bit oligarchy over here anyway, but our democracy cosplay may be coming to an end. We'll find out. We'll see, and we'll see what people think. Today, you can call us about God. You can call us about Trump. If you want to defend your belief in Trump or your belief in God, we would hear you out as we go in. But before I continue on, I should tell you who I am. I'm Jimmy Snow, and I should tell you who this is. This is Spuds McKenzie. I don't know what's going on. I want to do something fun the way you do with your initials. This is frankly vasectomized. I don't even think that's true. I don't know. I've never asked you actually if it's true or not. Yeah. Okay, so it's not even true. Frankly vasectomized, and I'm Jimmy Snow. Actually, let's do the full names on the name tags here. This is so informal, and I want people to understand that I'm in charge.
So only put your full name. Don't put mine.
No,
I'm just some asshole.
We're in charge.
Okay, yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah.
Let's get those extended name tags up. How are you, Forrest? This is Forrest Valkai.
Hi. Yeah, I exist. I've got dude, I've got a ton of people over on them TikToks and the Instagrams and stuff that I've been trying to coerce into calling in and talking, because a lot of people, man, I don't know what's going on. There's like seasons of comment sections, and right now we're in the season of people leaving dumbass comments and then demanding that we have a long, thorough, well thought out discussion in 120 characters or less, you know what I mean, over and over. And it's not working for me anymore. I'm past that phase in my life as a creator. I'm just not doing it. I'm going to make a dumbass video, and if you want my opinion about that video, call me. That's kind of where I'm at.
Hell yeah. Morgan, can we change the name tags?
No, we can't. He's trying to find the take it seriously button.
I want Jimmy Snow, Forrest Valkai on the name tags. Can we make them bigger? I'm having compensation issues. Yeah, that's fine. No, you don't want that. Bro, you do not want that. Nobody wants that.
Make it Forrest Snow and Jimmy Valkai. Make it happen. Do it.
That's cute. That's cute.
Better.
We got married and took each other's names just to confuse people.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, man? We do have calls lined up. We've got people ready to chat and stuff. And I'm sorry that I'm once again unprofessionally doing a little too much at the same time. We're kind of trying something new out where we're going to, I'm going to over on Jimmy Snow as a podcast, both test out how hard it is to actually convert this stuff to a podcast, because we know a lot of people have been asking for it. It may be the case that at first a podcast version of this show is going to have to be some type of patron exclusive. Until it is clear, or maybe at least patron exclusive, to have it released the same day or soon, or maybe we can release them on a delay, because unfortunately podcasts, and let me tell you that I've learned this very firsthand as a person who is currently running a podcast despite having a otherwise successful YouTube channel with over 350,000 subscribers and growing on my personal end. and growing again. It turns out if you just actually make content, it doesn't always go down because it's actually been going up. It's been a while.
Weird.
Anyway, it turns out that podcasts, they just cost you money. They just cost money until they are big enough to actually make money. And that's pretty much what's happening over there. So anyway, going to test out some things, see how tough it would be to mix all of this up and move it around. But it may be the case that at least for on time, if you want it soon after, to be a patron exclusive, and maybe we can release them otherwise on a delay. In fact, I would go out on a limb and say that's probably exactly what's going to happen. But if it grew to a significant size, we could potentially rearrange that model. All that to say, I know a lot of people have been wanting podcast forums. It does adjust how we do production and changes some things. And today we're testing out one such system. And so if over at Jimmy Snow has a podcast, you later get to hear this very show as a podcast, that means it succeeded. Right now, here's the deal. We have theist callers lining up. We have atheist callers lining up. We have people who are ready to call in and defend their belief in God. But we're also willing to hear people who are ready to defend their belief in Donald Trump, that Donald Trump would be the best president for this country. And I have to tell you, I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it. Because here is the thing, man. Like, if you just back out and existentially look at it, I get that Republicans and Democrats, of which I am neither, are always going to be fighting and like, here's my guy and here's my guy. But truly, when I try to back myself out and I just think of the arch of my lifetime, and the fact that I used to be a conservative, so I know what values we used to say we had. Donald Trump is so obviously a con man. If you wrote a character in a movie that was the con man character, and you wrote him like Donald Trump, people would go, that character you're going to have to edit that character. No one will believe he's a real guy. It's too on the fucking nose. He's Gil from The Simpsons level, or the guy from the episode that sold them the monorail. He's too unbelievable as a con man. He lies too much. He lies when he doesn't need to lie. When there are zero stakes of lying, he will opt to lie over telling the truth, I guess, as practice. But also, what value does he exactly hold and incorporate that conservatives supposedly valued? Because here is the fucking thing that is the biggest mind fuck to me, is that supposedly the conservatives were founding values, Christian values, fiscal responsibility. He exploded the deficit. He did not reverse it at all. The deficit was not going down, not before COVID, not after. But by the way, handling crises are still things that presidents have to do. And people who want to go, well, he had COVID. Biden had COVID. Biden, in fact, was the one who led the actual recovery out of COVID and yet did better. And it's provable. You can look at how we were doing compared to other countries under Trump with COVID. And then when Biden takes over, and the way that the other countries where our trends were locked to theirs and they were doing worse, that the Biden policies actually pulled us out of it. Not to mention, we actually ended up with a plan for COVID. So you don't get to sit there and also go, well, but that's because of COVID. They both had COVID, and yet Biden isn't having. My biggest fucking crazy thing, small government, fiscal responsibility, Christian values. This whole, if those are your things, then a separation of church and state and small government should be your highest values. That you don't want the government to come and fuck with what you believe. It's not enough to me to just say that this is a extremely bad candidate for America. If you think you are a conservative, if you think you believe in small government, if you think you are a libertarian, this is a horrible president for you. Like the worst. He is going to expand the federal power of the president. And you think that's great because you think it'll stop with him. But guess what? The next president that comes in that isn't on your team, presuming that still happens, maybe you're just counting on him also being an authoritarian and never having to worry about that again. But that's realistically not how the world's going to work. Eventually, something will correct the course. Just hopefully there doesn't have to be a fucking civil war or something in the middle of those things. But if you're sitting there and you're going, I want small government, this man has the biggest fucking governments there are. And look at Project 2025. Look at how Project 2025 wants to come in and say, here is what you're allowed to believe. Here are the lifestyles you're allowed to live. Here's who you're allowed to love. Here's how you're allowed to perform. Here's how you're allowed to display yourself to society. Here is how you can make money turning in your friends for doing the things that are wrong. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me that you sit there and go, I would not want a government that I would call tyrannical is a government that forces me to do things that I don't like and believe in. So what I'm going to vote for is a tyrannical government that will favor my beliefs, but nobody else's, instead of a government that might maintain separations of power, maintain separation of church and state. You are literally picking the thing that it is called hoisted on your own petard. Or how about this? Leopards are going to eat your fucking face. You are surrounding yourself with friendly leopards, the leopards of transphobia, the leopards of homophobia, the leopards of anti-immigrant, the leopards of taking away your right to independence, fucking the anti-free speech leopards, but they're all your leopards. These are my fucking bitches. These are my guys, and they work for me. And guess what? At some point, some other alpha leopard is gonna be in charge of the leopards, and they're gonna fucking turn on you. And suddenly that's when you're gonna realize it's a fucking problem. Take Harris completely the fuck out of this. If you're going to call, I don't need you to call and defend Harris versus Trump. If you want, fine, let's fucking do it and we can fucking do it. I would love a person to defend that Donald Trump was even a good fucking nominee for Republicans who like small government. For Republicans who it's important that their religious beliefs always be respected, and that under a different president with the same powers that Agenda 47 and Project 2025 will grant the president, that with those same fucking powers he's going after, that you would be comfortable with a person who maybe has anti-Christian leanings in the presidency no longer being restricted to prevent you from living the life you want to live. We're 2 days away, and I'm sorry to tell you, everybody, I think Donald Trump is going to win. I do. I think that the confidence you see. Now, listen, I hope I'm wrong. Go prove me wrong. I've never wanted to be more wrong than fucking anything. And I'm not saying I know he's going to win. I am saying I think he's going to win. I am saying that if it is close, which it looks like it is, close always goes to the Republicans. That's how the electoral college system works right now. We don't vote by popular vote, and close is rather, we should say, always advantages the Republicans, and it is a terribly hard advantage to overcome. And so I worry and think that there is a good chance he is about to win. Now, there are things that I see that I go, oh, I'm feeling a little bit of hope. I'm feeling a little bit good right now. That feels kind of nice. Look at, factor X or factor Y, or one poll in Iowa that everybody thinks just ends the whole fucking election because it's so fucking funny. The same motherfuckers who all be like, yes, this, and this, and this, which will include polls in it, are why I think he's going to win.
Oh, you're relying on the polls? Polls are so outdated. Wow, look what the poll said in this year and this year. Oh my God, the polls are...
And then one poll comes out saying Iowa is flipping. It's over, everybody! Kamala Harris, you can swear her in today. It's so fucking stupid. Our side is being fucking stupid and being too fucking confident. And of course I know 2016 is different than 2020 and 2020, 2024. And I especially know that Harris Trump is different than Hillary Trump. And you know what? One of the ways in which they're different is people were mostly unaware back then of how complicit Obama and the American government were in fucking genocide. So you're right. They are different. Now we're more aware on a global level at how much we, without asking first, absolutely fuck the rest of the world. And there are a lot of people sitting here going, I'm not okay with that status quo. Trust me, I know, because I'm fighting those fuckers too. and telling them, yeah, well, suck it the fuck up and go vote for Harris because that's the right thing to do and it is your civil duty. I didn't mean to go off. I've apparently been bottling shit up. I was just going to say, call in if you actually think he's a good Republican, and I think I've been going for 10 minutes now. So we're going to jump to calls.
Okay.
And we're
I was
let
letting you
Forrest
go because I was letting you go because I think the thing that gets me the most, you're talking about, how this is a bad guy for Republicans specifically. I think what's really important to point out is we've had shows where we talk about how this is a fucking cult surrounding this guy. I think one of the things that really speaks to me about it is exactly that, is that this is the most un-Republican motherfucker that I've ever heard of. All the Republicans, all the conservatives that I grew up with here in Oklahoma, in the buckle of the Bible Belt, would have never, ever supported this dude if he wasn't the de facto leader, the messianic leader of the Republican Party. Like, the same, you mentioned all these people who make excuses for like, oh, well, it was COVID and that's why he failed in this way and that way. These are the same people that were 100% on board and believed him when he said that COVID wasn't real, and believed him when he said that COVID was going to blow away by April, and believed him when he said that you could just shoot light and bleach into your body to cure it, and believed him when he just talked about ivermectin and shit. These are the people who stood by when there was a hurricane and he said that the hurricane was going to go somewhere where it objectively, obviously wasn't going to go. And rather than admitting he was wrong, drew a gross little lump on a fucking hurricane map with a Sharpie to make it like the most obvious of, it's not even trying to make it look good, just desperately trying to be right in all things. And I look at the double standards that these people have. I remember when fucking the news was alight for a week because Obama wore a tan suit. I remember when all we could talk about was that Obama ordered Dijon mustard on a hamburger. And now you've got these
which is shitty because
out here.
He was doing worse things. Like,
he was significantly we could have been talking about the drones.
Yeah.
But like the fact is, like, these are the same people that are voting for this guy. I dare anybody who thinks that Trump is in the slightest way defensible, seriously, genuinely, just for a second, be honest with yourself and ask yourself how you think you and the Republican Party as a whole and the American people as a whole would react if Kamala Harris had several different kids through several different baby daddies, had been bankrupt in several different businesses, and had a bunch of businesses that were called scams that got defrauded and defunded, wasn't allowed to do business in New York anymore because she had defrauded so many people. The pride, the arrogance, the constant, vehement, unnecessary lying at all times, the demand for attention and praise all the time, the incitements of political violence all the time, the rhetoric that everything's rigged unless it benefits her all the time. There is absolutely no way, if you're being honest with yourself, that that America in general, but especially conservative Republicans, would allow a black woman to get away with one fraction of the shit that you not only let get away, but expect and praise from Donald Trump. It is if you had her up there on stage talking about how she would date a 10-year-old in 10 years.
Yeah, no shit.
Absolutely not. There's no way. There's no way it would happen. It is because he is a rich white dude pretending to be a Christian, even though he can't. And that's another thing. If you had anybody in the Democratic Party selling their own branded Bible, no fucking way. No fucking way. The white evangelical Christians in this country would be like, yes, this is what God wants. No, you would call it heresy. And here you have this guy doing it, and you're going to put him on a flag with big muscles and a gun looking like Rambo. I cannot stress enough. If you take a dude and buy his fucking NFT fake trading cards where he photoshops his head onto masculine bodies of big American heroes and shit, you are in a fucking cult. I can't get that through to anybody because it's just, oh my glob, dude. And then you hear,
and it's
the
as
funniest
shallow
part
as
is that
this
I
is
hear
to say,
from Republicans. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, as shallow as this is to say, and as shitty as this to say, I would understand it 10% more if he was at least hot, but he looks like a fucking toad. How is this man the charismatic leader that people are like, oh, when he speaks, my eyes fill with tears. Again, it's totally shallow and shouldn't be important, but I could understand a very charismatic, intelligent, and a person who just makes you feel all amped up if they weren't very good looking. He is ugly in his speech, ugly in his rhetoric, ugly in his message, and ugly in his fucking face. The man is fucking ugly.
And now the same people who call everyone groomers and pedophiles and all this shit and try to associate everybody with Epstein. Now that the tape has just come out of Epstein saying that Donald Trump is his closest personal friend and talking about the conversations that they had about how his wife wasn't as good in bed as this other lady and all this stuff. Now that those come out, I guarantee we will hear absolute silence from these people about that as they continue to say that every single person that doesn't support him is somehow some sort of a creep.
Right.
Every single accusation is a confession.
They want to indict Harris on the fact that Diddy had, I think, potentially endorsed her at some point or expressed support. I don't even know if he did. They just keep saying it. And talk about a Diddy list as the actual Epstein list is fleshing out. But their problem with it is it turns out the Epstein list, which nobody's surprised by. No one is surprised. If you just go back to when he's talking about, that Ghislaine Maxwell, I wish her well because that was a bad situation. I wish her well. Ghislaine Maxwell, who was literally sex trafficking, and the way he won't, would you declassify? Oh, I declassify so many things the American people need to know. Would you declassify the Epstein files? Well, that one's tricky because that is going to cause a lot of problems. Literally says the thing they were saying is like, declassify why won't Biden declassify the list? Why are they hiding it? And then when he is asked directly if he would do it, he says, fuck no, I'm not going to do it because a lot of my friends are on there. I mean, he didn't actually say that, but that's what he meant. And because, let's be clear, he's probably on it. He's probably on the list. I mean, Jeffrey seems to think he's on it,
Yeah. The dude
rest
is
in
on
shambles,
tape
you fucking sack of shit.
Friends. Like, I don't know, man. It's
our lines
really,
are full.
really difficult. Yeah, it's just difficult going up against fucking cult behavior that we go up against on this show now in American politics. And what I was going to say earlier is that I have so many conversations with people like, well, where's all your Harris merch? Why aren't you flying a Harris flag and with the Harris hat? And I was like, because I'm not in a fucking cult. That's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to criticize these people. You're supposed to be critical and you just can't. And you expect me to behave like you? No.
I gave her cash. I gave her cash and asked for nothing. I don't need to display it. I gave her cash, right? I gave her and Walls cash. I did that shit. It fucking hurt my soul a little bit, but I recognized it was the most important thing I could do with those dollars that I did. And so I gave her cash, but I didn't ask for a shirt back. If I could buy a gaming session with Tim Walls, maybe I'd do that, but that just because I'd ask him to pretend to be my dad for an hour. But I'm not a fucking cult like you dickbags. Could you just pretend? Could you say you're proud of me and stuff? Maybe say mom likes me
for just a minute.
They do that shit for free. Anyway, yeah. By the way, Tim Walls that's the other thing. Y'all, we could have Tim Walls, one heartbeat from the presidency. Y'all sleeping on that? That guy doesn't suck.
Did you see the interview with Tucker Carlson, who's just outright just saying he's gay? Tim Walz is gay. I think he's gay. I just think, and that's literally the best they can. It's like high school teenagers, just like, I bet he's gay. I mean, we shouldn't vote because he's gay. It's like that's the rhetoric.
Tucker Carlson is known for. Tucker Carlson, you are known for a bow tie and the most flamboyant laugh in all of quote unquote entertainment. I wouldn't be going around calling anybody gay. Just saying. Why don't you pick a call?
Yeah, let's do the show. Yeah, I think based on what we said, I'm looking at line 4 there.
Do it. Fuck it. Let's do it.
All right. We're going to go to Alfred, pronouns he, him, calling in from Terrible Xanthan Gum. I think that's spelled with an X. Is the theist who wants to explain why he's voting for Trump. Let's see what happens. Alfred, you're on the line with Jimmy and Forrest. How you doing?
For people who are going to be listening in the podcast, Alfred's from Texas. Go ahead, Alfred.
Don't fucking gaslight the audience.
Alfred, do you hear us?
Yes, I do.
Hi.
Get a little situated. So I'm a theist. I'm a practicing Christian Catholic.
Great.
And I wanted to put down some of the reasons I'm voting for Trump. I don't really... Well, I'll start. So one thing I hear a lot from guys like you is like, what's with these evangelical Christians and, supporting this guy? He's obviously not much of a Christian, or he doesn't act like much of a Christian. He pretends to know about the Bible. I don't think he
Alfred,
knows
I'll give it to you.
much about
So
the Bible.
instead of you making up a Christian, an atheist and their argument, I'll just give you one. Everything
Sure.
Jesus Christ said he values and displays, Trump is the opposite. Jesus was humble.
Mhm.
Trump is arrogant.
Yep.
Jesus valued the poor. Trump despises the poor. And Jesus said it's harder for a rich man to get into heaven than a donkey through the eye of a needle. Donald Trump would try to sell you the needle and fuck the donkey. Then when you talk about his actual values, as far as he's constantly cheating on his wives, that he is having these affairs while a wife is recovering from having a child, that yes, the values that are explicitly talked about in the Bible are absolutely, he in every case embodies somebody who doesn't believe those things apply to him. And the only real Christian argument that people do try to have is the one on abortion, which is notably missing from the Bible and was so unimportant to Jesus, he didn't mention it. However, there is actually instructions in the Bible where people were inducing abortions in certain scenarios. So there's your, from an atheist, succinctly a miniaturized case. If that's really the one you want to go with, that you think Donald Trump is better as a Christian or for Christians.
Well, I'm not saying that they should vote Trump. What I'm saying is, here's why a Christian can vote Trump, and why kind of what you've laid out is like, haven't Christians given up on their principles? Haven't they sold out on their values for a person? Haven't they?
Yes, they have.
What's it called?
Yes.
Well,
And
okay,
not
we'll
only
get to
that, they have taken their religious leader, which, by the way, I don't think having a religious leader is positive either, but they have taken the center of what is their current cult mind thinking and actually replaced it with Trump. If Jesus came back and Trump didn't like him, most of the cult would stick with Trump.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, and yet we have seen the way they have given up on every one of their Christian values. I was alive when we just could not have a person in the, oh yeah. Which Christian value do you think they still have that you can actually find is fundamental to Christianity? Thou shalt not lie. He lies more than anybody who's ever done it.
Mm-hmm.
What
He's
Sermon on the Mount principle
he's prideful,
have you stuck
he's hateful, with? He's xenophobic. He doesn't love neighbors.
Yeah.
He doesn't love strangers. He doesn't open his door to immigrants. He doesn't take care of people. He hoards wealth. He brags about hoarding wealth. He hoards power and brags about hoarding power. He has cheated on every one of his many wives, which that's, divorce and adultery, both pretty bad. He also tear gassed a church in order to take a photo op where he held a Bible upside down. So there's that whole situation.
Let's go with specifically the Sermon on the Mount. What Sermon on the Mount principle would you say he does embody?
So
you're good with that, right? That's the core of Christianity? Great. But is that good for Alfred? Would you say that the Sermon on the Mount are the core values of Christianity and what it means to be a Christian? Do you believe that what Jesus Christ said is his intention and plan for people? And what he said, the principles, these are my principles, these are my teachings, go forth and do these and then return to the kingdom of heaven. Do you believe those are fundamental to Christianity, or do you think it's something else? Because if you think it's something else that's more Trump-centered, Alfred, my friend, you might be in the Trump cult.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to a point you made earlier because it needs to be addressed. I've said that many times. I'll get to it real quick.
Get to something. Go ahead. I'm here.
One principles we have not sold out on, and a big one. It's from a Q edge. It's forgiveness. We take it very seriously. That's done.
Okay, Alfred. Right now, you are cutting out like crazy. Can you do something about your signal? I don't know what's wrong with your phone.
a little.
This still sounds horrible.
Yeah, I heard a little what you said, and I want to respond to it, but I don't want to have
No,
the
I
implication
want to hear
like,
it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Alfred. Yes, I think we hear you now. Go
All right.
ahead and tell us how that your principle is forgiveness, so you have to forgive Trump, even though Trump shows he is not a forgiving person. Go ahead and defend that.
Well, one of our core principles is that you should forgive everybody, and you don't just give up on a person because he's done something terrible. That's a
Giving
core
a person
Christian
the
principle.
absolute highest, yep, and giving a person the keys to the highest power in the world is not stopping yourself from giving up on him. I can be forgiving. You know who I'm very forgiving and loving to? Addicts.
Sure.
Literally all the time.
Mhm.
All the time. I will talk to an addict. I will tell them my own experience in the past. And I will be, when people talk to me like, I can't believe they did this, I can't believe this, I'll be like, listen, you don't have to put up with that behavior. You do have to protect yourself, inoculate yourself from those behaviors in person, but you should understand this is what's happening in their brain now. This is what's happening. And you still take actions against it. If it's amazing to me that you think that this is an argument for what I shouldn't hold against him, the things he did during his lifetime, during his last presidency, or what he said he will do, because saying that those things aren't okay isn't forgiving. Alfred, why won't you forgive Kamala Harris for your differences with her and go vote for her?
Of course, I forgive her for everything she's done.
Why
She
don't
has
go vote
policy
for her?
positions I don't, because she has policy positions I don't agree with.
Forgive her for those. Then forgive her for those and vote.
Okay,
This is how
there's a
dumb your
difference
argument
between
is
a-
I
about
have a
forgiveness.
I have a question.
Sorry?
What are the policy decisions for Trump that you do agree with? What specific policies do you
I was
like
going to
him
get there, but I wanted him to defend that he's a good Christian.
Oh, no. If he's saying that he
It-
can
no, it-
forgive
it's
Trump,
not
but
that-
because he has good policies, let's hear it.
Okay, the main one for me, and this is kind of Nietzsche, but I think this is probably the most important thing that's going on, the two most important things that are going on that I don't think the average voter really cares about are the wars in Israel and Ukraine. Okay? And
So the genocide in Palestine and the war in Ukraine, both of which Trump
Okay.
would be objectively worse on, is what you're talking about.
objectively, it's not like a fact what you're saying. You can have that position, but it's not like the sky is blue.
No, I'm
I mean,
talking about loss of innocent life and siding with tyrannical powers. That's what I mean when I say objectively.
Even Lindsey
Sorry.
Graham, the simp that he is, does not agree with Donald Trump's handling of Ukraine. Alfred, I don't know you, but if you're
He's
a
a war
Republican from
hawk.
Texas, I just imagine that Palestine is not going to be your thing. He's a war hawk. Donald Trump oversaw the fucking genocide in Yemen. He used more drones than Obama did. He's a war hawk. The only reason why you guys lie and pretend that Trump doesn't like wars is because he technically didn't start a new war, which, by the way, that is the thing he got from COVID, because we were barreling toward a couple and COVID shut the whole world down, especially Russia, because now we know that Putin is essentially super germophobic and super paranoid of getting COVID and getting any disease, getting sick and dying. Literally, that was the thing that delayed it. And we already know from intelligence, which was Trump's intelligence, that your side will say like, yeah, but they weren't really his guys. And by the way, Donald Trump, the smartest man in the world who knows how to get the best people, 40 of his 44 cabinet members are not voting for him and have come out against him. But anyway, this great guy, he's not a war hawk because all he did was fucking kill lots of innocent people and civilians, but we didn't add a new name to the list of where we were starting killing. Then he made us get out of Afghanistan before we were necessarily ready to. Listen, we all wanted to get out of Afghanistan. Thank goodness that Biden came in and got an actual plan, because what did they discover when they got there? That there was no plan. Zero plan. And luckily, he actually then pulls this baller move that reduces the amount of casualties of withdrawal by basically lying to a newspaper so they would publish that they were leaving all these millions of dollars of equipment behind so that Al-Qaeda wouldn't attack because they wanted that equipment. They wanted to actually be able to get it, only to find out it was all dismantled and completely useless to them. So thank goodness we had an actual person who pulled that fucking shit off. But then, yeah, continued these horrible, shitty things that, by the way, Israel-Palestine didn't start on October 7th. So that was going on just as much under Trump as it was anybody else. The only war you can point to is Ukraine-Russia. And if you think that that wasn't going to happen if Trump had been reelected, I have a fucking bridge to sell you, because the only way it wouldn't have happened is if Trump then said, we are not going to support Ukraine in this, which he might have. And Russia basically just got to immediately take that. And now we would be worried about other altercations and other places in which Russia would be expanding. Alfred, there isn't a version of the Israel or Ukraine argument where Trump comes out on top. He broadcasts what he's going to do. And if he does those things, more innocent people will die. And Russia, which is America's probably most significant adversary in the world right now, will be more powerful and one step closer to a worldwide domination. Please respond.
Okay, so I can't reply or fact check everything that's just been said. I won't have enough time. I would just make one point.
You should have already known all those things by researching in the first place.
Okay.
Those shouldn't have been surprises to you. Anybody who has a position, if you don't have a position that you can argue the other side with the points they would use to such a significant degree that you could fool somebody into actually believing you are on that side, not just some lay person, but someone who actually knows it, the way I absolutely could, if there wasn't an internet record of me, I could absolutely convince your best people, Ben Shapiro, comes to mind, whoever you think is the best on your side, I could 1000% blend in and make them think I am on your side. If you can't, if those arguments you can't see coming, Ben Shapiro, you think could do the same? I've seen how he represents the opposition, but I hope he could. I just wish he would actually start utilizing arguing on those, because he argues on a bunch of caricatures and it's a bunch of dumb bullshit. But if you're sitting here saying all of those things I just heard are surprises, then you have not done enough research to deserve to vote.
No. It's not that they're surprises. It's that I don't have enough. You've gone on for, it's fine. You've gone on for about 5 minutes. I don't have time to reply to that Gish Gallop. I don't have the time to fact check.
Oh, Gish Gallop. Go ahead, give us one. Give us one, because it wasn't a Gish Gallop. It was still on the one topic. Take one.
No. Okay. Here's one thing you misrepresented. You said that you accused me of saying that Trump's not a war hawk, and I never said that. I said that Lindsey Graham is a war hawk. I never said that Trump is not a war hawk.
Okay, so Alfred, can we respect each other here? Can we respect each other here and not bullshit each other and say that the way that was actually presented to you and why it was brought up, that he disagreed, then your position on why that's irrelevant, that Lindsey Graham disagrees with Trump, is because Lindsey Graham is a war hawk, which implies the contrast as opposed to Trump, who is not. Are we going to sit here and pretend that we're not implying the shit we're clearly implying? Are you going to sit there and go, because I didn't expressly say that, even though that is what you would deduce, we're just going to pretend that that wasn't your point? Cool, Alfred, go ahead. What actual Israel-Ukraine point would you like to take on?
Just that I think Ukraine, that country is 4 times smaller than Russia, which is a nuclear power. Mm-hmm. Russia sees this war as an existential threat. Many of your listeners may be persuaded, I don't know, that like Russia might just back off, which is highly unlikely. I think they're going to go into this. I don't think anyone
here has that illusion.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I could be wrong about that. And I think
Alfred, should Ukraine's sovereign borders be respected?
Yes.
Is Russia an authoritarian power?
Yes.
Is Russia's expansion a threat to Western democracies?
If I answer this question, can I ask 1 or 2 questions?
I also
yes, in a moment you can.
That happens.
Yeah, but in a moment
immediately
you can.
Thereafter.
No, I'm not going to promise, because I don't know what you're going to say. Alfred, who's the host of the show? You will get an opportunity. Is Russia a threat to Western democracies?
I think it's a define Western democracies.
It'd be great if you could just have an honest conversation, dude. You know what he means, and you know what you mean.
Yes, I know.
Just answer the question.
Hey, if your side is so strong, why do you have to keep relying on deceitful, not pedantry? Basically, you did it with the Warhawk thing, and now with this thing. Is the expansion of Russia a threat to America, Alfred?
The question of my mind is it a threat? It's how much of a threat it is. And
I don't care what your question is. My question is Russia's not much of a threat to America? Don't vote, really? Alfred. No. Jesus fucking Christ, don't vote. You do not fucking know a goddamn thing. If you literally sit here and go, there isn't a right-wing analyst, there isn't a left-wing analyst, there's not a Republican who actually knows shit about economy, there's not a Republican who knows shit about the war, nobody. I don't even think Donald Trump would say it out loud, because even though he means to exploit their support and the fact that they are spreading misinformation on his behalf, he knows he couldn't get away with saying such an idiotic thing. Jesus Christ, Alfred, I lament that you and Alfred, I'm glad to have met you because I voted the other day and I imagine you're going to vote. And I'm glad to meet the other man in Texas whose vote I am glad I canceled out. Fucking Christ. It's yours specifically, Alfred. That's who my vote canceled, just so you know. If you don't want that to be the case, don't vote.
Okay. May I continue on the point about Ukraine?
Go ahead, baby doll.
Can I go on for 20 seconds? Is that okay?
Unless you say something ridiculous that we
I'll give you 23. I'll give you 23 of them.
I'll shut up for 23. I've got different questions after that.
Are you sure you couldn't do it in 14, or later will you need to expand it to 88? I'm implying that you're voting for a Nazi, Alfred. Go ahead.
All right. So I think Ukraine is a much smaller army. Regardless of whether you think they have a moral position, it is immoral for us as Americans to prop up a country to fight a war that they don't have much of a shot of winning. It's immoral to encourage someone to go into battle to fight, no matter how moral his cause is, to go out and fight and to die. Okay.
Hold on. Wait. I have something for this. Continue.
Finish,
Say the dumb thing you're saying.
You got time. Go ahead. Keep going, buddy.
Okay. So, and back to Christianity, this is a point Jesus made that, like, if a king is going against another king with 2,000 troops and he only has 1,000, he's found out, like, gosh, I can't beat this guy. He'll send out a delegation to negotiate peace terms. Otherwise, all his men are going to die for nothing. And I think you guys intuitively understand that. It's immoral to encourage these people to fight a war they can't win.
I have several. Is that the end of it? Because I have several things. I gotta just dig through this. Is that the end of the dumb shit that you're gonna say here, Alfred? Because I have several things.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and guess, because you brought up, you said the war in Israel, not the genocide in Palestine. I'm going to go ahead and suppose that you think that we should be supporting Israel as well, right?
No.
You don't think that we should be supporting Israel?
No, I think they go too far with civilian casualties.
Well, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's a totally different thing then. I can set that point aside. What about the Israelites? What about the Israelites?
He's voting for Trump.
Hold on. What about the Israelites escaping Egypt in the book of Exodus? They were this tiny little thing that was up against a vast army that they could never defeat. Who did God pick then?
The Israelites?
Yeah, kind of the opposite of what you're talking about. Also, just out of curiosity, you don't think that we should be supporting Ukraine, and you don't think that you don't think that Russia's a big deal. What do you think should be the outcome of Russia's war in Ukraine? How do you think it should end?
In an ideal world, that we should stop giving. In an ideal world, Russia would not have invaded Ukraine. Okay,
but they already have. I asked
in the
how
world
should it
you're voting
end?
for.
Sorry.
In the world you're voting for, how does this end? How do you want the war in Ukraine to end?
I want the war to be settled and for the bloodshed to stop.
how do you want the geopolitical situation in the region to look? Should Ukraine, say, for example, should Ukraine give up territory to Russia in order to appease them?
So that people will stop dying, yes.
Should Russia be allowed to do whatever the hell they want with Ukraine because Ukraine is a small country that doesn't pay that much into NATO?
No. No.
Okay. Well, that's what Trump said. Trump said Russia should do whatever the hell they want. And Trump said that Ukraine should give up territory to Russia. So you're saying, you didn't side with them on the one thing, but you do side with them on the other thing, that Russia invades Ukraine, illegally attacks this other country, killing lots and lots of civilians. You think the Ukraine should just be like, fuck it, I guess have some of my land, which doesn't solve anything. It just means that Russia can now do that as much as they want. And indeed, as Trump says, do whatever the hell they want. And then you're going to sit here and talk about how there's too many civilian casualties in Palestine. Like, it sounds like you're remarkably inconsistent, Alfred. It sounds like you've got this ridiculous Trumpian American first policy where you don't want us to be giving money to people. And the fact that you, as a Catholic, calling in talking about the fucking book,
Christian,
the fucking
he didn't
guy,
say Catholic.
Pardon me, I thought he said he was a
Catholic.
Catholic. Calling in as a Christian, calling in defending Jesus, who is all about sticking up for the poor, who is all about standing in front of a group of people trying to stone somebody to death and stopping them, who is all about flipping over tables in the temple, not giving a damn who sees him because he knows what's moral and he's going to fucking put his life and his ass on the line to make sure that it happens. You're going to believe in that guy and you're going to call in and say, Ukraine should just fucking give up and just like get rid of some land and fuck it. And that's the thing you're voting on. So you're going to vote for the guy who loves Putin, who praises Putin, who supports Putin, and
that's
just
all style.
Hopefully they don't do anything else. That's all what?
That's all style. There's a difference between what's said and what's done. What?
Okay, so you think he's a liar?
No. I think
He's
he's
saying
lying. I really don't care.
Hold on. He's saying something different than what he does. That's called lying, Alfred, right?
No. Okay. There's a difference between saying I like Putin and all this and negotiations with Putin. I'm not saying that he's saying something
Alfred, this
and
is so
then
dumb.
acting.
Alfred, if I break into your house, do I deserve to be removed from your house even if I'm stronger than you? If I'm bigger than you? Do you deserve to have some ally come and remove me or assist you in removing me? Or do you and I need to enter into negotiations about which part of the house I get to keep?
So, in my opinion, it's not about, again, I'm kind of siding with you guys. I wish Russia had not broken into Ukraine.
Great, Alfred, what happens?
What you wish.
Alfred, what happens next? What happens after Ukraine? You're saying look, if it's going to stop the bloodshed, let Russia win and let Trump try to get Ukraine some little thing. But fundamentally, the things that Russia wants, which are the things that will destroy the Ukrainian economy and give them an economic edge and power, expanded military power in Europe, go ahead and do that to stop the bloodshed. What will Russia do next after that?
I don't think they'll go into any NATO countries. I think it's extremely unlikely.
Okay,
so what you're saying is
invading a NATO country.
What you are saying, Alfred, is that as long as the country is smaller, and weaker, they should be able to take the country. So even if these are sovereign nations, you don't mind that, yes, okay, so we're going to reward them for invading a country and let them have the things they want. And then when they next invade Moldova, I guess we'll just let them have Moldova to avoid bloodshed. And then after that, Estonia. Okay, well, Estonia is not in NATO, is Estonia? So let's go ahead and let them have Estonia. Oh, what about Latvia? But Latvia. So once they get through that, what would be the other one? Lithuania. When they get through the Baltics and they get through Moldova, what, Alfred, do you think should happen when they do then go to Poland, which is a NATO country? Then are we going to do world war? After they have expanded their military and economic powers, will now have much more of a military advantage? Or do we sit here and go, since they are barreling toward fucking Poland, we stop them in Ukraine where they can't fucking get to a NATO country without getting Ukraine. We stop them from expanding their military access and we support them in this war that you think Russia is so clearly winning because they have more people. You know what else they have more of? Casualties and needing foreign allies to come and take care of them because more Russian soldiers have died. Yes, more Russian soldiers have died. Alfred, unless you can prove any different that you have better data, shut the fuck up with your stupid conspiracy.
Of us really know. You know how
hold on a second. Hold on. Sorry. I also, really quickly, I want to correct myself. Russia is a NATO partner country. They are not a member of NATO. I misspoke there. I was wrong. I double-checked myself. I want to correct myself there. However, I do want to reiterate that Trump's actual words are that Russia should do whatever the hell they want to NATO countries if they don't pay in enough.
They haven't paid their bill.
Yes. So if you're still supporting Trump, me being wrong about the NATO thing doesn't fucking matter. He is saying that they should be allowed to invade NATO countries, period. That is what he is saying.
Alfred, you're talking about, but by the way, your dumb thing about the numbers is super dumb because Russia would be incentivized to lower the number. They accept the number of their casualties. Ukraine would be incentivized to raise their numbers and their number is still. So even if both of them change the numbers to more favorable, the number because you're a fucking idiot, Alfred. You didn't know fucking shit about this war. And you're sitting here going, Ukraine isn't important. And you literally have shown you know nothing about the fucking area.
How many times are you going to say what you're saying is? How many times are you going to say that? You should check yourself on that.
Alfred, you're a fucking idiot. You really are. You are really, you are the definition of Dunning-Kruger. You know very little. You listen to this man. You don't even interpret his words correctly because you've missed a whole fucking ton of them. And yet you're going to go sit out there and vote and then say, but you believe those numbers, which again, even if both sides of the numbers are exaggerated by the party that would want them exaggerated, the number still comes out to Russia has more casualties than Ukraine. And you want to sit there and go, I have reasons to doubt that. Then explain to me why Russia, one, had to go to North Korea to buy more weapons and ammunition. And then two, why they need North Korean soldiers, which are now headed to the front line of the fight. You explain those with these wrong numbers, Alfred. Oh, they're just doing it for funsies. They're just sending North Koreans, because you know what North Korea loves to do? To send their people out of North Korea where they may be exposed to something other than state propaganda. They fucking love doing that. That makes so much sense, Alfred. Grow the fuck up. I'm bored with this. I'm glad I canceled out your vote, Alfred. What's your last words before I move on to somebody who potentially could be productive because we at least agree on baselines of how reality works?
Sure. Earlier, you were making a slippery slope argument about Russia invading other countries, and I just don't really like that kind of argument style. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, Alfred, that's cute. That's really cute that you're trying to accuse me of a fallacy when it's literally Putin's own government that have declared these intentions and intelligence. This is not a slippery slope fallacy.
You came up with an
if this happens, then such and such could, with no evidence. There was no imaginary fucking scenario. This is what Trump's intelligence people were saying. It's what the current intelligence people are saying from bipartisan groups. It has nothing to do with propaganda or anything. This is also we know Putin. We know what he believes Russia's right is and what power he wants. You're trying to sit here and go, like, if I was to make a slippery slope fallacy of, if you let the gays get married, then they're going to want to marry animals next, where there's zero evidence of that progression. Literally, my position is the most supported one, and any other position would be the one that is stupid. Literally, this is what the intelligence and data we have reflects. Alfred, learn everything. Learn how fallacies actually fucking work and how foreign policy works. Goodbye. Idiot. Fucking idiot. And they're voting. The fucking idiots are voting. If you are at home and you're thinking about not voting, please pick a fucking idiot and go cancel their fucking vote. Please. I don't care if you don't like Harris. I don't care if you're upset about, just be fucking motivated by pettiness and spite. Pick a fucking asshole like that moron who we just had on the line. Pick a dipshit like that and go, I am motivated to go cancel that dick's vote. I already canceled Alfred's vote in Texas. You got to find your own.
I want to point out the fact that you said this is like on the level of people who say that if we let gays marry, then people marry animals. And he got in there really quick. Well, people have married animals. Like, fucking, just the dude is just fucking reactionary and says whatever dumb shit he's heard on television as an argument to absolutely anything, and doesn't have any actual appreciation for what the actual fucking world is or what his preferred candidate actually believes. And the fact that he's going to sit here and say it was to start the conversation with, well, I'm a Christian and that's why I'm voting for Trump. And then say, listen, these guys are so weak, we ought to just let them fucking lose. It doesn't matter if they are morally correct. It doesn't matter if the other people are immoral. We ought to just fucking let them lose because it'll be easier that way. Less people will die if we just let the bully do what they want. It always works that way. That's how appeasementism works. Appeasement works. That's how World War I and II works. That's how every part of history works. Is when you let the bully do whatever they want, then everything's fine. We've learned this. Like, are you fucking serious, dude? Like, grow a pair. Genuinely. It's fucking
In what
gross,
ways do these
especially if you're
people
gonna call
not
it as
want
a
Hitler
Christian.
back one way or another? They're defending Putin like they want another Hitler, and they're defending Trump like they want another Hitler. These fucking people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fucking Christ.
Gold star to the person in the comment say in the chat here saying they're marrying the cats, they're marrying the dogs.
They're marrying the dogs. They are coming to this country. They're taking the pets and they are marrying them. They are marrying the dogs.
they're marrying their pets. That's very well done. Very, very well done. Am I still picking?
To the person who said
further?
Alfred barely got, someone whined that Alfred barely got to speak. As soon as a caller meets us in a baseline of reality, we will let them build from reality. But when you're literally just throwing off quips and then going, wow, you actually just listed the evidence against my position, even though you only listed against the one, actually gave the comprehensive thing. So I'm going to call that a gish gallop and then incorrectly later try to call something else a slippery slope. It's just dumb. It's just, at least he didn't call it a slippery slope fallacy. Maybe he was saying it is an actual slippery slope, because sometimes those exist. Real slippery slopes do exist. Sometimes you put oil on a slide and you slip down that bitch.
There's a lot of people who don't fundamentally understand how shows like this work. Like, we cannot just let the caller say whatever the fuck they want, and then we have to, like, it is our job to cut them off and explain why the thing they just said is wrong, and hopefully they listen long enough to get to the next point. It's not like, oh my God.
Hey God, I need to change my whiteboard. I gotta find a marker. Somebody just said, "Who's the real bully?" This bitch bullies fascists. Get the fuck over it.
We've got. I don't know if you're. We'll do this one. We're gonna go for. Fucking. No, we're not. Do you want to take? Are you seeing the call screen there? I'm looking at line 5, and I really just don't fucking care. I don't want to do it.
Nah, do it.
Do you want to do it?
Do it.
All right. We're going to take fucking Steve from Nebraska again, because why the fuck not? Steve says we should be voting for political gridlock. Steve, why should we give a shit about what you're saying?
Yeah, hey, Renegade Science Teacher and Jimmy. Well, the reason we should is because the Democrats and the Republicans are undemocratic, firstly. So we need, and secondly, we need
I'm going to take Steve's side on this in a little bit.
Progressive party.
Great. So, Steve, you're saying right now we need political gridlock to what? To pause things to where people demand more action for more things to get done, right?
Well, the thing is that the Democrats and the Republicans have fucked things up so bad.
Alfred, sorry, Steve, just
gridlock each other and cancel each other out so they don't
locked out. Great.
So bad.
Great. Okay. Well, first of all, if you have no action, then not only are you not fucking things up, you're not doing. But let's say you're right. Steve, how do you think that would be best done? Who should win the presidency if you want to stop people who are doing shitty things from having too much power, that right now that you want to have them hit and basically be like, fuck, I can't do much here? What would you do?
What I'd like to see is the Democrats
just pick a person.
Have a 220 to 215 majority in the Congress, in the House of Representatives. I'd like to see GOP narrow Senate majority 51-49, and Trump won the electoral vote 312 to 226. And that would be the perfect
here's
scenario
what I have to say to you, Steve.
out.
You are so fucking full of shit because what you just said does not in any way get us to political gridlock. Of the three branches of government, which one currently has the most power? Let's start here, Steve. What are the three branches of government?
Congress can take away funding for the military. They can take
hang on, baby. Hang on.
Does not get done.
Hang on, baby. What are the three branches of government?
Executive, legislative, judiciary.
Okay, of those three, which one currently has the most power? As in, if one of them, if one of them puts in
Supreme Court,
something,
yeah,
the judiciary does.
Court.
Correct. And what is the current balance of the Supreme Court? What is the current ratio of conservatives to Democrats?
I get it.
Nope.
Okay.
Steve. What is the current? What is the current breakdown? How many right-wing justices versus, we'll say, Democrat, right versus left in American terms?
What is it, like 6-3 conservative? Does that sound right?
Right.
Either one.
Right. How long would it probably take with the current lifespans of people if a Democrat got in to still ever have a chance of putting the balance back, either closer to the middle or actually for them to turn that over? Is it likely that will be done in the next term by a Democrat?
I think they're planning on staying. I don't think any of them are none of the Supreme Court justices are planning on resigning.
So you said you want
4 years.
gridlock. You want gridlock by only giving the House to the Democrats, but you want the current Supreme Court and the presidency and the Senate to all remain Republican, correct?
Not remain, just for the short term paying for long-term gain.
Okay, great, Steve. So let me explain to you why what you just said is the dumbest shit that I think I have heard in months on a political action strategy to get gridlock. The Senate is responsible for the approval of judges. So what you are describing is that Donald Trump would be president. He actually will get to replace 2 of the current Republican justices with even further right Heritage Foundation fuckers. And then, like he did last time, was it over 800 federal justices? He will get to appoint hundreds more of federal circuit court judges, which are fundamentally the things that are fucking this country without permission in every hole they can find. You will have the opposite of gridlock by taking this thing that you already agreed disproportionately has more power despite the alleged checks and balances and exploding its power even fucking more. But at least the Democrats would be able to stop us from supporting, as though that would actually work, from supporting what? Ukraine? From supporting Israel as much when even most of the Democrats are also
in Israel.
Yeah, guess what? Most of
the genocidal maniacs in Israel? Let's stop funding them.
Most of the fucking Democrats are genocidal
babies.
Hold on, Steve. The genocidal maniacs in Israel who want Trump to win, who support Donald Trump, right?
And even if they didn't, Steve, you said you want
the Democrat Congress. Good luck with that, Trump.
Steve, you literally don't get that.
Congress.
Steve. Oh my God, Steve, you said a majority of 5 people. You wanted them to have an advantage of 5. You think there aren't 5 House Democrats who support the genocide in Israel? Are you fucking nuts? It's most House Democrats. You fucking, what? Literally what you described is not a recipe for gridlock. It is a recipe for fascism. It is a recipe for expanding Trump's power, making Project 2025 happen. The idea that you think that fucking does any kind of gridlock is crazy to me. In fact, if you want to slow the amount of actual change that could happen in this country and mostly go back to a status quo of, say, Obama years, or even Bush years or something before, again, this is not a good thing, but Harris is actually the person you should want to win. Literally, Steve, the opposite of your plan is the only way you could potentially get some kind of gridlock. Your plan will expand federal and executive powers to unprecedented amounts and make us all subject to what will essentially be a king with a court that supports whatever the fuck he wants. Steve,
Also,
I'm going to let Forrest have you from here forward, but that was almost funny. It was so bad.
No, I have nothing much to say to Steve. Steve is a deeply unserious person. Steve just says whatever the fuck thing pops into his mind or some random shit that he read online and runs with it as if it's the fucking gospel. I remember just a couple of weeks ago, Steve, when you called in and said, you're talking about genocidal maniacs and shit. I remember just a couple of weeks ago when you called in and said that just what's going on in Palestine is just necessary evil. It's just the sacrifices have to be made because
I
you
never
wanted
said
a third-party
that.
candidate.
That's not true.
You absolutely did.
Never said
you
that.
absolutely did. You called in and said you wanted to vote for a third-party candidate, and I said, what about Palestine, and what about the millions of people here in America, disabled people, queer people, trans people, women, pregnant people, all these people that will be suffering in America when Trump's president, and you said sacrifices have to be made if we're going to change the we have to get a third party in there somehow. Yeah, Steve, you don't give a fuck about anything you're saying. You just call in here.
Not true. Not true. I have queer friends.
Really?
I have bi friends. I have a couple black people on my Facebook.
No,
so
you
I'm not
do not,
racist.
Steve. No, Steve, you do not. If you are voting for Donald Trump,
I think he just admitted he's a troll.
I'm not voting. I already voted. Oh, I got to tell you this. I did the early voting.
No, shut the fuck up, Steve. I'm so done listening to you. If you're seriously going to sit here and say that you're okay with Trump winning and that you're going to vote third party and all this other shit, you don't have queer and black friends. You know some queer and black people. Bullshit. Abso-fucking-lutely not.
No, he doesn't. He said on Facebook.
Done.
He said on Facebook, by the way. I don't think he might not. He may have never been real. This may be just be a troll because he said, I'm not racist because I have some black friends on Facebook. Not in real life, on Facebook.
It's okay. I have these tokens, guys. No, Steve, I am so unconvinced that you're not a fucking troll or just somebody who genuinely, either you are the fucking laziest, most obnoxious troll we've had on this channel in my tenure here, or you genuinely, actually, seriously cannot think outside of your own ass for 5 fucking seconds. Because every single time I have ever spoken to you, it is some cockamamie bullshit that you read online or thought up in the shower and didn't think about what so fucking ever. Or the last time we spoke, you used AI to double check some dumb shit. And then you get on the show, and within 2 fucking seconds, any host completely throws out everything you're saying and shows why it's fucking insane. And you go, oh yeah, I guess I should have thought about that, huh? And then the call ends, and nobody's better off. Nobody learns anything. Steve, I'm not going to ban you because I'm not running this fucking program, and frankly, I don't like banning people. But don't fucking call me, dude. It's so fucking obnoxious to listen to you just fucking smell your own farts on my show all the fucking time. I'm so done with it. Are you good to move on, Jim? I'm
good. I don't actually believe Steve is real now. I have some black friends on. Do you take them to fucking Chuck E. Cheese? That's what I do with tokens.
Just fucking, and like, honestly, we've talked to Steve so many times. I'm not convinced that he's completely just fucking trolling. But honestly, if he is the most fucking lazy, obnoxious troll I've heard. It's just fucking, I saw this thing. I read this thing. Is this real? I saw this thing. Is this real? Not even creative enough to make something fucking funny. I read this thing. Is this real? I saw some scientists said this thing. Is this real? No. It's fucking not. Well, I think I should vote third party. Apparently he called in. He talked to me about third party voting once, but I talked to Aron about it. He called in several different times to several different hosts, said, I'm voting third party for these reasons. And those hosts would say, hey, here's why that's fucking stupid. And he'd go, oh yeah, I guess I do need to vote for Harris. Okay, I'll vote for Harris. And he calls in the next fucking show. I'm voting third party for these reasons. It's what he always does. Steve is a deeply unserious person who does not give a fuck about anybody but himself. And when it comes to himself, it's just this fucking cosplay that he has in his mind as if he's some sort of fucking revolutionary deep thinker who's going to fucking solve all the world's problems and change everything and revolutionize science and all this shit because he can halfway read a Wikipedia page. It's fucking insane, dude. I'm done with the guy. I'm so done with the guy. People talk in the comments. They're like, I miss when Forrest was patient. I have said about people like Matt Dillahunty and Christopher Hitchens and all these other people for so long. You hear the same shit day in and day out over and over for fucking years. You get a little bit fucking sick of it. And I'm so sorry that like people have to see like any kind of that sass. Honestly, I'd love to have a long, productive conversation with new people every show. I really would. But you have somebody like Steve who literally just gets a fucking mind boner and has to call in and waste 20,000 people's time about it. Fuck all the way off, dude. I'm so done with Steve.
Of the 2,600 people watching, which one of you is from Nebraska that can promise to go cancel Steve's vote?
Yes, please, somebody go.
Surely
vote for
somebody.
Harris. Fuck over Steve.
Who's canceling Steve's vote? Come on, people. Let us know. You can pick the next one. I'm actually gonna go pee while you do that. I've been peeing a lot.
Broke. Let's talk to. Oh, for fuck's sake. So while he's gone, let me see here. We've got. Oh, neat. I'm going to do something completely fucking different because I want to save some of these other calls for when Jimmy is here because we have some good Theus calls that are pretty silly. And frankly, I kind of want to ping pong with him. So instead, I'm going to talk to Jess, pronouns they, them, calling in all the way from France, who has some questions about some evidence of God, events in the Quran, and things like this that they're talking about. Jess, you're on the line with Forrest and only Forrest. How are you doing?
Yes, hello, Forrest. Big fan. Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, all right. So I grew up with Islam, so that's why like some of the questions still stuck in my mind. So I wanted to ask them with you because you're a scientist and all of that stuff. So huge fan. You were part of my like reforming atheist belief after deconstruction. So there are some things that I learned. Like I went to places which had like water which moves uphill. Which I looked it up. It is called a gravitational hill or something like gravity hill or something like that.
Okay.
So I was like, over there, it felt like from what I felt over there was that I am standing uphill. So that's what, but like it is an optical illusion where it is actually downhill, but it feels like uphill. That's what I looked
The
it
whole
up.
landscape is tilted downhill, but this little area is a lump. Yeah.
So, but like the gravity feeling and all of that stuff, it felt like I was actually facing uphill. Was that just a mental illusion that mentally it was like, oh, the gravity is like you feel like the gravity is uphill, it's going uphill, or is it just that I may have reformed my memory to fit in with my beliefs?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. There's plenty of places like that here in the U.S. where you have like these places called gravity anomalies and stuff like that, and it's just a big optical illusion. They build a house in such a way that it looks like you're standing straight when actually you're tilted. So when you say in the call screen here you have some questions about this evidence, are you asking why it's such good evidence or why people believe it? Like, what's your question?
No, this was sort of shown to me as a proof that the jinns exist, or like some sort of like jinns is sort of a ghost sort of version in Islam. Sorry, just context for all of the other people that might not know. Where like the jinn is either we also did the whole, if you sit in the car, it will actually go quote unquote uphill. So that was like, a jinn is pushing the car uphill, that sort of thing. So that was one of the things. Is it just because it's an illusion that's why it's happening?
Yeah, I mean, like it's one of the, I don't know the specific situation you're talking about, but like I said, there's plenty of places like that here in the States where they usually use them as tourist attractions where like you can put a ball on the floor and it rolls up the hill and all these things. And like when you have things like that and you have people who don't understand how those things work, it's very easy for some charlatan to come in and say, oh, it's actually magic. It's actually a jinn. It's actually a god. It's actually an angel. It's actually this, that, and the other. So if that's, yeah, and so you talk about, I see you on your call screen, you talk about seas that don't merge. That also happens all the time. It's one of the ways that we define different oceans and different seas and things, even when they're touching, is you have difference in salinity, difference in temperature, difference in currents. And yeah, it's like a physical freaking barrier separating these two bodies of water that are actually touching. So when you are ignorant and uneducated and don't know anything about anything, and you see something phenomenal, it's very easy for somebody to come in and say, hey, this is actually magic. But what we try to stress here in this show and in the skeptic community as a whole is that just saying I don't know isn't good enough to call something magic. You can just say I don't know and be honest about that and live with the I don't know. It doesn't mean you have to be happy with the I don't know. It just means you have to be able to say, I don't know, and hopefully someday I will find out.
Makes sense. Okay, so and then there was also like there's a stone with footprints on it in front of Kaaba. Do you think it? Sorry, this is just like, I'm pretty sure you won't know what the actual answer is. Do you think it was just people standing it off, or I don't think there's
I don't
enough,
know about any footprints in a stone.
Okay.
I do know there are plenty of things like that I can refer to. And funny enough, they never let geologists test it, and they never actually let any kind of radioactive dating happen. They just say it is what it is, and no matter what evidence they don't have or what evidence goes against it, they just kind of let that go. Anyway, is that all, Jess? You've been waiting on Vol for like 90 minutes, and it sounded like this was something just really quick that you wanted to run by us, and I want to make sure you weren't waiting all day today for that.
No worries. Happy to wait. Also listening to the show, so that's fine. I wanted to say, Jimmy could actually. I think there's a cookbook that you could buy after you donate to a Walls campaign. So if he wants, he could do that. And also, I wanted to ask you, Forrest, when are you selling your NFTs for it shirtless or your photo on Fireman?
Nope, I don't sell any of those things, but I'm sure there's somebody out there making them of me. Anyway, have an awesome day, Jess. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We've got several people who've been waiting for a long time that just clearly have like a quick question. So I'm going to burn through them because we want to make sure that we have lines open for Theus. And also, Jimmy and I are going to be long-winded in all these other calls. So now we're going to take anonymous caller, pronoun she, her, calling in from USA, says that she lives in Orthodox Jewish lifestyle without believing in it. Let's see what this is all about. Hello, anonymous. I'm going to call you Tom. How are you?
I was going to say Steve Fred because I liked Steve and Alfred so very much. I'm totally kidding.
No, it's okay. I figured. So tell me more about that, because it sounds like you live in a traditional way that's traditional to your culture without actually buying into the religion. That's incredibly common. Do you have something particular that you wanted to talk about with it? Yeah.
So my lifestyle now was not the lifestyle I was actually brought up in. I was brought up in a secular household where certain traditions were kept. My parents are most likely agnostic, if not atheist. From the age of 12 through my college years, I explored becoming more observant, especially as I have grandparents and relatives who lived that way. By the time I got married, I was already living a Hasidic Orthodox lifestyle. I've been married for 11 years. I have 3 children. I think I entered this in the same way that Orthodox people enter marriage, that you do the thing first and the feeling and belief comes later. It never did, but I live, work, dress, exist, and survive in a culture that doesn't fit my thinking. I would say I'm not afraid of being an atheist. I'm not afraid of the way I think. My thoughts are actually the only place where I can be who I am. But it's as you can imagine, a challenging and stifling life. I've heard your show and listened to a lot of it. And you've had some amazing insight and advice. And I'm wondering if you have any for me.
Are you happy?
No.
You should work on being happy. You deserve to be.
So I am doing that. And I'm finding pockets of that.
Yeah, and that's a good place to start. But at the end of the day, like, you've only got one shot at this, dude. Like, and so I would hate for you to be, sad and old on your deathbed, wondering what your life could have been out of not wanting to offend or distress or bother somebody. Like, you deserve all the happiness and all the love and all the peace and all the joy in the world, because you're just a person. You're a thinking, conscious person. And so you deserve all of the rights and dignities as every other thinking, conscious person. And it sounds to me like you, for social reasons and cultural reasons at first, and now maybe just out of habit or convenience, are in this situation where you are comfortable being uncomfortable and denying yourself that dignity and that right. And I don't know anything about you. I've never met you. I genuinely don't even know your name, Tom, but I love you enough to tell you that you deserve better than that. And so I think for you, surviving shouldn't be enough. And you said you got kids and you said you got a spouse, and I know that's really complicated and that's really hard. I had a really fucking weird, complicated relationship with my family, dude. I'm not going to get into it too much, but I can tell you, I would so much rather have known any one member of my family being their happy, authentic self, even if it was deeply troubling and problematic and difficult for me to be around, or it was stressful and difficult to get to see them and anything. If I knew that they were just trying to be them rather than what they thought they should be for me, that's so much more worth it. So
that's a very good point.
I think, I just, man, I wish the people in my life that I've gotten the privilege of loving, I want for them to be happy too. And even if that means that they're happy without me, even if that means that they're happy in a way that makes it difficult for me to see them, even if that means they're happy in a way that makes it difficult for me to know more about them, anything, as long as they're happy, I'm happy. And if these are your kids that you're talking about, I guarantee it's, again, I don't know shit about you, dude, but I think that you would be happier, bringing them along for that ride. I'm assuming you love your children and you want to hang out with them. You may not, I don't know. Yeah.
I do.
And so I think your kids deserve the best version of you, Tom. I think your spouse deserves the best version of you, even if that's not someone that they want to be with, and you have to move on from that.
I don't get the Tom thing.
They have an anonymous name, and I named them Tom. Fuck off. This is my call.
Oh,
I like my new name, actually. I'm going with it.
Yeah. Tommy can be a girl's name. Fuck off. I'm just saying
it's
that,
easier to pronounce than my actual name.
Yeah. I think, and that's the way that I feel about myself as well. And let me tell you, my wife and I, we've had this conversation. If either one of us ever isn't happy, it doesn't matter how much it tears the other one up. We love each other enough to say, go fucking be happy. And like, that's because that's so important. So Tom, I want you to be happy. That's all I want for you. And I'm not saying that this is something that's going to be resolved overnight. I'm not saying this something's going to be resolved easily. I'm not saying this is going to be something that's going to be painless. It's probably going to be difficult and long and morally gray, and you're going to feel weird about it sometimes, and you're going to question yourself a lot, and you're going to wonder if this is right or if that's right, or if it's more convenient or more easy for you to fall back into this sunken place that you're living in, where you just have to pretend to be something else and not acknowledge your own heart and your own brain, and say what you said a minute ago was so fucking honest. And that's what made it so incredibly savage to say, is to say that your mind is this only place where you can be free and be yourself. Imagine for a minute how much it would mean to you and how much it would mean to your family and the people who genuinely really do love you for your entire life to be a time when you can be yourself. If those people really seriously love you, then that would mean everything to them too. And if it wouldn't mean everything to them, and if they would prefer you to be this facsimile of a person in order to appease them, then they don't fucking love you in the first place, and you're better off without them. I believe in you, and I think you're great, and I think that you deserve happiness, and I hope that you keep us up to date on what you're going through.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you have for me? Because I just unloaded a bunch of shit on you, and I know it's probably some of it probably sounds like platitudes, and some of it probably sounds pretty harsh. So, like, how are you feeling?
very helpful. Is it okay to ask one more question?
Please do.
With regard to my children who are growing up in this lifestyle, I don't want to take that away from them, but I would like to instill the ability to think critically and understand that I will love them no matter what they choose. Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, I got a couple of them. First, I have a question for you. Do you mind me asking what gender are your children?
I have 2 sons and a daughter, and all 3 of those feel very important when it comes to how women are treated.
Yeah. So that's my question is going to be like, you now have a deep understanding of the gender roles in this culture that you're participating in. You said a second ago you don't want to pull them out of this. Do you want the same for your daughter that you're experiencing right now?
No. On the same token, I think I haven't reached a point where I believe it feels the same for everyone. I think I'm still clouded in the belief that this is where I went with it and other people might feel differently.
Yeah, no, there's probably some people that think that that's their lot in life. You could get on Tradwife TikTok and see a lot of people that are very happily in prison. But like what kind of life do you want for her? Because the thing about freedom is that you can choose. If you're free, you can choose to be a slave if you like. But it sounds like the situation she's in is that she's just gonna be one. And you talk about your sons. Well, they're now in a situation where they're learning that this is the appropriate way for women to behave and for men to treat women, and that anything outside of this would be culturally inconsistent for them and would make it very difficult for them to kind of broach in their own lives, which means they're going to treat women the way that you are being treated. And again, maybe that's what they want, and maybe they'll find a woman who wants that, or at least pretends to, as you did. But that doesn't make it good. And so I think for you, to answer your question, I think a great way to do it is to say, if you're talking about showing them critical thinking and showing them you love them, I love you so fucking much that I'm willing to be vulnerable around you and honest around you and tell you that I'm questioning something that is very fundamental to me, that has been a major part of my life for decades now. And it's something that just doesn't seem to click with me anymore. And here's why. And we should talk about it. And we're going to explore it. And listen, this is where I'm going with my life at the moment. And you have the right to choose whatever you want for your life. And I need you to know that no matter what you choose, I'm never going to stop being your mom, and I'm never going to stop being here for you. And I'm always a phone call away. And I love you so much. That's what I'm going to give to you. And I promise you that. You have my word. You have my blood oath, no matter what. Part of me is always going to be in you and always going to be there for you. And a part of you is always going to be in me as well. I'm always going to be here with you no matter what. And this is what I'm doing now with my life, because I know in my heart that this is what's right for me. And the only thing that I ever want for you is to follow your heart too, no matter where that takes you. That's what I would say to them. And if anybody ever said that to me in my life, then I would know that that's somebody that I could stick with and somebody that I would trust and believe in. Even if they were doing something that I didn't agree with, I would trust and value that person.
Sometimes, by the way, you have situations like that where you offer that and you might have a rockier relationship in the short term, but I presented that to some members of my own family when I left, and it seemed like others might have doubts, or maybe just that they were seeing stuff. And then they get harder into the religion and they push you away. But then eventually when their shelf breaks, they're really glad to have somebody like you who knows their upbringing and stuff to bounce shit off of.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Anyway, I believe in you, Tom. I think you've got this. And like I said, I don't think it's going to be easy at all, but I think for you to be this honest about it tells me that you've already seriously sat down and thought about this shit. This is not just a flight of fancy for you. And that gives me a lot of confidence that you're going to be able to pull this off and make it meaningful, and make it something that's going to preserve your relationship with your kids, and maybe even with your spouse, and maybe even with the rest. I don't know who else you're involved with or what's going on there, but I think as far as it makes you happy, that's how far you should take it. Because at the end of the day, like I said, you deserve to be happy.
Thank you.
Tom, I really hope that you call back someday and give me an update and tell me, hey, guess what? I'm free of all this shit and I'm living my best life. And I am now in a situation where I'm living in San Francisco and I have several tattoos and 3 1/2 dogs. And me and my girlfriend are fucking wakeboarding tomorrow. And this is what's going on with me. And whatever else you want in your life. I hope you call me back and are just making crazy, awesome decisions and weird mistakes and going to fun parties and living a life that you can wake up with pride and happiness and sometimes a little bit of shame and maybe a noticeable limp and like a bunch of just everything. I want everything for you. I want you to feel everything. I want you to have pride and shame and joy and sadness and all the things that come with a normal, full, rich, beautiful, diverse human life instead of whatever box you find yourself in this moment. I want everything for you. And I hope you call me back and tell me all about it.
Will do. And I already got one tattoo. I'm on my way.
I hope you go cancel a Trump vote. That's what I hope.
Yes. Also,
on Tuesday, go cancel a Trump vote.
I will.
Would also be cool.
I'm on my way.
All right.
Thank you.
Tom, you're awesome. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Tom was on hold for 2 hours and had some serious shit to talk about. And so we took care of her while you were
going for 2 hours.
And also, we had another person who just wanted to talk a little bit about like how bullshit that is difficult to explain is used for miracles. I didn't take any interesting calls. We got several. I'm looking at line 4 right now that I wanted to talk about with you. But like we got several interesting calls. Cool. With that, we've got Andre, pronouns he, him, calling in from minute inches. We're talking about units of measurement that are even smaller than you'd expect. Who says that he is a Black Trump supporter, activist, YouTuber, and leader of some stuff. Andre, I'm going to bring you on.
Michigan for the podcast people.
Yeah, really quickly, before I actually turn over the mic to you, I just want to let you know that I'm really super duper not interested in having you on just so you can promote your movement, your channel, your stuff like that. We're just here for a conversation. So with
in fact,
Andre,
if you try to turn this into an ad, we're just going to cut you off and end it there. So as long as you're here for the conversation and not to try and platform share and trick people into take our hard work for yourself, then it's fine.
Listen, I'd rather people know my name than the other crap. I really don't care about the other stuff, to be honest with you. I'm here to have a conversation. That's the main point. Right? Yeah, I'm a Black.
That's what we're here for.
I'm a nationalist at the end of the day, ethnic nationalist, cultural nationalist. I'm very far right. That's something that's very, yes, I am Black. You can go verify me, look me up. So I am Black.
I find it interesting.
You're not. Go ahead.
I find it interesting that you start this by saying you are ethnic nationalist. So then do you think that America should be a Black first country, or like what ethnicity are you think should be dominant in America?
No, so let me explain, because we know that America has a very unique history, right? It's not, a homeland for only white people. Like, I argue with a lot of white nationalists about this because they think
that's what it's been for the majority of its existence. Yeah, we're kind of getting.
Well, no, not entirely, but okay, we can take that. I say that that part is the majority of the representation when you talk of ethno-nationalism or nationalism period. You get neo-Nazis and white nationalists because they've pretty much taken over it and made it their own thing. But no, so with America, right? America has 4 main racial groups: Blacks, whites, Latinos, and Native Americans. That's something you cannot argue. We all live here in this country. We have a significant historical presence in this nation. My family's been here for 300 years. I'm assuming your families have probably been here beyond a century or so. There's Latinos, same thing, Native Americans, whatever.
Yeah,
we have a lot of
mine neither.
My family. My parents.
Both of my parents
were a little bit younger than me.
My mother immigrated here, and my great grandfather on my father's side immigrated here, where I'm less than a century. There is some line through which I think my father that goes back farther.
Okay, well, that's fine. At least you're 3 or 4 generations American. It doesn't matter. That's fine. You're an American, 100% at the end of the day.
However many generations to me doesn't matter, but yeah,
it does. We're talking of the identity of a nation and just race. Yeah, it does most certainly.
Definitely not. No,
you can't.
No, definitely not. And definitely not America. Who's definitely no. Hang on, don't talk, Andre. If you're going to talk over me, this is going to be a short call. But especially when you have a country that the whole thing is, we are the nation of immigrants. We want your poor. We want to be the melting pot. We want to blend. And we're a nation that's trying to grow toward a more ideal version of that, though we keep having setbacks. Right now we're having some setbacks, and we've had setbacks in the past. But we are talking about a different kind of nation. And the fact of the matter is if America is the greatest nation in the world, that's the reason it is, not anything else.
Here's my thing. Tell me,
I also want to throw out there before we move on, like we've got a few other issues, because like you were mentioning these major racial groups that encompass America. You didn't even mention Asian populations, which that alone,
they don't really have a
mentioning
historical presence within America. That's the thing. Like when you're talking about Asian,
fundamentally untrue.
Racial group. No, it's
That's
not. It's
fundamentally untrue. And also, like the idea to even say Asian population is like saying European population. It's an extremely diverse amount of people. The only reason we can summarize Black into one group is because they were deliberately stripped of their culture and now have made up this new group that we call Black or African American, because we can't actually trace them back to the extremely diverse culture of all these, or cultures of all these African countries that were stolen from.
So do you want to get into that? We can talk about that.
No, I'm just pointing out
than indigenous people, by the way.
Yeah, so all I'm pointing out is that the fact that like, when you talk about this stuff, it sounds like you're coming from a super simplistic idea of it, and then also you're trying to put on us that this racial identity is some part of our national identity, and it super isn't for me. Part of that is a privileged position of me being a white guy in America. A lot of the rest, like the majority of it, is also from my own perspective as a biologist, understanding that race is a social construct, not a biological construct.
It's not a social construct at all. It is not a social construct.
It clearly is. It's very clearly a social construct, and it's not a biological thing in any way.
Something that doesn't make any sense. I want you guys to define a nation. What is a nation?
It's a group of people with set cohesive.
Holy shit! No, don't fall for this shit, Andre.
No, I'm just saying.
Andre, you just made a claim. You just tried to push back. You just tried to push back on something, and then you like flipped off of it right away. Like Jesus Christ!
What do you mean?
And by the way, you also, hey, Andre. Also, the other thing I've noticed is it takes about 6 words before you start talking again. So the main thing problem I have here, Andre, is you don't listen at all.
I listen
like you
well.
aren't actually listening. You're listening for keyword. Andre, you're doing it right now.
Oh yeah.
Like right now you're interrupting. You listen for keywords and then just say something objectionable to it while the person is making the remainder of their point that might actually influence the way you would need to respond to it, but you have no fucking clue because you aren't listening to any of it. So Andre, I'm sorry, what?
I said to say that I don't have a clue is this. Why would you even throw that in there? But I've seen you've insulted a lot of people.
Because you don't have a clue about what. Hold on. You don't have a clue about our points, which is the actual. No, I'm not. You're not going to go. You get because you also started talking as when you were interrupting me. So now I've muted you. Literally, why am I not allowed to talk? This sentence that began as an interruption as the one prior. You don't have a clue about what points we're making if you are speaking while we're making the point. That is the whole thing, Andre. And I would love to talk to a person who wants to basically let's be clear, you're here to try and have a counter narrative to what Republicans actually love and say they hate. You are here to make an identity politics style argument. I think it's pointless. I don't think we even need to do that. In none of these calls with anybody that I have done, and we've been doing mainly political calls for the last several weeks, I've done several dozen. Forrest has done several dozen of these calls. Forrest, in your calls, I hope it's several dozen. That might be an exaggeration, but let's say a couple dozen. In your calls, how many times did you say you should vote for Kamala Harris because she is specifically a black woman?
Literally never once have I ever said anything even close to that.
Right. So
not just on the shows, ever.
So it's cool, man. It's cool that you are a black Trump supporter, and for whatever reason that is. And it's cool that you want to sit here and go that there is some ethnic identity to Americans. And even if I go like, yeah, we kind of do have something like that. There is a core American culture that you can say there's like ethnic drippings of. And the thing I love the most about it is that it is designed to change and shift and be. I live in Texas. The number one. Okay. Some people are going to be like, that was a racially insensitive thing to say. But do you know how much Texas has benefited from that very concept of the melting pot? If you don't, come try our barbecue. Trump, come try our food and tell us you are glad, you would have been more glad if there wasn't more ethnic shifts happening. Try our fucking, do you know who likes the Mexican food in Texas more than anywhere else? Mexican people. You hear it all the time that Texas has better Mexican food than Mexico does. It's amazing because of that barbecue infusion. That is our strength, not our weakness. But I don't want to do this whole identity politics thing because that is actually the Republicans' thing. Let's talk about why one would be a better president or not. Now I'm going to unmute you and we'll hear you out until you just start spouting misinformation or you try to gish gallop. But please actually listen to the points before you start talking. You're unmuted.
I want to hear his
arguments
about race.
I would say that nothing that I said was misinformation. We'll just keep it there. So we'll go to the Trump Kamala thing. So what I don't like is that we have Kamala.
Her name is
Harris.
Kamala.
Kamala. I like Kamala.
Okay.
I don't care.
Okay, so I'm going to mute you again. It's her name. My name is Jimmy. You will pronounce it Jimmy. Your name is Andre if you would like a different pronunciation, but we have domain over our identities. This isn't even a trans argument you can make. Her name is Kamala, and that's how she said it. If you would like to continue the call, you will respect her and her name, and you will give her the fucking put some goddamn respect on her name. Otherwise, I will give you the alternative. I am willing to allow you to just say Kamala or Kamala as much as you like, as long as instead of Trump, you say fuckface McGee. Those are your options, Andre. Either respect it or disrespect them both. Now unmuting you again. Are we going to proceed respectfully?
Why are we doing this? Like, you're not even letting me talk.
Goodbye. You're right. Now I'm not letting you talk at all.
I wanted to hear
from the onset.
Race is a biological construct. Honestly, like.
Yeah, you can call back on another day. If you're going to call in and you're going to try to set the rules, you're not going to listen. You're going to do the Kellyanne Conway thing of trying to hit a key point and then just say some dumb rebuttal. I am no surprise that he is a part of some, we'll say, radical right-wing organizing group where they are. He has the makings of a cult leader.
I honestly, like,
I hope your cult goes well.
I was looking all over. I was trying to look all over for this guy's channel because he had some stuff in the call screen that I didn't say because I'm not going to give this guy.
I found his website.
Our platform. Oh, you did? I'm dying to know if that guy was just looking for clips from us because I feel like that's what it's going to be. Where it's going to be, here's this me calling into the show. They wouldn't even let me speak. They couldn't handle the truth. It's like, no, you said a bunch of dumb and incorrect shit and you just kept trying to get a fucking clip in and it didn't go your way because it's not your fucking show. Also, race is a social construct.
I gave you an option.
This is settled science from like 100 years ago. It's not even news. Like, it's just get with the times, bruh. But like, I don't know, man. We've got
white knighting her name. Literally, it's just a minimum. That was white knighting to you when he actually, instead of taking the correction, which almost every Republican who has called in, it's gone, sorry, I get it mixed up. Kamala, you're right. And you know what? I understand that they do because Trump keeps saying it that way, right? I understand they get the mix up because Kamala, because Kamala. He purposefully does it as a method of disrespect. And let's be honest, of racist disrespect because it sounds more brown. It sounds more urban and he likes that. It's the same reason why he goes, Barack Hussein Obama, because we want you to be thinking of Saddam Hussein when I say his name.
Or when he
it is why they do it.
He called Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas. Like that is actually just patent racism that he's putting on.
Right.
It's just to use a slur to try to brand somebody. And I don't get how that's not a fucking sticking point for someone. You know, how is it not over at that point?
Everybody else who has called in, I think everybody else has said, sorry, Kamala, you're right. Even the Republicans. But this guy said, no, I like Kamala better.
I prefer it. Yeah.
Fuck you. It's not your preference. We have domain over our own identities and whatever fucking idiot. I don't know the gender. I was going to say, don't be a dumb bitch, but I don't know the gender of the person who said that. So don't be a dumb asshole. Every gender could be I try to only call men bitches. I try. AMAB. Non-trans people specifically. Cis AMAB.
So I'm looking at line number 3 and line number 5, similar to the call with Steve, or people who have called in a ton of times and they get hours of time and it never goes anywhere. Do you want to try any of those?
Bro, you decide. We'll do whatever. We can make them short.
Sure. Yeah, let's have fun with it. If you want to try it. We'll try TJ, pronouns he, him, calling in from Canada. This is the guy who called me and I believe Erika a little while ago. Or is it Erika or it was Aaron? I don't remember. Anyway, the point is, no, it was with Blitz. And TJ here believes that you can have a lucid dream, call out to Jesus, and Jesus will appear, and that's proof Jesus is real. Unless you see something else, which case it isn't proof that thing's real. TJ, you're on the line.
Fucking
I guess.
Hilarious. TJ, I love that. I love that your theory is that God is so powerful he would specifically talk to us in the states by which we are on a nightly basis delusional. That's the moment he shows up. The times where we also could be imagining getting swallowed by a dragon monster made of penises, that's when Jesus will show, and that'll be the time you're not hallucinating. What a theory, guy. I love it. Put it in a book. Start a cult.
Steve, your phone might be asleep. You need to tap your phone and wake it up because we can't hear you.
But his name is TJ.
TJ, pardon me. It's the same.
Timothy James, tap your phone.
Hey, sorry.
There you go.
I'm here.
Did I get your name right? Is TJ short for Timothy James?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, TJ, what if you were to do this not in a wind tunnel? How would that do for you? All right. Well, we tried, TJ, but I'm not going to have my ears blasted by the... Okay, sorry. Can you get the wind out of your ears? Are you driving? What the hell's going on, man?
No, sorry, I ran.
All right. Too fast.
Why? What's going on? What?
TJ, if this call doesn't start in the next 10 seconds, I'm done.
No, I'm
here. I'm not going to listen to you talk about dreams from the fucking mighty northern fjords. Like, this is not... I'm not dealing with it, dude.
Hello? Yeah, no, I'm here.
Hi. Okay, hey. Great. Is whatever, if a different God than yours exists, could that God send you to hell for believing in the wrong God?
Sure.
Okay, then Pascal's wager is in fact negated. Goodbye. I'm not doing the white noise thing. I don't know what the fuck that was.
It just got to the point way past absurdity so fast.
It was like, so dumb. But anyway, that's what the note said.
About dreams.
What's funny is your mic has built-in features to not make it as bad as his was.
God damn you sending me this nice mic.
Yeah, you're welcome. The funny thing though about it was just that that's what the notes say. Pascal's wager is not negated. And then he just admitted it is. If a God could exist that would send him to hell for believing in his God, then it's negated. Pascal's wager doesn't work because there isn't only two options, only God A or no God at all. It's every God that anybody could ever propose ever.
I also want to point out we have we have one more theist call left that frankly I'm not interested in taking, but like we had at the beginning here, we had 1.4 thousand. Actually, it's not even matter. We have 3% of the poll I'm seeing down here. 3% of the poll said that they can tell the host why we shouldn't be atheists, and they'll call it. That's 3% of all Americans that said that they would call us, and we got like 4 theist calls.
Wow.
I guess it's not. Yeah,
that's like 5 million people.
That's a lot, and here they are just not showing up because I imagine all Americans watch this show. You want to do it because it's not gonna be productive. I promise you.
Because they say one call represents 1 million people in marketing, right? So we've now had billions of viewers. I don't care. Yeah. Pick whatever you want, man. I don't give a shit.
All right. I figure we're just doing the show until we're not anymore. We've got let's do how about Tim, pronouns he him, calling in from Nice Yo-Yos, says that the arguments for abortion are wrong. Who's arguing for
which one?
Abortion? We're arguing for the right to have one. You want? Okay, yes, no, more abortion should happen. Agreed.
I want abortion in the 100th trimester.
Tim, you're on the line with Forrest and Jimmy. If your phone's asleep, you need to tap it because we can't hear you.
How are you?
Hello.
Hi, Tim.
With you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, you're breaking out real bad.
Oh, here. Hello?
Hi.
Oh, still bad. Maybe the connection. I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep, for the 5th time, I sure can.
Hello?
Hello?
I'm sorry.
Tim, is this a joke?
I do apologize. How are you? Can you hear me?
Oh my fucking God. Just say what your point is and just say your point and then we'll rebut to it. If we're going to be playing Can You Hear Me for the next 9 years, I don't give a fuck.
All right. So the point that I have to make is what I've heard on these shows, your shows specifically, is that the argument for the woman's right to an abortion is because the fetus does not have a right to use the woman's body. And for me, I think that's a poor argument because in the end, the only issue is that a woman is not responsible to the human race to procreate, and it's not her responsibility that evolution has put all of the responsibility on the woman. And so since that's
not
the
true,
case,
and
that's the reason why. Go ahead.
Yeah, no,
I don't even know if you know what point you just made.
I agree. It is not a woman's responsibility to propagate the human race. There is no responsibility given by evolution. That doesn't make any sense. No person is responsible for continuing to make more humans. That's not a thing.
Yeah, so when I'm saying that evolution or that's the responsibility, what I'm saying is that the responsibility to bring a child, that is a woman's responsibility 100%. A man has no say in that. So the woman getting pregnant, whether she wants to have that child or not, all of it is on her. It's not on anyone else. And so since that's her responsibility, whether she wants to do it or not,
to be clear,
it's up to her. It's not up for anyone else.
Just to be clear, your argument is whether or not a woman wants to have children, she must have children because that's how we make more humans. That's actually what you're calling.
That's not what he's saying. I think, Tim, what you're saying is it's not up to a man whether or not, that the man, no matter whether or not the woman wants to have the child, no man gets a say, only the woman, right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct, but it's not just a woman, no other person. This is a woman's issue in a singular, so other women don't get to speak to this as well. That's on her. It's a medical procedure. If she wants to have it or not, that's her business and whoever she chooses to include in that.
Yeah, no shit. You just called and said our argument is wrong and then said our argument. The fuck is wrong with you?
No.
That's literally our argument. That it is.
No,
you shut the fuck up, Tim. Tim, who do you think? Hey, watch this. Hey, Tim, watch what happens when I say shut the fuck up. Oh, now you have shut the fuck up and you literally can't unshut the fuck up unless I unshut your fuck up. Right now, I've got your fuck shutted. Your fuck is so shut that it will shut fuck as much as I fuck shut it, even if I want to fuck shut it, and no other man can tell me I can't fuck shut it. I'll shut fuck your fuck shut, and then I'll fuck shuck it too. Like a clam, I'll fuck shuck it. You can't shut, you can't shuck, you can't fut, you can't fuck until I tell you you can. That's how it works, you dumb bitch. Oh, should I even unfuck him? I don't know. Should I shuck fuck?
I don't know what he's actually saying at this point, because I thought he was
saying he's trying to say he thinks his argument is better than ours. Not that he's anti-abortion, but that he has a better one that is literally just a stripped down version of the autonomy argument. And the autonomy argument is that only you have dominion over your body and whether you want to be pregnant. Only the pregnant person does, and no one else. Oh.
Agreed. What?
All right, I'll unmute him.
How are you going to call it and say that a baby doesn't have a right to use your body is a terrible argument, and then follow it up with only you can decide who uses your body? What the fuck?
So, all right, tell me when you're done talking shit, and then I'll explain it to you. Fuck me. Let me know.
Okay, I will let you know. Hang on. No. Wait, Forrest. We'll tell him when.
Okay.
So Tim, I think that Tim probably would benefit if we would just describe to him what a vagina feels like, because it might give him something to aspire to. If You might be like, yeah, maybe I'll be a better person so I could have that experience. I'm going to guess he's also probably not a very snappy dresser. Tim, shut the fuck up. You said you would wait until I was done talking shit.
We're not done being fuck
Jesus
faces,
Christ.
Tim. I don't have a vagina
Tim is so
model,
full of
I've got
himself
this
that
uterus here.
Oh, I love that.
We can break it
I love
down. We can
that.
start going through all the anatomy. We can start breaking down these pieces.
All the parts that he'll never have to worry about. Tim's so full of himself that when he masturbates and he gets close to climax, he closes his eyes and thinks of himself jerking off.
Horrible. Talking about another man jerking off. I mean, like,
Tim, shut the fuck up. You told me. Tim, now I have to mute you. You said, we'll tell you when we're done talking shit. And we haven't told you so. How dare you make an offer and take control of the show as you did? You then graciously offered us the period of time to talk shit. And I'm not done talking shit about you, Tim. I'm just not done.
I'm not even trying to get into the whole logistics of this dude's masturbatory habits. I'm more interested in pointing out the fact that this thing doesn't actually, you notice that the ovaries aren't actually attached. They're stuck on by little magnets. This is a gift by Giant Microbes, by the way. They're stuck on by little magnets because the ovaries are not actually strictly attached to these uterine tubes. They're just kind of suspended by ligaments. And then you have these little fibrillae there that reach out and grab onto them. I also like that it's got little googly eyes up there on the fundus. Isn't that sweet? What a great little guy.
Oh, Tim hung up. Tim, why are you a liar?
No.
Tim, why'd you lie? You said you'd give us the time to talk shit. Oh, man, Tim, fuck. I was so happy that you graciously offered on my own show and on Forrest's show us the time to decide how long we wanted to talk shit and that we would let you know. We were going to let you know. We were going to give the mic back, almighty Tim.
I was almost done.
Yeah, I wasn't. I was going to talk about his hygiene next. Oh.
I said that what the crazy thing is, I still don't know the point because the dude said shit so strange. I don't know where we were even going with it. He just wanted to call and say some things and then insult people. But genuinely, and
let me ask.
The best you have is let me know when you're done talking shit and then I'll explain it to you, fuckface. Is this your first time calling into a show like this? Honestly, it's bizarre.
Hey, Morgan, go ahead and put a poll up. If I design right now while we're live a shirt that says "Shuck the Futt Up," how many of you will buy it if it's only available for 24 hours? Actually, I might only make it available during the show, the live show, through midnight. Morgan, will you poll how many people want to shuck the futt up as a special? Here's an incentive to watch live in the future, people.
Don't call uterine tubes Forrestian tubes, Olivia. That's why we have to rename them uterine tubes away from fallopian tubes in the first place. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to us as a society.
Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. You fucking dipshit. Oh my fucking God. I want to know. I want to know who would buy it. I try and make it. It would be shuck the futt up. Okay, you got it kind of close, but it's shuck SHUCK and then futt maybe with 2 T's. Shuck the futt up. Like which way's better, actually? Weird, 2 T's or 1?
Weird. I think just the 1 because you wouldn't have the 2 T's and shut, so it would make more sense to have it consistent to be the 1.
Okay.
It's like a weird little like an oyster clam type situation.
Okay.
Being shucked. I don't know what the shirt would look like. It's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. I need to get better at merch, y'all. I've got like a handful of shirts I've been selling for years. And like, I'm trying to get a better merch situation where I can sell stickers and tote bags and shit and have like new designs. So the amount of people who see I do a weird thing and they're like, please put that on a shirt. And I'm like, I will someday. And I never get around to it. Man, I could be rolling dough. And you can
I'm gonna be the first person to buy this fucking thing. I'll tell you that much.
We've got oh fuck. Hey, TJ called back to say that Pascal's wager is not negated by the idea of the wrong god. And it says he's caught his breath and is not talking about dreams. Do you want to do it? Let's do it. TJ.
It's up to you, man. I'm making a shirt.
You're back on the line for no reason. Hi.
Hey, thanks. All right. So now let's do this for real.
I don't think
it's okay, but your phone is still so sensitive, so get your mouth away from the phone. Every time you breathe into it, it's like I'm getting cannon fire in my eardrum.
All right, well, Sorry, I'm trying not to. You can still hear me though, right?
Yeah.
All right. Good. Okay. So, logically, even if you believe in the wrong God, that's still believing in a God. So you're just negating atheism with that one.
No, you're not, because it is also possible that no gods and no hells exist. So again, the whole idea of
but that's
Pascal's
the
wager
wager.
is I'm going to believe in God in case there's a hell, but there are countless thousands of possible gods and possible hells, and also the possibility that there are no gods and no hells. So there is only one option on the side of atheism. There are tens of thousands of options on the side of theism. Therefore, from a purely statistical standpoint, atheism is so much stronger and better and makes more sense than rolling the dice on tens of thousands of gods. That's what Bertrand Russell was talking about when he said that even if we were sure that one religion is real, every believer should expect damnation on probability alone. So if you're seriously going to sit here and say that Pascal's wager makes sense because you're believing in any god, that's tens of thousands of
That's not
possible
Pascal's
options,
wager.
and you are almost guaranteed to fuck it up.
Pascal's
What
wager,
assumptions can you
TJ,
make?
is not TJ. Pascal's wager is not simply God versus no God. It is that the God that will reward you with heaven or punish you with hell exists, and versus
it's a safe thing.
not believing in that God.
Like, okay, it's safer to believe. It's a safe thing. It's like it's safer to believe that there is a God because, you know.
And that
then
is
you get
negated
into-
because it isn't safer, because if you have the wrong God,
Yeah, but if
that
you're an
God,
atheist,
like
then
the
that's
Christian
same-
God,
you're still
like
taking
the
that
Christian God, like the Christian God.
Yep.
If you are taking that on, the Christian God will punish you for believing in the wrong God. So you just saying that the atheist is on the same team as all of the people with the wrong God, when statistically everyone is going to be the wrong God. And then on top of all of that, you haven't proven that there's actually a good evidentiary based reason to believe in a God to begin with. So whether or not what if it has nothing to do with a God, TJ? TJ, what if it's not about gods? What if it's about a non-God entity who demands you believe in them based on faith? And if you believe in a God, that is the only way. What if there are aliens? TJ, shut the fuck up. TJ, what if when I'm done asking the question, this is the question. What if aliens are watching us and they plan to capture the consciousness of every individual who believes in God and torture them forever? If we can create infinite numbers and match the numbers of your Pascal wager similar things to a God punishment, Pascal's wager for all God believers, if I can create those hypotheticals with just as much evidence, then yes, in fact, Pascal's wager is negated.
Your hypothetical still makes sense, though. Number one,
The hypothetical
what
of
you
a god doesn't make
described
sense.
there is scientism. No, what you described
No,
there is Scientology.
No, it isn't.
No, it did not
number
explain
two-
to you. That is not what Scientology is, you fucking... Is a smart person
Also,
going to call today, or is it just going to be fucking platitudes from idiots all goddamn day? Jesus Christ.
It's also not lost on
enough
me
for
that you said that
Scientology.
scientism before you said Scientology, and I hope you know that scientism and Scientology are vastly different things. You do know? Was
Oh,
that,
yeah, no,
was that an
actually
intentional?
exists.
Yes, of course.
Okay, as
Wrong
long as
word.
you corrected it because you
Anyway.
knew it was wrong, that's fine. I don't mind that.
Yeah, okay. So anyway.
I
Now,
mind. It's still
your-
been super
your
dumb this
argument
whole
seems to
time.
be- Your argument seems to be is because Pascal's wager only negates you from believing in atheism, which it seems like you almost don't even understand. Like, okay, let me
I
explain
literally, TJ, I literally just explained to you outside of that Pascal's wager can be negated without the proposition of a God versus not a God at all. And you are just skipping and then saying, I don't understand. TJ,
but again, your
many
first
number
point
of
there,
things
like-
that you've heard that you don't understand would fill a fucking library. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
So here's the issue with your hypothetical here. It's like, first of all, it doesn't make sense. Okay, you have to follow.
Yours doesn't make sense. Yours has a magic guy in it, you fucking idiot. Aliens at least likely exist.
What exactly
one of
part
the
of it
points
doesn't make any
too, is-
sense? What exactly? Which one part doesn't make sense?
Okay, like here's one. you say there's a magic guy. Well, that is part of what negates it. The personal aspect of, you say statistically you believe in the wrong God. That wouldn't happen if you're actually looking.
I like how
the
you're
right
not
God.
actually giving how our example didn't make sense. You literally just changed back to, are you reading a script and you just also suck at that?
I can't tell if Jimmy touched
Anyway,
his microphone
so your
or TJ
hypothetical there
breathing
with
into his
the
phone that
aliens.
made all those sounds.
No, it's him. It's him. TJ, how do you make, what's on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Okay, so let's not play the silly game of,
What's on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
That's not on
TJ,
the script.
what is on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? What is on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? I just want to see. What else?
Bread.
Nice. So you can go off script.
Okay.
Great. Throw your script away and have a conversation with us.
Here's the other issue. You say a non-God entity. If it's not God, then it doesn't have absolute power over, let's say. And you're also positing
Who said it did?
So
Who said it did? Who said it did?
Nobody.
Who said it
didn't
did?
make that claim. And also, there are plenty of gods out there that don't have absolute power that you could be believing in that could send you to hell.
See, now, when we say God, we're talking about the omniscient, omnipotent.
You're talking
TJ,
about
how do you know we're TJ? How do you know we're not in an alien simulation and that they literally want to see if a design they have for life is adequately skeptical or whether or not they would believe in a God based on faith? So they run the simulation before designing the creature itself, and they punish anybody who ends up believing in God and tries to take away and glorify the people who don't believe in God so that they can then build a system based on that population instead of the other one. TJ, how have you omitted that possibility?
Oh, it doesn't.
You can't, because it's a dumb fucking hypothetical with basically magical thinking, where it goes, because I thought of, right, like yours, you fucking idiot, and I can negate your magical fucking thinking with mine. No, there isn't, TJ. There isn't.
What I have to get, I need you to understand, TJ, because TJ, I know that you don't actually give a shit about this conversation. What I'm trying to get through to you, just for a second, if you can just get off the script for a second and just think about this for one fucking minute. The actual argument that you are currently engaged in, what's happening in your life, you only have this one life. Your death approaches every breath. And this one brief, beautiful moment in the sun that you have, the actual way that you are spending it, is arguing whether alien simulation or space wizard is the more reasonable hypothesis to bank your eternity on, just in case there's an eternity to worry about, which you also have no idea. But if there is such a thing as eternity, then you think that the space wizard is better than the alien simulation, and that's where you're staking your claim. That is actually how you are spending your moments on Earth at this moment, TJ. Think about that for a second. Yeah. Tell me you don't want to walk into the fucking ocean, because I do.
Okay.
Make sure you check out mine and Forrest Rush tribute band Space Wizard. We're playing this weekend.
It'll be fucking sick. I play the guitar. I'm all over that thing.
All right. So now here's another thing, okay? Like, why does truth matter?
Because fuck off, TJ.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god! Hey, you come up with these challenges and I can't meet them. So why don't I just get fucking maybe? Is this the pathway to solipsism? Do you want to just jump all the way there? I already kind of tickled it for you. I kind of tickled its taint just to get you out of your dumb magical thinking proposition and show how fucking easy it actually is to negate. Why are we doing this, TJ? Did somebody put you up to this? Did somebody pay you to give me a stroke? Because I'm getting closer.
TJ. It's over. I ended the TJ call.
I need to know who paid you off. Sorry, people. I'll start focusing on I'm updating Photoshop right now, so that's taking a moment.
Oh no, I've kind of stopped being like I have gotten to the point in this show at this moment, and maybe this isn't good enough for the fans, and maybe they should tell me to straighten up. I don't know, but I'm at this point in this particular program where like I've gotten to where I'm giving the calls the respect that I feel like they're giving us, which is very little. It's just funny at this point. I've kind of crossed over anger into madness. I'm just bored of it. It's the same shit, and it's the same three fucking callers. It's Steve and it's TJ, and we got Max on the line, who's been waiting for an hour to try to talk about how religion is necessary for a civil society, which is the shit that he called in about a week or so ago when I was on with I think Aaron or Erika, and talking about how you need religion to hold society together or something like that. And we were like, no, his argument was that we should use religion as, even if we know it's not true, to deliberately lie to people in order to make them behave. And we're like, hey, that's fucking fascism. That's not a cool thing. And he's like, yeah, but it's better because society and stuff. And we're like, is it better for like gay
No,
people or women? And he's like, nah, but that's cool. Like, so it's just, I'm not like at this. It's the same 3 fucking calls over and over and over with the same terrible points over and over and over. And with people who genuinely, as TJ just admitted, don't give a fuck about what's true or not. They just had a thought and they're going to say that thought on the internet. And dude, like, I would like to do more than that with this show. That's where I'm coming from. Let's go instead of Max. Max can continue waiting, and I don't know if I'll ever take him. But we'll go for what is... I don't know. Okay, let's talk to Alice. Pronoun she, her, calling in from Germany. Has perspective on why third-party votes are dumb right now, coming from someone in a country that actually has a third-party system, and who knows why it currently wouldn't work in the U.S. I again, this could go any way. I have no idea where this is going to go. Alice, you're on the line with Forrest and Jimmy. Thank you for waiting so long. How are you doing?
Hi. Bit nervous, not really the kind to talk about this kind of stuff, and primarily calling because while I'm actually not a U.S. citizen, my best friend is, and she finally got hormones half a year ago and really doing a lot better, and that's basically up for a coin toss in a couple of days. So, yeah, like I said,
I assure you, Alice, you have nothing to be nervous about. Jimmy and I are in rare form of being exceptionally stupid today. I promise this call will go as pleasantly as you'd like.
Yeah, I caught some of that. Yeah, it's just the thing that, like, I've been... Sorry?
I was going to say, so what unique perspective would you like to bring to us?
Well, I've been hearing a lot of the people who are explaining why they want to go for a third party, and I've just been feeling like they don't really understand what that would need. And I can tell from a country where we have something like that, what that would need first, what would need to be done first, and because I don't.
Oh, let's not make Alice. Let's not make this. Be very succinct.
Yeah.
We're not going to spend a lot of time on the hypotheticals of like what could happen between here and there. If you wanted to succinctly say why you think it'd be dumb to vote third party because you don't have the structure, we've already talked about that, but that's not something we want to dedicate a lot of time on today's show to.
Yeah, I'll try to be succinct. Just tell me if I get anything wrong, because I think there's 3 big issues with that. The first thing is I don't think there's any kind of framework for like coalitions or such in America's politics.
Correct.
Which
there is not.
What we would have here.
We don't have coalition governments.
Yeah. Well, like in America, if it's like it would be a split in votes between like red party gets 40, blue party gets 30, green party gets 30, red party wins. Here it would be like none of them wins. They would have to make coalitions, and that would need to be established first before any kind of third party votes would have any impact, because otherwise just the red party wins. That would be the first one. Second one, if I'm not mistaken, like something like we have here a coalition contract wouldn't even really work, especially not with the presidential election.
How many of these do you have, Alice? Because this just is super, like, I don't mean to be unkind or anything, but this is not, I don't feel this is the conversation for today. How long is your list?
It's just this one, then another. I just meant to say that coalition contracts probably wouldn't even work for a president, because the Supreme Court thinks that they can overstep any boundaries in their function as president. So even if there was like a coalition contract, wouldn't even have any value. And the third thing is basically like with the electoral college thing, that I think that would be a bit too complicated if you say that it's not a lot here. I shouldn't go into too much of the details, but basically like coalition talks can take a long time, and with the electoral college thing, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't go with that be done by January thing. probably.
Right.
Would have to
Yeah.
be done
There's
across
way
the
too much
state.
to do. There's no actual shot at a third
Yeah.
party winning this time around. Yep. And
For
third
sure.
parties, more than two-party governments. And we should switch to a coalition-style government. But yeah, we're not going to get it today.
That'd be into
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I think Alice, you, Jimmy, and I already agree on this. So I don't think we're gonna go too much
Yeah.
farther with it.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I just I don't know what else I can do to help my friend. Can't vote on Tuesday to help protect her rights. Can't really protest to help. I thought this would be
Yeah.
a chance to like maybe convince one or two people. Best thing I can do.
I appreciate the try. I really, really do. Sincerely,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
America is in a bad way, and people all over the world are trying to figure out how to help us out. And I really do sincerely appreciate you thinking about us and trying to speak up for us, and for waiting for a fucking hour to have a 5-minute conversation to say like, "Hey, America needs to do better." Because I agree. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like I said,
We should switch to coalition
best
government for sure. There'll be another, but there'll be another time for that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I've
Anyway,
just one
thank you
thing
so
for
much,
Forrest.
Alice. Oh yeah,
There's one
please.
thing for Forrest I want to say, because I saw a video again a little while ago where you talked about just not finding any mangas or animes that might be interesting for you. If you haven't heard about it, Dr. Stone. It's one that basically every episode someone cries about the beauty of science. I think that might be something for you. You never heard of it.
I have had this recommended to me before. It is on the long list of things that I will try to indulge in whenever I have a life that isn't just work all the time. All right, thank you so much, Alice. I appreciate you. Take care. Alice sounds super nice. Let's talk to Mikey, pronouns he, him, who's calling in from Canada about, it just says Israel support. That's what it says. Is Mikey going to talk about like why people support Israel? Is Mikey going to talk about why the United States supports Israel? Is Mikey going to advocate his support for Israel? Let's find out how pissed off Forrest will be in this next episode of talking to some fucking guy on the internet. It's Mikey calling in from Canada. How are you doing? You're on with Jimmy and Forrest.
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Never had a bad day.
So tight. Aren't you tight?
Okay.
You tight, Mikey?
Quite tight indeed,
no, I'm
sir.
not tight.
I'm so tight right now. Isn't that tight?
No.
Forrest and I are just tight.
It's just
Go ahead, Mikey.
Extremely tight.
What my complaint is the lack of nuance in the Israeli-Palestinian conversations that go on.
Before we get to your nuance, do you support Israel or Palestine in this conflict? No, yes. Before we allow you to add the nuance you would like to add, I'm curious, do you support Israel's ongoing genocide in Palestine or not?
I don't call it a genocide. And
That's
I do not
big red flag.
I do not support the Israeli methods that they're using.
The genocidal ones.
Stop. I'm not calling it a genocide.
Why don't you call it a genocide, Mikey?
Genocide. That is an
Why don't you
opinion
call
of
it a
yours.
genocide?
Mikey, come back to me. Come back to our tightness. We're tight. We're so tight, guy. Come on, Mikey. Mikey, which element of the definition of a genocide do you feel it does not apply? Do you know the definition of a genocide?
The deliberate elimination of one group of people.
Do you believe that is the definition of a genocide? No, stop, Mikey. Is that what you believe the definition of a genocide is in total?
There are nuances to it, but
no, it's pretty clear. I can define. I can recite it. I can tell you what the definition is. No, I'm going to tell you what the definition of the word genocide is, because what you're experiencing, what you're witnessing, is a genocide. So genocide, the actual. Mikey, shut the fuck up. The actual definition of genocide that you can find from the UN Genocide Convention, you can look it up online if you think I'm bullshitting you. The actual definition of a genocide is acts taken with the intention of destroying a racial, ethnic, religious, or national group, either in whole or in part. And the 5 specific actions laid out in that definition are killing members of the group, causing severe bodily or mental harm to members of the group, creating conditions of life meant to bring about the group's destruction in whole or in part, stopping births within the group, or transferring children from the group to another group. Any one of those 5 actions taken with the deliberate intention of exterminating a group of people, either in whole or in part, is genocide. That is the definition, and that is precisely what Israel not only is doing in Palestine, but has clearly and repeatedly stated they are doing in Palestine. So returning to Jimmy's question, and the question that I was going to ask as well, which of those 5 things do you think Israel isn't doing? What is your specific reason for saying this is not a genocide, given the definition that I've just laid out for you?
I will put out my definition of a genocide, and where
I don't give a fuck what your definition is. Mikey, you're on mute. You're on mute
Shut
immediately.
the fuck up, Mikey.
I do
Oh
not
my
give
God.
a fuck what your personal definition is. You're seriously going to call me and say that's your opinion that it's a genocide, and then when I give you the actual fucking definition from the UN Genocide Convention, you're going to say, well, let me give you my personal definition as well. You're not fucking serious, Mikey. I'll bring you back on.
Mikey, let me try something with Mikey.
Sure, you go ahead.
No, let me try something with Mikey. Mike. We're tight. All right. Hey, Mike. Can you see the screen right now? I'm holding a red stylus. Can you see the screen?
No, I can't. No, I can't see the screen.
Okay, well, do you believe me when I say I'm holding a red stylus?
Certainly.
Okay, great. Okay, so you agree with me. You're taking my word for it. Great. My definition of a red stylus is your penis. So are you agreeing that right now I'm holding your penis?
No.
Oh, so my definition doesn't matter? The actual definition of what your penis is what matters? And you don't agree that I'm holding your penis? Wild, Mikey. It's almost like when we're using the term genocide. Mikey, you can't sit there and go, we're wrong for calling it genocide if you agree that according to the Convention on Genocide, by its definition, you can say you don't think that should be the definition. You can say you don't want to call it a genocide because you think the definition should change, but you can't say that we are wrong to call it a genocide by the actual definition of what a genocide is. Otherwise, Mikey, you have to acknowledge I'm holding your penis.
No. And again, this is where I get into this. You're not accepting nuance. If everything
what nuance are we not accepting?
I'll accept.
So exactly, I just gave you, Mikey. I just gave you the actual definition. What nuance did I miss?
I am accepting your definition.
Right,
okay,
and
great.
so I'm asking you, what nuance did I miss? You've got to fucking stop yelling over people. This is our fucking show that you're calling into. I understand you accept the definition. I'm asking you, what nuance did I not include in the actual fucking definition that you think is lacking?
By your criteria, Hamas is also engaged in a genocide.
Yes, idiot, yes. I never said I like fucking Hamas, you dipshit. Are you fucking kidding me?
No,
Mikey,
I'm not kidding.
Nobody on this channel is sitting here saying
Hamas wishes.
Seriously, nobody here is sitting here saying, let's listen to Hamas. Hamas really has the thing. Mikey, nobody here is fucking pro-Hamas. You absolute fucking lunatic. I don't know what fucking internet thread you came from or what your shampoo bottles were saying when you were arguing with them in the shower, but nobody here is fucking pro-Hamas. They're a terrorist organization.
I think they more wish they were committing genocide than are succeeding at it.
But they don't get to because they're not strong enough. The fact is they're a terrorist organization that did terrorism. That does not mean that Israel gets to commit genocide. The most liberal numbers on the October 7th attack, as if we're going to pretend that that was the beginning of this shit, was 1,200 people, 1,200 Israelis killed. Israel has since walked back those numbers quite a bit, but we'll take that. 1,200 people killed. Israel has now killed over 36 times more Palestinians in this past year than Hamas did. Not Hamas members, not terrorists, just Palestinian people, including over 16,000 children. You seriously think that the nuance here, there's some nuance that we don't understand that makes it okay for you to punch me and me to commit self-defense by punching you and 35 other random people, mostly children? Are you fucking serious, dude? Honestly.
Yep.
Guys,
Yes,
Hamas is coming into the line. You're right.
No.
Israel and Hamas are morally similar entities. Congrats,
They really are.
You fucking idiot. You fucking
no, they're
idiot.
not moral. No, they're not.
Well,
No,
you're
they're-
right. One of them is a reaction to occupation and apartheid, but
And the other one is just doing occupation and apartheid, right? So one of them is an apartheid state. The other one is a terrorist organization born out of oppression during apartheid. Neither one of them are good guys.
both terrorists. Both
terrorist organizations. Yes, both terrorist states.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
one's terrorist
even,
organization.
American Israel. Yeah, Israel is also a terrorist organization and state.
Yeah, that's the long and short of it.
Mikey, you're a silly
Again.
man. You're a silly man.
No, I'm not a silly man, but you guys.
But we're still so tight.
Disagree with you're silly.
You're
And that's
silly
fine.
as
No,
fuck.
you and I are
That-
tight.
that-
Mikey
that's
said
the
he is
silliest
not.
boy.
He
Fine. Your
specifically
insult-
just said that he
your
is
insult
loose.
routine is okay. I can accept it.
Got your
Again.
penis.
Yeah, you do, and then you know.
He agrees.
It's as low as
Agree.
as low
It's
as
not
Donald
a genocide,
Trump
and you
his-
are holding his penis.
and it's as low as Donald Trump and his penis, so, which again, you know, you just feed into this
Mikey,
nonsense.
I
I'm
still
talking
want to
about-
know.
I'm talking about
I
pens.
still want to
I'm talking
know.
about my stylist. The fuck's wrong with you?
Go
and
ahead.
No,
Donald
you're talking
Trump's
about his penis. I still want to know, Mikey, I still want to know what is the nuance that we're missing that makes genocide okay?
The nuance is that both sides are engaged in it, and the other nuance is
Who?
it is not the US
Who?
government.
Which both
It is
sides?
not.
No,
Stop.
Mikey,
Both.
which both sides?
It is not the
Which
US
both
government
sides?
engaged in it. It's the Israeli
Don't you mean
government.
three sides? Aren't there three sides? Because you've only listed. Are you forgetting somebody? You've said Israel and you've said Hamas. Do you want to maybe talk about the third people?
No,
the
I didn't
third
say-
group that both of them
I said
are
the
willing to
Palestinians.
kill?
Sorry?
Brother, you said Hamas earlier. You said, and I quote, then by your definition, Hamas is committing genocide. Rewind the tape, buddy. I paid attention
Yes.
to that was how you
Yes,
specifically
okay.
phrased it. Both sides is not Hamas and Israel. Both of those fucking entities are garbage to the Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
Garbage. They are both fucking shitbags
Well,
to
they're the
Palestinians.
democratically elected government of the Palestinian people. So
When?
you can.
When was that?
You can
adorable.
argue whether
When
you
was
did
it,
it.
Mikey?
Right. Tell us about that
Terrorism,
election.
but-
Also, tell us how
Yeah, what-
Kim Jong
wasn't
Un
a
is the
legitimate-
democratically elected
Okay.
leader of North Korea,
By
and
any-
therefore
by
all
any
Koreans should be
Western-
killed
by
because
any
of his
Western
actions.
By any Western standard, it wasn't a democratic election, but they were elected.
Okay, so
Oh,
it was
Mikey,
so
so
just
thank
to be
you for
clear,
debunking
it
your
was
own point,
bullsh-
you
yeah, it
fucking
was
idiot.
bullshit that you brought that up for no fucking reason because you agree it was
you
also
brought it
not
up.
a free and fair
You're a
election.
silly man. You're a silly boy.
When did we bring it
Mikey.
up?
You're-
When did we bring it up, Mikey?
no,
you
When
are
did we
so
bring up that it was a
untight.
democratically elected group? When did we bring that up?
You're so silly.
Jimmy asked, when did the Hamas become the leaders of the Palestinian
No,
people?
I didn't.
No, he
They were
did
elected
not.
by
No,
the
I
Palestinian
didn't.
people.
He
No,
did
I
not.
didn't.
See,
Okay.
No, I fucking didn't. You brought
You're
it
just
up
see. This is
unprompted,
what
you
I'm talking about.
fucking weirdo.
You're bringing this You had this argument with yourself in the shower this morning, and you decided to put it on the internet. Hamas is the de facto leader of this group because there was a bullshit election a long time ago. Now, at this today, 50% of the population of Gaza is children. 16,000 of the 42,000 dead in Gaza are children. Are you telling me that because some terrorists did some terrorism, that now genocide is acceptable because a while ago there was a bullshit election? Is that seriously the nuance that you decided to call in about?
In fairness, you didn't see that. You're a silly boy, Mikey. You're the silliest boy.
Let him answer.
And
Let him
again,
answer.
I love the insult comics
it reminds me of watching a Donald Trump rally.
Thanks, buddy.
Mikey,
I love you too.
The reason why we're so insulting is because you called in front of thousands of people to say that there's some sort of fucking nuance that allows for genocide, and then refused to accept the definition of the word genocide until you were pressed on it and had to have Jimmy make a fucking silly ass joke about your penis and a pen. It's because you're clearly not serious about this conversation. That's why we're not also taking it seriously.
No.
You're an unserious, silly boy. You are so not tight right now.
The method of attacking me is the same as Donald Trump uses. So, again.
Oh, no.
I'm still waiting.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Does this genocide apology think I'm like Donald Trump? Oh, wow. You really shut me down by saying I'm like Donald Trump when you're sitting there jerking off to the idea of dead kids, you fucking weirdo. Got your penis.
Seriously, tell me. I'm still waiting.
I got your penis.
Why is genocide acceptable? Give me the nuance. I'm still waiting to hear it. So far, you're giving us two bullshit excuses.
I'm not saying it's warranted.
Okay. So why are you calling in to say that you're talking about supporting Israel?
Why I support Israel is because Israel has a right to exist. They are the only democracy in the Middle East.
I'm asking you now, Mikey. I am asking you now a very serious question. Is it possible for Israel as a country to exist without committing genocide?
Yes.
Is their existence contingent on them committing genocide?
No.
So then why the fuck would you bring up a third now completely vapid, pointless, meaningless, brain dead talking point to say they have a right to exist as if that is anything to do with this conversation? Nobody here is saying they don't get to exist. Nobody here is saying that we should eliminate Israel. We're saying they don't get to kill tens of thousands of innocent people. That's what we are saying. Do you have an argument against that?
Against what? That they have the right? Of course they don't have the right.
Against what? Against what indeed?
So you are supporting them. You and I agree that they are committing genocide, and you're supporting it. Why? We'll give you another one. Let's see if you can come up with a fourth bullshit argument, a fourth bullshit reason to say, yes, I support Israel. Because what? Somebody else did some bad stuff because they have a right to exist? Because terrorists are around, because they're a democracy. What's the next one that's your reason for being a genocide apologist?
Who said I'm a genocide apologist besides you?
You are supporting a country who is currently engaged in genocide and giving me reasons why there is nuance to this conversation. And you've yet to give me the nuance. What is it?
No, there is.
What is it?
That Israel has a right to exist.
And nobody fucking says they don't besides the terrorists. So what
and the terrorists
next?
Are the ones running.
Are they killing? Are the terrorists, Mikey, the ones who have been most affected by Israel's genocide in Gaza?
No.
Right. So Israel is up against a terrorist organization. Do you know how many?
And you know what,
Jim?
This is the
Mikey,
problem.
Mikey, shut the fuck up. I'll put you on mute. I'm so sick of hearing you speak, Mikey. Do you know how many fucking terrorist organizations want to destroy America? There are lots of them. And there are lots of conservatives in this country, including my own state senators like Langford. Langford, our state senator here in Oklahoma, or the one that we have, Langford believes that I got so flustered with his fucking first name. I can't remember if it's Jim or James. Langford, my senator in the U.S., in Congress, believes that terrorists that want to destroy the United States are trying to infiltrate the United States through the southern border and are succeeding in doing so. Mikey, I'm now going to bring you back on. I have a question for you. If Langford is right, and there are terrorists who want to destroy the United States infiltrating this country through the southern border, how many tens of thousands of innocent American civilians should we be bombing in Texas and Arizona and New Mexico and California?
None.
Right. So saying America has a right to exist and saying terrorism is bad are not in any way nuance that allows for us to go and commit genocide in these areas and kill millions and millions of people, right? That would be a dumb, ridiculous, stupid, brainless, heartless, hopeless thing to say. So why the fuck do you keep saying it, Mikey?
Because it's true.
Yeah, see, this is what I meant when we said that I'm taking this conversation not seriously because you clearly aren't serious. You just keep saying the same dumb shit, and then we explain this is why this is dumb shit, and you're like, yeah, I get it, but here's the dumb shit again. Have you heard the dumb shit yet?
Yo, bro, did you hear that new dumb shit just dropped?
No,
oh my God, that is insane.
Yes,
You're a silly, silly man.
Or
You're
should
welcome.
I call you?
You're welcome.
Should I call you Donald? Because that's
Sure,
what you are.
you can call me.
As
Hey,
mu- as-
you can
as
call me
your
whatever you
best
like,
friend
but
is
at
my
the end of the day,
teammate. No, you are Donald.
I still got your penis. I got your penis. Frankly,
Okay,
and I will
Donald.
fillet it on national television.
Donald.
Got your
Okay,
penis.
Donald. Okay, Donald.
Okay.
You're seriously,
Mikey,
just to be clear, Mikey, you're
it's
going to attack
adorable.
Jimmy by calling him like Donald Trump when the beginning of this call was you saying that was calling this genocide was an opinion. And then when we told you the definition of the word, you said, yeah, but my opinion is that it isn't. You have behaved like Donald Trump for this entire call.
Okay.
And you're going to try to levy that against
Send
Jimmy
him
because he's
the
pointing out
video.
the absurdity of what you're saying. Are you fucking serious? Just grow the
Where
fuck
has
up,
it-
dude, and hold this
where has
country
it been
morally responsible for their own actions.
Stop. Hammer
Yeah?
time. What? Hello?
No, I'm just curious where it's been adjudicated as genocide.
Hello?
I just gave you
No, stop.
definition. And
Has it been
also, just so you
adjudicated by
know,
any party?
Mikey, I just gave you the literal definition of the word. If you want to argue that there's something that they're doing that makes it not genocide, I'd love to hear it. I've given you multiple opportunities to provide it. As far as if it's been adjudicated or not, or someone has actually put it to yes, that is currently going on in the International Court of Justice. It is an ongoing case. So are you telling me that after, because this case is going to take years. It's going to take years.
If Mikey witnessed a murder, if Mikey witnessed a murder in front of him, and it hasn't been adjudicated, he would go, well, it hasn't been adjudicated. I saw the murder with my own eyes, but I'm not going to call it murder.
Definition of murder.
The definition of murder is not that. What I have is that murderer's penis.
I saw a person die, and I have seen people die. So, was it a murder?
So watch the genocide.
That has to be adjudicated. Okay?
Hey, people, I'm putting the link in right now for the T-shirt. Let's take a break. Let's take a second because this call is the zero productivity and this will be more productive. Mikey, we'll come back to you in a moment. Sure. I'm putting a link in the chat right now. You can go buy right now. I am making it as cheap as I can. Literally only $22. It is a T-shirt that says "Shuck the Futt Up." It will only be available through the end of the day. That is as cheap as I can do it without losing it. In fact, what I'm about to do is do a hoodie or a jacket version that I'm going to make like $200 or maybe something like that. And if somebody, one or two people wants to buy it to kind of cover how we're not going to do good on the T-shirt, like as like, I'm going to supplement so all these people can have the cheap T-shirt and you can be in that small group of people who has the jacket or I'll do a hoodie or something. Somebody in chat tell me if this was a hoodie or whatever, if you would buy it. I'll also get an image to Margan so he can show you all what the shirt looks like. But anyway, all right, now we can go back to this, but y'all can get that Shuck the Futt up. And if mods will just make sure that is the link that we start sending out in the chat. Y'all wanted the Shuck the Futt up. You can shuck it with us. Mikey, you ready to shuck it? Are we tight again?
He was never tight. He said he wasn't tight. Mikey's been loose this entire time. He said so.
You're loose as a goose, mister.
I don't even know what the tight means. Sorry. I'm an old fart.
That's so tight.
Anyway, Mikey, I'm going to give you like one more opportunity here. Tell me why this is not a genocide.
No, I'm not. I'm going to tell you.
Because exactly. Because you have no argument.
No, I'm not.
Because at the end of the
I'm not
day,
gonna do that.
all you've got is to
because
say
you
that
haven't
it
used-
hasn't been decided by some other people, some other court hasn't decided it, which means years after tens of thousands of people have been massacred, then eventually you'll have a reason to say, yeah, I guess that was pretty bad. And that helps everybody.
And what is your solution, my friend?
Stop arming Israel. 70% of the weapons and funding that is currently perpetuating this genocide comes from America. Stop giving them money and bombs to drop on innocent people in refugee camps that they created because they also bombed their houses from up north. Stop giving the genocidal maniacs the tools to do genocide, and maybe the genocide will stop a little bit.
And again, if you took the opinion of the people who live in Israel, the problem is not the Israeli people. The problem is the leadership of Israel.
No one here disagrees with you.
And that's the nuance that doesn't get enunciated enough.
Mikey, there are clips. Mikey, there is actually, Mikey, there are plenty of clips of me specifically on this channel excoriating people for conflating the Israeli government with the Israeli people, with the Jewish religion or the Jewish culture. That is actual anti-Semitism that needs to be called out. Way too many people, when they condemn Israeli actions, are also condemning Israeli people or Jewish people as a whole, and that is a problem. Not one bit of it justifies, excuses, or has any place in a statement that genocide is wrong and should not be supported. You are saying
Take us off speakerphone, you weirdo.
Israel. You are saying that you support Israel, which means you are supporting the government, which is committing genocide.
Sorry, I didn't hear Jimmy. What did you say?
He said to take us off speakerphone because we can hear a fucking reverb, and it sucks.
It's driving me fucking crazy.
I can't. I'm on my iPad, and that's all I've got. Sorry.
All right, well, keep it off the table or something. Was that going back in itself?
Is it still echoing?
No, we're
Jesus Christ, dude. The point is, your support. You were called in to say you support Israel. Israel is committing genocide. Do you support it, or are you saying, hey, I think Israel should exist and all, they're a country and whatever, but they don't get to do genocide? Because that's what literally every sane thinking person is saying. It's not new.
No, it's not what every sane thinking person is saying. And again,
really, you're assuming you're a sane thinking person. I see the bias. I see the problem here. You thought that described you.
Sorry, what?
What? This is so tight.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. You just come up with these ad hominem attacks. That
hilarious.
Really aren't.
It's just so funny.
That's not an ad hominem. That's not an ad hominem.
No.
Okay,
is this been unhelpful, Mikey? Say it ain't so. It's unhelpful. Oh, fuck. I didn't know I was being unhelpful, Mikey. I thought I was helping the genocide fucking apologists have a good time on our show. I'm so fucking sorry. Oh, my God. I'm getting Canadian with you right now, Mikey. I'm so fucking sorry. That's so not fucking tight of me, bro.
I got to ask, Mikey. Do you agree that whether or not you're going to agree whether or not you agree this is genocide, because frankly, I do not give even half of a shit about your opinion on that. That is what it is. Do you agree that Israel has killed tens of thousands of civilians, mostly women and children, in Gaza?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So here's my question to you. Is there any nuance or explanation or justification or condition or any situation at all that makes that justifiable?
Yes, not in this particular case, but yes.
What?
Throughout history.
No, what?
Throughout
Tell me
history, Throughout history, for example, you could take World War II.
Ooh, this hoodie looks
Tens
good.
of thousands of millions of innocent civilians were killed through indiscriminate bombing.
Which was wrong. No, it wasn't.
Correct. And all I'm saying is, when people hear the word genocide, they think World War II, the Nazis, the elimination of the Jewish people. They don't think any kind of nuance in this. I have never defended or tried to
Mikey,
defend
you are the one who is defending that.
Mikey,
holy shit!
I need you to understand.
You just ate your own face.
It's so fucking insane.
Go ahead.
Mikey, I asked you, is there any justification or excuse for the absolute piles of innocent civilians that have been killed in Gaza? And you said, yeah, sometimes, like in World War II, where lots of people were killed indiscriminately. And then you said, also, that isn't justifiable. So I'll go back to the original point then, Mikey. When is it justifiable to do the kinds of things that Israel has been doing in Gaza and in Lebanon? When is that justifiable exactly?
Please hold that question, because I just need to point out what Mikey did and then ask it again. Mikey, I do want to point out that you're saying other people are removing the nuance. And then you said that when you say genocide, you think of World War II, or that people think of the World War II, the Holocaust genocide. But you were rejecting us saying that genocide is not simply your definition, which was an extreme definition. In other words, your definition of genocide lacked what, Mikey, compared to the actual definition of genocide? What did it lack, Mikey?
I think it was
nuance. It rhymes with puance. Yeah, it lacked nuance. You are eating your own face. You're putting your penis in the puance. Okay.
Also,
okay, Mikey.
Like,
now you two get back to it.
We talk also this idea that, like, when you talk about genocide, it necessarily relates back to the Holocaust. The Holocaust was a genocide. There are lots more, and they all follow similar patterns, and they all follow the same definition. Yeah, and they were all genocides.
How about the Yemen one?
Fit the definition. Yeah, Yemen or Congo, but like this is the definition of the word, which is what Israel is doing.
Again, I disagree, and that's fine. People can agree to disagree.
No, you have yet to give me a reason. Why do you disagree? What is the thing that tells you this is not a genocide?
I don't agree.
It's okay to disagree. It's such a pussy fucking thing to say.
Government. No, I stated I do not agree with the actions of the Israeli government in whole.
I don't give a shit. Why is it not a genocide?
I agree. I don't agree it's a genocide. I'm sorry.
Why is it not a genocide? I keep trying to ask you this, and you keep dodging the fucking question. What is the reason you disagree? I've given you the definition.
It has not been adjudicated a genocide.
Mikey, where in the definition of genocide does it say, and then a court decides also?
Nowhere.
Exactly. So we can go off of definitions of things without needing an adjudication, right? Because as I said a minute ago, it is currently in court. South Africa has already made the case and has brought mountains of evidence against Israel. It is currently in court, and it has been decided already that the things they are doing are looking like genocide, are tantamount to genocide, could be a genocide. They are that close to it. And what you're trying to say here is that until we get that definition, we can't call it that. That is a coward's way out. And that's why Jimmy is holding your penis, because no court has decided he isn't.
Oh, shit, I dropped the penis. I got it.
You mean Donald's holding my penis?
Oh no, he keeps calling me Donald. Oh no. Guys, what will I do? It's not like I've worked my ass off to have a good impression of Donald. This is the worst insult. Nobody has ever suffered the way I've suffered.
And that's what Jimmy was talking about earlier, man. If you watch somebody stab somebody else to death, you would seriously say, I can't call it murder because somebody else hasn't told me that it is. You can't just know that that's what that is. Are you seriously that childish?
Yes. And because I've been there.
Yes, he is that childish.
I have been there.
Again, I'm peeing a lot. I told you. I'm drinking a lot of water. Gotta pee again.
Oh, fuck, it's me
another
again.
person stab another person to death. Okay?
Right. Is that
It
murder?
was not adjudicated a murder. No, it wasn't.
Oh, man. If only we had a definition for these words.
It was adjudicated self-defense.
Cool. Is it what's happening in Israel and Palestine, self-defense?
In some ways.
In what ways?
I am not arguing that what Israel's done is not an overreaction.
You don't know shit. That's what it is. You don't know shit about it.
No,
You're
no.
saying in some
No,
ways,
I
in what
do
ways
know
specifically?
Quite a bit about it.
Specifically, what ways then? Specifically, what ways is it self-defense?
Again, I said in a lot of ways there's been an overreaction.
In what ways is it self-defense, Mikey? You said that in some ways the genocide happening in Palestine is actually not a genocide, it's self-defense. Now the floor is yours. How is it self-defense?
The attacking, the attempt to kill, capture, and destroy members of Hamas could be construed as self-defense.
Okay, and how are they doing those in ways that are not? I'm asking you, Mikey, if you think that them going after Hamas, I'm just going to have to mute you again because you're so fucking dishonest that you cannot answer a straightforward question without fucking burying yourself in your own bullshit argument. Mikey, you said that them going after Hamas to kill and capture them is self-defense. Can you tell me a time in which they have done that did not also result in them killing and capturing lots and lots of innocent civilians? Mikey, the floor is yours once again.
Sorry, what? Oh, you guys muted me. Sorry.
Yes, because you were fucking talking about nothing again. So I'm asking you, you said that in some ways this is self-defense. And when I asked you how is it self-defense, you said, well, when they're going after Hamas and killing and capturing Hamas, that is self-defense. So now I'm asking you, can you give me a time, a specific instance, if you know a lot about this, as you say, when they went after and attacked and captured Hamas and didn't also, while so doing, kill and capture lots of innocent Palestinian civilians?
No, I couldn't.
Right, because it doesn't fucking happen. Because they kill lots of civilians. They kill their own hostages on a regular basis because they're indiscriminately bombing civilian populations, especially densely populated areas, especially refugee camps and hospitals and schools and churches. So, yeah, there's no way to say this was the time when they got only Hamas, right?
So it is legitimate for members of Hamas to stand next to an innocent civilian.
Okay, great, Mikey. I already see where you're going. Yeah. Can you name a time then that they actually attacked non-Hamas, that they only killed people that were not Hamas? So you're saying, okay, but they're using human shields, which, by the way, Israel also uses human shields. But you want to say that, Mikey, what's the definition of a human shield? They say, hang on, Mikey, before you jump in, shut the fuck up. I'm going to mute you if you don't shut the fuck up.
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you here. I'm admitting my ignorance to Jimmy.
Great.
You don't have to admit it. It's all over this fucking call.
Tell me.
Great. I will tell you. I'm gonna finish my thing, and I'm gonna tell you this. Shut the fuck up, Mikey. I'm good without your direction. They define it. They say that they're using human shields because they put military targets and military equipment amongst civilians, that they are mixed in the same place. Go look at Israel's military locations. All of them, many of them next to schools and in civilian centers. Literally, when Palestine does, or actually when Hamas does, what Israel does, they call it human shields. They have military targets amongst civilians, military equipment amongst their citizens. Now, back to the original point, you were saying it is legitimate for Hamas to stand next to civilians to use them essentially as shields. Can you name a time?
No.
If you're saying that's
No, I did
true,
not say
are
that.
there times?
No, I
Yes,
did
you
not say
definitely
that.
did.
No, he was
did.
asking. No, what he was doing was he was saying that and asking it as a question. He was asking it as a question in order to imply that us saying Israel shouldn't be committing genocide is tantamount to us saying that it's okay for Hamas to do that. Because once again, all Mikey has is bullshit, vapid talking points that are thoroughly debunked, or shit Israel does as well, or just other ways to just fucking deflect the conversation away from the fact that Israel is killing tens of thousands of civilians. Well, Hamas did this bad thing. We've already been down that road. Literally no one here supports it. And continuing to say, well, Hamas did this other bad thing isn't going to get you anywhere, because either Israel is doing the same shit, or if they're not, it doesn't matter because we're not fucking supporting Hamas. Mikey, pull your head out of your ass and listen to what we are actually saying rather than what the argument you have with your soap bottle says.
All right, so now, Mikey, when Israel attacked the World Central Kitchen workers and killed them, even though they had documentation of their movements and awareness of their location, how many members of Hamas at least got killed in that strike? Unmuting you now. How many members?
I have no idea.
Zero, you bitch.
It's zero.
They literally just killed aid workers, which, by the way, that's part of the genocide. That's part of why it is genocide, because you're actually denying them the support for them to. You don't actually have to shoot people. You can starve them out. And they are participating in that as well. Mikey, you are a silly, silly man, but I have no more patience for you.
Okay.
Mikey, what have you got?
No, I've got nothing.
I'll tell you what I've got.
My point.
I'll tell you what I've got. I've got your penis.
Yeah.
You think I was going to let you have notes after that? I was clearly setting up a way to end it. Why would you fucking...
Literally, just like...
You silly, silly boy.
I don't believe that it's genocide because somebody else hasn't decided that it is, despite the definition in front of me. Because I saw somebody kill a guy in self-defense. That means this is, except for all the times when it very clearly isn't. Sometimes it is, except I can't decide on any of those times. I have no idea when it would be. And also, I don't support anything they're doing, but I do support them doing it because bad guys are bad guys. And that means that I don't fucking know. Like, Mikey, you have no argument. You haven't a dick to stand on, sir, because Jimmy is holding it.
Because I got your penis. This is not, I didn't say this, my definition of red silence was your dick. I said it was your penis. Yep. They're different. That's true. We're changing words up in here. And only my changed words are allowed.
Until an international court decides that is not your penis, it is.
That's true. That's true. I'm gonna stick that to the side. Morgan, can you show the T-shirt? Did you get the added as an input? Yeah. Good. All right. Up shirt. I made it very quickly. And then I also just sent you the hoodie. So the Shuck the Fut Up shirt is only $22. I can't make it cheaper. I can't make it cheaper or we will lose money on every order. And there's already a chance of that depending on some shipping stuff. But for those of you who want to supplement the cheaper, I like doing things like this from time to time. There is a hoodie. Morgan, when you're ready, put the hoodie up. And this, because a few people said they would get it, I made it $150. Instead of $200, I said I was going to do $200 if only one person was going to, but I made it $150. And again, I'm going to take these all off sale at, we'll say midnight Pacific time so that everybody, it's only for today. If you were here for Shuck the Fut Up and you're in on the joke, because Jimmy's tongue got all fucking tongue twisted as he futted and he shucked it Man, the thing I kept worrying about as I was doing that bit was that I was going to accidentally say a slur, but I think it's far enough away from. I couldn't think of what slur it would be, but I was like, what if I'm getting close? I don't know.
I have that fear.
Anyway. Go back to the.
Just whenever
only,
there's a graphic
only as
up,
an overlay.
all the sound goes away. Yeah, no, it's
only
I
as
have that fear too. Like,
use it overlay the same way, like hit the little number 1 when you put it up instead of doing it like the name tags, not like the not like a whole graphic. Can you do that? Put the hoodie up as an overlay. There's a little like on the image in the icon. There's like a little 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the bottom. Underneath it, just hit one of those. There you go. What do you think of that hoodie?
that is a hoodie. That is a hoodie. Nobody can say it
Of all the things which are hoodies, this is one.
Yep. Truth.
This is one hoodie. Thank you to Ian and Patrick, who so far have been the our supplement people.
Andre from earlier just sent me an email saying that he has a friend who's a geneticist who would love to have a conversation about race and its biological and social implications. No, I'm not interested in coming on your channel and using my face to give you views to promote your shitty ideas. Yeah. No, if you want to learn why race is not... If you want to learn why race is a social construct, not a biological construct, I encourage you to check out literally any introductory biology textbook, which will detail that. And your geneticist friend should fucking know about it. If they don't, check out maybe a genetics text. I don't know what your genetics friend's qualifications are, but this was shit that we covered early undergrad. Like, not even news. Check out this one. This is a book called Race, Are We So Different? This one's from the American Anthropological Association. By the way, my first master's was in bioanthropology. That's why I'm pretty confident in this one, because like I studied humans and human biology and human evolution for a long time, wrote a bunch of stuff about it, and we can talk quite a bit about how race is a social situation, not a biological construct, for a ton of reasons. If you ever want to have an actual serious conversation about that, I wouldn't ban you from the show, but I'm not coming on your fucking show and giving you money for talking all whatever kind of hate speech you're talking about. I'm not interested.
Nagadet.
It's 5 o'clock. Do you want to continue on? We've got 3 calls left.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's keep going.
Do you want to just roll over into After Dark? Because I'm doing After Dark too.
Yeah, probably. We can, I could potentially set the link. I don't know if I'll go all the way to After Dark. I probably do need to have a break. My health is not ideal today, but yeah, maybe we'll just go. Let's fly by the seat of our pants. Also, I think Arden is producing that. Morgan, is that the case? Is Arden producing tonight's show? Yeah, so you are going to have to switch links anyway at some point. You're going to have to go over to...
Damn it. Everyone watching, you're going to have to fucking click on a different thing. Shame on you. All right, well, I'll let you decide what the next call is then. I'm going to go bust a hot Waz in the meantime. But I encourage you not to take line 5 because it won't be productive.
Okay. Well, I'm not looking at the lines because I'm setting this. Let me look at this here. Okay. He's going to take a Waz, and I'm going to tell people to buy the hoodies. That's really what I want. I kind of want to see if anybody... Oh, I don't want you to miss out on line 5. What do you mean? That one's great. Is that who I think it is? Okay. We'll do a softball one because people are going to miss Forrest. And frankly, let's be honest. Most of you want to hear from him more than you want to hear from me anyway, which is annoying because I just talk so fucking much. I see your comments. Sometimes I decide to be a little bit shittier because of those comments. But in the meantime, Wes in New Mexico. Wes, you are on the line with Jimmy Snow and soon to be Forrest Valkai, I assume.
Okay.
Wes.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
I actually called about one thing early in the show, but after listening to that long Zionist spiel, I actually have something else to say. I really don't.
Well, what do you want to say?
There's nothing. Well, there's nothing complicated about the conflict in the Middle East. European Jews colonized the non-Jewish land through racist mass murder and ethnic cleansing. There are now 7 million Christian and Muslim Palestinian refugees around the world. It's not complicated at all. It's no more complicated than the colonization of India by the British. I think it's just sort of their craft and their tool is just the continual lie and the pernicious half-truth.
That could be. Is there a question or something in there, or just sort of a point made? Because that's fine.
No,
we just don't. We don't go too long on points.
I want to be very clear when you say it's their tool to lie and all these things. You are talking about colonists, not Jews. Yes, I just want to point out because
that'd be good.
Just I don't think that's what you're saying,
Jewish
but I want to be clear that saying
Jewish
that it is the. I understand the colonists you're speaking about are that. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just making a very clear distinction because that's what we're talking about when we say that, like, somebody's going to hear that and think that's what you're saying. That you're saying it's the Jews' way to lie, and all that. You're talking about the colonizers and the monsters that are taking away people's land.
I would say that the Zionists are the people who really push the conflation of Jews and Judaism with Israel.
Correct.
I'm not really interested in
and that is
that's
no.
But
Forrest,
I'm not worried. Jewish colonists.
Well, I'm about to run out and grab a thing. I heard that I have my headphone in. I heard that I literally ran back here to just point out that, yes, you're right.
Okay.
That is the Zionist way of doing things. And that is why it is so important that we make that distinction as much as we can, because it is very easy that not only feeds into the narrative that gives them that power, but it also risks actually treading on that line of buying into an anti-Semitic stereotype and trope of these lying Jewish people. So, like, I don't think that's what you're saying at all.
Trying to avoid he's trying to avoid having to worry about a what about you? What do you mean you people scenario kind of thing?
Precisely, because it is especially bad in this thing. I'm gonna go grab a thing. I'll be right back.
Hell yeah. All right, go ahead, Wes. What was the continuation of the topic you were wanting commentary on? Question. What was
I think it's my belief, and I think it's supported by history, is that there's no difference between Jews and Muslims and Christians. Most of them are decent people, but there's all this strain of racism and violent racism and bigotry running underneath these cultures. White Christians are objectively the ugliest, most violent, racist people in the history of mankind. They just spent the last 500 years colonizing the entire planet through racist mass murder and genocide. And now they never stop sort of like holding their hands and taking a nice, oh no, I'm calm, everything's fine. But it's just baloney. You just look at their acts. And what are they doing right now? The largest white Christian nation in the world and the only Jewish nation are committing a genocide. And they're lying to us straight face about it continually. So,
yeah, it's
thank you for letting me have
religion, as Hitchens said, religion poisons everything. That's just kind of what it comes down to. And we got all these people who want to call in. And in fact, we're about to take a call that seems to be trying to defend the idea that actually religion is necessary, despite the fact that, it kind of poisons everything. But we'll take that call and we'll see if they can change their mind as long as everybody's being honest and good. All right. Well, Wes, we appreciate your call there, bud.
Thanks.
Thank you, Wes. I'm going to wait for Forrest to get back. But I'll do. Okay. So to these people who I like, go fuck yourself, Jimmy was left with Ian. I'm just going to read the ones of the people who bought the hoodie to help keep the shirt cost down. Again, thank you to Patrick. Jason said, thanks for all that y'all do. That's nice. Tracy said, hey, Jimmy, question is an option. I don't know how you'll respond to this, but I did want to say, go shuck yourself. I shall. And go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Yeah. By the way, people, only Forrest and I are going to know the context of this shucking thing. So for sure, when you buy these shirts, tag other line hosts and be like, on like Instagram or something, like, new merch from the line, and then just like tag like, I don't know, Paulogia or something, just like, new line merch, I got this in honor of my favorite line host, and then somebody who's not Forrest or I, and just confuse the fuck out of them. You can use shuck in super chats, but let's all agree to not tell them what the context is. Let's all agree to be fucking weird about it. Do I need to stand over here to make sure that my name tag is in the right place? Oh my God, wouldn't it blow everybody's fucking mind if suddenly Forrest just showed up right here and was standing next to me? Anyway, I wonder how long this is going to take Forrest to get back. I don't want to take these Theus calls without him. I mean, one of them, I believe, is probably a troll call, especially since I can see that their IP address is not in the state that they are claiming to call from. So what's that about? In fact, I'm wondering if this is who I think it is. We'll find out real quick.
I'm back. I'm sorry.
All right, talking to Theo in Texas. Theo in Texas, you're on the line with Forrest and Jimmy.
Hello, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy Forrest. Hi, can you guys hear me?
What's up? Yep, sure can.
What's up? Hey, I just have a quick question. Was I line 5? Was I the one Forrest said you shouldn't take? Was Forrest being mean to me?
You're the one I said we shouldn't take.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Okay.
You do sound familiar.
You have some sexist thing you want to say?
So I mean, I'm guessing you see my prompt over there.
Yeah, no, I see
why
it.
Are you calling,
oh, Jesus.
Why are you pretending you're calling from Texas when I know exactly where your IP address is right now?
I'm being mysterious, Jimmy. Okay.
That's dumb.
You're lying, you mean? Why would it hurt anybody to know that you're actually not from Texas?
My heart is in Texas.
Theo, here's my theory. My theory is that you are calling actually from an extremely liberal area, and that you think we would appreciate a little bit of hope of making the show a little spicier. So you're pretending to be a Texas Republican who wants to call in and say we shouldn't vote for Trump because women should not be in positions of power, because you think it'd be fun to play a Trump voting character, and and I don't actually believe that you're a Trump voter.
Yeah, so I just moved here. I'm guessing you're seeing Minnesota in your IP there.
Nope.
I just moved here from Texas.
Nope.
No?
Wait, so you're saying you're in Minnesota right now? You're continuing to lie about where you are? I know where your computer
I'm really not
is, buddy.
lying. I am in Minnesota. I'm not sure what my IP is showing, but I am in Minnesota. However,
you want to say it? You want me to say so?
Yeah.
Maybe he's on a VPN.
You're clearly calling from New Hampshire.
New Hampshire? I've never been. What is a New Hampshire? Okay.
New Hampshire? How could you say such a thing? Oh my God. Is that a state? Where is now, where's Old Hampshire?
Okay, I've never been there, Jimmy. But anyways,
except for this moment where you're calling from.
Okay.
Go ahead.
As I was saying, right, I am actually I called the show before. Actually, I saw our video. We got posted on the line, and we had a lot of discussions on abortion.
I remember
and after that, I learned a lot. Yeah, you remember me? Yeah, nice. I think we had fun that call. Although Forrest, you need to lighten up.
You might have.
But anyway, I think we had a lot of fun that call.
Me?
And then
yeah, right. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm very serious. I'm very serious, man.
And then I did some research, and this is where I ended up. And I'm here to, contest it and maybe learn more and go back, do some more research, and see where I end up. That's me. I'm learning here. So
great.
Okay.
What is your best defense that women should not be in positions of power?
Yes. Okay. So best defense of that so I will talk specifically for the presidency. So one of the biggest ones, I guess, that I can say is that our laws and the way the system of the United States is set up mostly affects primarily men. So which means women don't feel the full brunt of the responsibility that comes with power. So for example,
you're not serious.
That's not a real thing, Theo. This is not. You're not a real guy. You're not a real guy. Yes, you can give me examples of laws that affect men more than women, and we can give you examples of laws that affect women more than men. But the fact of the matter is, what you just said is nonsense. It just it doesn't affect, because I don't know if you know this, but nearly every person alive is also the descendant of a woman. Nearly all of them, and many of them, most of them are raised by women. So even anything that you want to say is a law that more affects men is going to affect even indirectly the women.
A lot of the people in my family are women. It skipped a generation with me, but I think I'm a carrier or something. That's why I'm not having kids.
Okay.
And
That's fine.
Theo,
So, no, we can go into this.
what
into
about the
specifics. An
last
example.
46 presidents with white penises? 45 of them had white penises. Are you sitting going, more penises would be good?
More penises?
What? Where are you going with the white penises?
I've finished going. You were
I
talking
didn't hear
over
what
me.
you said at the end there.
I'm tired of white penises, Theo. It's a very narrow vision for America. I'm just tired.
So
I'm
are you
just
voting
tired
because
of
of
white
race? I thought you
penises.
guys just went. I thought
Yeah,
you guys
that's
just
right.
went on a
That's
whole
right.
thing. Forrest saying that race is
I
a
actually
social
wrote
construct and
in.
not
I
a-
actually wrote in not a white penis. But Theo, you're
thought
the
Forrest
one
just
calling
finished
in to
saying
say
that race
women's.
is just a social
Theo,
construct. That it's not an
you're
actual
the
thing.
one calling in with an identity politic bullshit thing of women shouldn't to be in charge. And yes, I'm going to meet your silly, silly argument with silly, silly catchphrases. I'm only disappointed that I can't stop. I'm only disappointed that 2 different t-shirts per show would be ridiculous, because I do want to now also do a I'm tired of white penises shirt. But first of all, I don't think the graphic would get approved on my distributor that I have in mind for it. And second of all, we already did Shuck the Fut Up. So.
Or you were gay.
I'm bisexual.
Yeah.
And by the way, as a
are you tired of white
by the way,
also?
Theo, let me tell you about, I say this as a queer man, many of my both gay and bisexual
queer,
male
I'm also queer, by the way.
companions, friends, we're all pretty tired of white penises. We're tired of people saying we like men. We're attracted to men. We do not like them. Get out of here, Theo.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I guess
I'm tired of them.
Okay, so anyways, can we go into the arguments where I give examples of laws that affect just men instead of women, and you give examples of laws that affect just women instead of men, and we do that?
I don't care if you have laws that are that way, because it wouldn't matter. It would be a logical fallacy to suggest that because the laws would affect the men more, that the men would be better lawmakers. And to say that some quantity of them is more is also how you're going to quantify that, as though you've sat down and counted them, as opposed to just looking for the examples you want. None of that would matter, even if you were right. Even if, Theo, if 100% of America's laws only affected men and 0% affected women, that wouldn't actually prove that men would be better at deciding what those laws are than the women.
That was not my
would be.
argument. My argument was not better.
Yes, it is. That is your argument. You're doing a quantity argument.
No, my argument was not women would would legislate laws better. My argument is that they should not make that final decision because they are not affected by that.
That's what.
Yes, they are affected.
For example, hold on.
Yes,
let me
you
give
you literally just said, I didn't say that. I just said it.
Okay, can I give you an example in like informal setting? So in your house.
Yeah, after Theo, I'll let you give an example, Theo. After you say, please everybody go to linemerch.com and buy the Shuck the Fut Up shirt.
Please everybody go to Line Merch and buy the Shut the Fuck Up shirt.
Shuck the Fut Up shirt.
We love free marketing.
Fut Up shirt. Yeah.
Thank you, Theo. All right, now go on.
You always make a lot of money in our
example.
videos. Anyways, okay, so I'm going to give 2 examples. So the informal example, for example, in your house, right? So if you had a lot of family and kids and whatever in your house, but one of them doesn't eat pizza, right? Would it make sense for you to let that person order pizza?
This is not the example of a law.
No, that's an informal. I said I was going to give an informal, right? Would that make sense?
Yes, I would let them. I would let them be. Wait. But yes, it would make sense to go, hey, you individual, would you put the phone call in? By the way, what's important to me is whether or not you are listening to the rest of the family about the kind of pizza they want and would benefit from. And to some degree, if we're now going to bring in a motherly or a woman figure, someone who goes and looks, You guys have 9 meats on this thing. It is going to be so oily, so bad for you. All of yours cholesterol is high. And to actually say, so what I'm going to do is take your 9 meats down to 4 and maybe throw a salad on the fucking side because that's what's good for you. Not only would that be fine to be, it would be fucking better for you.
Yeah, okay.
Jesus Christ, Theo. I don't care whether or not somebody orders a pizza on my behalf if they listen to what is good for me and help me make good decisions. Fucking right.
Okay. So, yeah, good
and I'm
job,
definitely not
Jimmy.
going to vote
But
for the man who goes, I'm the only pizza who matters. Because you know what? Donald Trump does eat pizza, and he demands that you eat his pizza with only well-done chops of steak on it that are covered in ketchup, because that is how he likes his steak, and that is how he likes his ketchup. And therefore, you can't say that there's even an alternative. You can either vote for Kamala Harris, or you can vote for well-done steak with ketchup. So it's Harris or a bitch. Neither of them are a man.
So in my analogy,
the man eats pizza with a knife and fork. Can we?
Yes,
the fucking knife and fork. Like that's who you're
So
voting
this-
for.
we're not, Theo, if you're worried that we're not taking you seriously, you're right.
I feel like you guys are
that
not.
women
but,
should
yeah,
not
it's
be in a
okay.
position of
We're
power because
having fun. We're
laws
tight.
disproportionately don't affect them, which is just obviously,
so tight.
obviously not true. But then also, you're going to bring up an analogy of pizza as if it would disqualify somebody from taking a poll, listening to people's opinions, and making a phone call if they weren't going to eat the thing. That it's insane. It's 10 minutes in. 10 minutes into this call, we've got nothing. And it's mainly Jimmy's fault.
Theo
So,
wants his
I don't
9
think that-
meats.
I think you guys are taking too much out of this analogy. I think the analogy works, and I think reasonable people would see that
it
works,
didn't.
even though you guys
It fucking didn't work.
all their nuance into it of healthy things and whatever. At the end of the day, if you want to connect it to actual, if you want to connect it to actual,
Theo, no, hold on. Yeah, just okay, fine. You go.
I can kill it. Theo, I am currently in a thing with a person. That part's none of your business. But I decided to have a little date night with them this week, and I surprised them by ordering them ramen and sushi. And they talked about how fucking amazing that meal was. I had it sent to them. We did like a virtual date, long distance thing, and I sent them ramen and sushi, and they were blown away at how good it was. Guess what, Theo? I don't like ramen and I don't like sushi. I like plain ramen, but I hate sushi. And yet I fucking nailed it. I have a lot of good reasons to believe that I did very well that night. So Theo, if I try and take your metaphor and bring it into real life, this literally just fucking happened, and I proved that your metaphor fucking sucks.
Okay, fine. So I can't actually take you seriously because you don't like sushi. So I don't think anybody should take you seriously. But anyways, let me give an actual
Donald Trump
example
eats
of
steak
laws
well
now.
done with ketchup, and that's the man you're going to vote for. So
Let me give you an actual.
fuck off
So
with that shit.
my thing is, I would vote any man as long if it's against a woman. I don't care if it's a homeless man who has never been in office at all. I will vote any man. So that Trump is the man there right now is why I'm voting for Trump.
So you're a sexist piece of shit.
Clear,
That's fine.
just to be clear, your whole pizza analogy and all this stuff about laws that you're bringing up, how the laws disproportionately affect this and that, it actually doesn't matter. The actual meat of the issue is that you just want to have another penis in office because you care that much about having authoritative penises. That is the actual argument you're making.
No, is your mother in the house right now?
I don't
Theo,
know.
is your mother in the house right now?
Bullshitting us around.
So the argument I'm making
Theo,
is because of those laws. That's why I will vote that.
Theo, is your mother in the house right now?
As a feminist. What?
Theo, is your mother in the house right now?
Not right now.
Are there any women in the house right now?
Yes.
Could you go get one, tell them you're in a call-in show, and have them join the call with us, please?
I'm not going to do that.
Why not?
They're very aware
Theo,
of my
I would just
views.
like you. I would like to hear you say in front of them that you would vote for any man, including a homeless man with no experience, over Kamala Harris or any other woman.
So I have said this to them, and again, we've had this argument.
No, I don't believe you. I don't fucking believe you. I don't fucking believe you. I don't fucking believe you. I don't believe you've actually said it to them. Will you prove it?
Hold on, Jimmy.
No, will you prove it? Will you prove it?
No,
Will
I'm
you
not gonna
fucking prove it?
prove it with my real life. Theo is not
Okay,
my
goodbye.
real name. I'm not going to prove it.
Hey, Theo. Theo, I know it's not your
No
real
one's
name. I
surprised.
have your real name here. I've done a whole background check on you, bud. I know everything about you.
Okay.
I know how
what
many
I'm
times
trying to
you've
say-
Theo. I know how many times you've pooped today.
Okay, that's great.
It is weird how accurate that.
And listen, Theo, you need more fiber in your diet.
So
that's almost certainly true.
Dang. Wait, what? How do you know that?
Theo, say.
Anyway.
Theo, will you just say the word? Will you just say the word "good" real quick?
Good.
Bye.
Nice.
All right. Well, that was that.
Yeah. We got one call left.
We worked together. He helped me hang up on him. I just thought that was. You know what I thought that was, Forrest? You know what I think that was? I thought that was tight. I thought that was really, really tight.
It was a little bit tight. It was all right. It
was pretty tight.
enough.
By the way, did you earlier hear the guy say, "What is this tight thing?" And I don't know if anyone caught it, but me saying, "I bet that's not the only time you've asked that." What? I don't know what to do with it. What is this tight thing? What do I do with
tight thing?
What is this tight thing? Let me read a couple of more merch messages before we go on. Is there have you been watching the live chat at all? Is anybody enticed to call in that is saying open a lineup and I'll fix you?
Yeah, I'd take another one.
I wish I knew.
I would go
fix you.
right.
I hope you all like
go
the.
right up until when After Dark is supposed to happen.
I don't think I can do that, but I could potentially do that if I'm at least like if I step away to like get some food making. But yeah, I guess if we open the lines, we do have to give a few minutes in between to be able to get the call system has to be moved to Arden's system, but we don't necessarily have to hang up on calls to do that. So we could start getting start getting the thing thinged and then thing on you.
Thing it on. Thing it on down. Thing it all around.
To the thing side. Oh my gosh. Dude, this is a family show. You can't just say that.
You don't fucking know.
It's so not a family show. Did we already say, yeah, thank you, Marshall. And one more of the hoodie purchases. Screw a shirt. I haven't donated anything for a while other than Patreon. So here you go. Thank you so much, Brad. That is really, really kind of you. Thank you for getting I will tell you all, I made sure the shirt was made of my favorite, the fabric that I really, really like the hoodies made out of. It's their premium fabric. And it is, at least me approved. And if you want to talk about like a person who has a lot of sensation issues, that needs everything to be pretty good. Hey, Morgan, how are you doing on time? I don't want to fuck with your shit. Morgan's all right. All right.
Jimmy talking so much about how much he hates sushi. I just fucking ordered sushi so I can make it through the next show. I might be eating on stream a little bit.
Word.
I don't like doing it.
I wonder if I should. You ordered sushi for yeah. All right. Fuck it, man. Fuck it. You know, Forrest, here's the thing. And this is true. I cannot handle the world right now. I don't know if it's noticeable to anybody else, but I am not doing good with the knowledge that we might be just about to like, I guess, Hitler again. We just might Hitler. And that is why for y'all, Tuesday, we're going to do a big election stream. I hope we cover the election on it. That will not be the highest priority. The highest priority will be talking to my friends and hanging out and maybe playing some games. We will almost certainly cover but in the past we've done these very big, but I think he's going to win. I don't know if we'll even know that the night of, but I think he's going to win. And I think I just need to pretend that day is as normal a day as possible. Cause I'm bad right now.
Yeah,
I'm just bad.
I think it is actually really important. I think because we as content creators and as people who live stream all the time, stuff like that, we enter into these parasocial relationships with people who see us all the time and they get to know us. We talk about our families, we talk about our lives, our ideas, our likes, our dislikes. Like we share events and that are going on with us. And I think it's really important to kind of show a little bit when you see a show like this. I know that this isn't fucking my most rational, calm, logical performance on this show, but it's very human. And I think that's really important to show our audience and to show everybody that, like, yeah, fuck it. This shit is scary and frustrating and problematic for everybody. And if you're freaking out right now, that's okay. We understand. We're here for you. We're just being humans alongside with you. And I think that benefits not only like the creator economy, but also like humanity as a whole. Because I don't think I'm on any sort of pedestal. I hope I fucking am not. But like, definitely there's a weird like relationship, a weird situation watching somebody and then like seeing them behave differently can be daunting. I think it's important for the people to see us as the line hosts as just fucking people dealing with this shit, same as you. And you're okay, and you're here with us. And we're all together.
I'm disgustingly human, people. There are things that I'm very ashamed of. My humanity and how cisgendered I am. Guys, I really like being a dude, and I like doing I like woodworking, and that's not even a euphemism this time. I like working with, I like riding horses and wrangling cattle, and I like to go out in the evening in my chair, watch the sunset while I whittle. I like to put in a dip. I don't actually do that, but it felt like the right thing to say, and I think I look pretty good when I dip.
Do you do any of those
I think I look okay. I do all those other things. Yeah.
You wrangle cattle and whittle?
Not these days, but I technically worked on a ranch years ago, and I wrangled cattle for a little while. I was literally a cowboy once upon a time. Shit happens,
Bizarre.
man.
Truly bizarre.
Yeah, sir, my friend, my life.
Don't ye my haws. I'm Oklahoman.
Has been
fucking that's
yeah. I bet I can yee your haw. Listen, I got to tell you, Wyoming rednecks are a different kind of redneck. It's kind of like, imagine a place that's defined for something. And you're just like, oh, here's like an intellectual capital. But then you go to Cambridge and you're like, wow, Cambridge, this is like the peak of it all. Listen to all the intellectuals. And then imagine you just found this remote island that made all of the Cambridge people look like idiots. That's kind of like Wyoming for rednecks, where you're like, I thought I knew how good a redneck could neck if a redneck could neck red. And yet I got to Wyoming and holy fucking shit, that is a different level. That is a different, because there's nothing else to do. It's become a redneck or do meth. And a lot of the rednecks are doing meth. So
you've been through Oklahoma before though, haven't you? Like you visited here.
Yeah, you guys got enough meth, but not as much as Wyoming has. Did you know that Wyoming is like the crossroads of 25 and 80? There's more meth that goes through there than anywhere in the country. Or at least that used to be true.
I thought Inola, Oklahoma was the meth capital of like the country for a while. Or is that outdated?
That's not the same thing though. I'm talking about because of the I-25-80 exchange, more meth crosses through that spot than anywhere.
Oh,
in
you're
the
talking
country.
about transaction and stuff. I'm talking about production and things. Like it's a bad time.
There's just not enough people. The market's too small. You got 3 people to do meth in Wyoming, and that's 89% of the population. So
yeah, it's like Oklahoma. It's such a fucking like it is Oklahoma is the melting pot of the melting pot that is this country, and it is all just BFE backwoods crazy shit. Like this is a place where people do frequently. You just go to a lake and shoot things, and like that's just what you do for fun. You go to a place where people aren't usually, and you shoot stuff because you can. You fucking get in fireworks fights here and go car surfing and climb down in the sewers to see what's down there and hunt for chupacabras in the woods. These are all things that I've actually done in my youth here in Oklahoma. And like, that's, man, I don't know. Did
you ever go snipe hunting in the woods?
So far as it was not a serious thing, but yeah.
Don't tell. We could have had people tonight leaving this stream going snipe hunting in the forest, and you decided to just give it away right at the beginning.
I didn't know you were trying. I'm sorry. That is my bad.
Snipe!
That is my bad.
What kind of calls did you do to find your snipe?
We just went looking for chupacabras and cryptids and things. We didn't do any calls. We just went out looking for spooky things. We were just all about that.
It's a tradition. You as a young scout get tricked, and then you trick the next one. You got to walk around going snipe with 2 sticks. Snipe, snipe. And they're like Pokemon. They'll respond to you saying their name.
It'll come out eventually. You just have to do it loud and persistent enough.
Got your penis. Okay, anyway.
Don't ever let it go.
By the way, if anybody watching is a call screener, I think we lost our call screener for the day, at least for the moment. So if we could get, if one of our call screeners is available to jump in and help out with screening, otherwise poor Morgan is going to have to jump on it.
No.
Anyway, do you want to go ahead and hit line 5? You want to just go ahead and do it?
I was going to let them be the last call that we took and then just hang up, but that was just me.
Nah, fill the time. I need to start getting my dinner. I have not really eaten yet today. I got to start making my dinner here in a second.
Yeah, sure enough. All right. For what I can only hope is the final time, we're going to take fucking Max from Illuminous Langoustines, who says that religion is most necessary and assured support of any civil society. It's going to go as well as it always goes, Max. We'll bring you on. How are you today?
Good, how are you? First of all, I would like to talk about something that Mike said in the previous call. He talked about the fire bombings of Germany, but they were 100%
anyway.
sure
It doesn't matter.
after all the 40 million Soviets that were
See what I mean? See what I mean with
during the war.
This is how this goes.
Max, are you
Max has
reading?
a thing. Max has the thing he wants to say. He's going to say it no matter what. It is just how this call goes. And then he's going to say some dumb shit that we're going to clearly debunk. And it's just the same as Steve's call, only like more scripted.
Max, you sound like you're literally reading off of a page.
No, I don't have pages nearby.
Cool. I don't care what you think
Max,
about
I'll
Mike's
tell you
call.
what. Max, I'll tell you what. We'll do this call on one condition, and it's not a terribly difficult condition. You have to do a British accent the whole time.
I cannot do. I don't know how to do a British accent.
Just do a silly one. Hello. Yes. Well, I'd like to make my point today about how. All right, just try it, and I won't make you keep it, Max. I just want to hear you try and do a British accent.
I have never done a British accent. I can do a Russian.
All right,
one,
try it. Just say, hello, cheerio, pop, cheerio.
Get Emma Thorne on here.
No, I'm not going to
Get
do
her
that.
on the line.
Why not? I did it. It's not your face isn't on. Look at how I'll humiliate myself. You can't just help us bring the temperature down and play a little. Give us a little pip cheerio.
He doesn't want to offend the British people. They have a state
Oh,
that's
fuck the
organized
British.
by religion.
Fuck
has
you,
been
British
fascist.
people. First of all, I'm
They
probably
have a-
more British than anybody watching. Fuck them.
Unfortunately, that is
No,
true. But
I
like,
cannot do
no,
that.
the British have used religion to commit genocide and colonialism across the world, and that means that Max respects them too much to mock them.
All right, Max, what's your three least favorite things about the British?
That's a good
Their
question.
food.
Start there.
Okay, food's good. Yep. What's number 2?
Their football.
Oh, yeah,
Are you talking
fucking
American
cheaters,
football,
right?
or are you talking about soccer?
No. He means football. He means football.
It's called
soccer
soccer.
gangs,
No, yeah, football. I got you. And they're fucking cheaters. They're fucking cheaters, aren't they? And they buy their victories. Let's be real, Max. All right, what's number 3?
Probably that they used to colonize us.
Yeah, colonizers. Thank you. I love it. All right, and then
Us,
question
but
number
not
4
everybody.
is, and then I guess question number 4 would be, if God didn't exist, but you were living in a society that made sure that you believed it, what do you think could potentially break through to you that would allow you to finally be able to consider whether or not your beliefs were true?
If it wasn't effective.
So basically, your belief in God is purely utilitarian. You're not worried at all about whether or not God actually exists. You just believe that if a belief in God is effective, that means it's worth believing in God.
Yeah, it's religious morality is superior to secular morality.
Yeah,
So Max, if I were to create a cult and you would live a better life in my cult, but occasionally you will have to harm yourself by whatever means I decide, and you will have to repeat lies that I tell. If I were to do that, you would advocate for going and being a member of my cult, even if there were costs associated with it. And even if you know it's a lie, it would be better if the cult worked than to live in the truth and struggle a little bit more.
You would have to have some good demonstration of its effect, of its high effectiveness. You know.
So you would join the cult in that scenario, correct, Max?
You'd have to demonstrate that it's very effective.
Max, but in that scenario, you would join the cult, correct? If that was the scenario, you would join the cult, correct?
Is a scenario that the cult is very effective?
Yes, that was the hypothetical. I'm not actually creating a cult. Or actually, it doesn't even have to be very effective. You just have to be convinced that it's very effective. You would defend, if you were convinced it was very effective, that joining a cult... No, Max, because you can't actually demonstrate the efficacy. You can only demonstrate that you believe it is very effective. These aren't objective things. As far as what you believe goes, that's not going to make it objective or not. So if you are convinced that it is very effective, you would advocate for joining something that appears to be, that is convincingly very effective. Correct?
No, that's a straw man. As I said,
no, it isn't, Max. No, it isn't. Okay.
Mathematical reasons.
And people who are convinced that cults are effective have reasons. Talk to people. Max, the funniest fucking thing about theists like yourself is that, one, you will defend your Christianity or whatever version you have to atheists one way, but then when it comes to religious people, you're avoiding the conversations and the arguments with them. And I wish you all wouldn't. I wish you would all actually take all of your sects and start challenging them. I wish you would have a big sectual experience. Y'all got to get down and dirty, all up in that sectiness. Get secty with each other and challenge each other and realize that you are all full of the same kind of shit. You need to actually go and debate religious people on why your religion is right and theirs is wrong. And notice that they use the exact style arguments you do. Because everything that I have ever been exposed about you, Max, from this call to clips that I've seen that we've been working on, is that you use arguments that anybody in any religion or cult can use. And it's really fucking annoying because we're sitting here, we have to be ready to defend against every possible religious experience a person could have. And by the way, we fucking are. We fucking nail it. We're eating its ass consensually. The thing though, Max, is that you all only prepare to fight against a sort of general opposition to only your proposition. You don't actually go out and actually challenge your religion against, first of all, the actual choice of no religion or all of the many others. And what you would find if you did is that they all talk like you. That you should be Muslim because Islam is so much more effective for people. Sharia takes care of women. Or you should be Christian because you should be Mormon because look at all of the good works we do and all of the money that goes to that we pretend is charitable. And look how great we pretend to be. You should do this. You should do it. It's literally, it's the exact same shit. And you all can't get together. I don't know which branch of these religions you are, Max, but y'all can't even get one fucking story together. It's not enough to be Christian. You have to be the type of Christian that knows which Christians are going to heaven and which ones are going to hell. You have to be the type of Christian who has the actual truth, whereas the Catholics are the dumb ones, or the Mormons are the dumb ones, or the Baptists are the dumb ones. Y'all can't get your fucking shit straight. And you all use the same type of argumentation. And if the same argumentation works for all of you, then it works for none of you because it means it is non-exclusive argumentation. It doesn't actually get you to a singular proposition. It just fucking takes you all around the goddamn world. And so,
Jimmy,
Max,
I talk to multiple religions. I talk to Islamists,
Max,
to Jews, and only my religion has
which religion are you, Max? Max, which religion are you?
I identify as a Catholic.
Okay, you identify as a Catholic, and you think that you can exclusively defend Catholicism using types of reasoning and types of argumentation that a non-Catholic couldn't use.
What?
What is an argument for Catholicism that we could not adapt to be equally valid and evidentiary for any other religion?
Okay, because it works. So from
okay,
the moment
I grew up Mormon.
conception,
Max, I grew up Mormon. Mormons literally use the same argument. If you put Mormonism, if you put your shoulder to the wheel, if you put Mormonism to work, not only will it work, God will tell you it's working. He will confirm it. You will feel the still small voice. You will get the confirmation of the Holy Spirit. So far, Max, go ahead and show me the way this is exclusive, because I can create the parallel example that, again, doesn't rely on anything besides anecdotes.
okay,
And show that your method of argumentation is non-exclusive. What?
Are you ready? Are you ready to hear it?
Yeah, I've already begun, and I'm going to keep interrupting and showing you the parallels that exist as a Mormon. I'll just put on my Mormon cap. Looks like a baker's hat.
All the major universities that promoted the scholarship in the West, in Europe, have been created from the basis of the Catholic Church, and all the most backwards religions have not created any universities. You know, all these first
okay, great, Max. Great, Max.
Except for when the Muslims did that.
Excuse me, Max. Right, and except when the Mormons did it. Mormon Business College, BYU Idaho, BYU Utah, and BYU Hawaii. All of which Mormons will tell you are extremely prestigious institutions. By the way, not only did Mormonism successfully create a set of universities, despite having a fraction of the resources of the population, rather, of Catholics, they have competitive levels of amount of money and political power because they run Utah as a theocracy, meaning that they have major representation in America, you know, the most powerful country in the world. And they've only been around for a couple hundred years. So the fact that they have been able to accrue billions of dollars, to the point that we recently found out they have a $100 billion rainy day fund, that's their extra, and that they have literally a portfolio and resources that compete with, that are on par with the Catholic Church, that shows that God actually favors them and their institutions over the Catholics. Well done, Max. You said you were going to make me an exclusive thing, and I just actually fucking wrecked you as a Mormon.
Also, same exact thing can be said for Islam. 1,000 years ago, during the golden age of Islam, they were the best astronomers, best mathematicians. Algebra is an Arabic word. Algorithm is an Arabic word. 2/3 of the stars in the night sky have Arabic names that are visible with the naked eye anyway. They were the fountain of so much science and reason and philosophy, and laid the groundworks for the Great Enlightenment that gave us so many scientific discoveries later on. So same exact thing can be said for Islam as well.
And
but continue with your no true Scotsman fallacy.
Where
are they now, Max? They're the largest. Excuse me, Max. They're the largest religion in the world. They're the largest religion in the world, is where they are right now.
Because they prey on the people who aren't smart. They promote MGM,
right, like Catholics, just like Catholics. Yeah, just like Catholics.
No,
just like
as opposed to Catholic priests who prey upon little boys.
Do Catholics
but also Catholicism and Catholics do. But whether MGM does not determine whether the religion is true or not. But guess what? They do support, Catholics promote mutilating the genitals of boys. Mm-hmm. Literally. They're pro-circumcision. Why are you? Of course. Yes, they do.
Where?
Catholic circumcise. Are you fucking kidding me? Right. It's a biblical thing. What do you mean, no, they don't?
Because I have been in Europe. I have went to nudist beaches. There's no circumcised
Europe, which is a more secular location, because even amongst the religious, and by the way, I love that how you've ignored that with your educational thing. The fact that these institutions that are offshoots of Catholicism have literally become more advanced the less religious they have become. I love that we're just ignoring that. I love that how the Vatican will even brag about how the Vatican labs will just do science and they leave God out of it. That's why the Vatican accepts things like evolution and the age of the universe, because at some point they actually sat there and went, you know what's really fucking bad at finding the truth? You know what's really fucking bad at religion? At science, rather? Religion. Our religion specifically.
Well, it means they are smart because they accept evidence, right?
Yes, it
You know,
means
they don't
that it
believe
means
that
that they have
everything was
recognized that they are not going to be able to sustain a membership when it is knocking everybody over the head how obviously true things like evolution are. And so as a method of survival and to make sure that they are on the cutting edge of things so that they can maintain institutional power, they will do that, which is why the Mormons at BYU also teach evolution, despite the fact that they are basically space pilgrims. Go ahead,
Also,
Max.
just going to throw out there that
You are
like
still sucking
your
this.
entire argument is that religion should be taught to people even if it isn't true because it's the forced lie that keeps societies together. You might not want to say that evidence is the thing that we should be relying on when your actual ground state argument is you want to lie to people to force them into a society that you consider good.
It's not about evolution. That doesn't affect, social cohesion. It's just like
of course it
this
does.
one branch of science.
Evolution absolutely affects social cohesion.
Both the teaching and acceptance of it does, as well as the literal thing itself.
Yes.
No, actually, it is irrelevant if it's true or
teaching
not.
and understanding of evolution, is a major argument against racism, against slavery, against segregation. Like, so many things are actually solved when you understand evolution. It makes for better societies. And
Yeah, but
also,
that's
it's
not the
true,
main-
which is got one up on religion there.
All right, Max,
What
let's
is
see if
true?
we can at least agree on one thing. I want to hear you say, go to linemerch.com and buy the Shuck the Fut Up shirt that is only available until midnight tonight.
I'm just not convinced people should do that.
All right, well, that's too bad then. See you,
But
Max.
it's more
you
social
want another chance?
cohesion,
Do you want me to
Max.
drop you? Max, you gotta do that's your option. If we're gonna keep you, you're going to help us make $1 or $2 because this call makes me want to drive a pen into my fucking face. So tell people to go to linemerch.com and buy the Shuck the Fut Up shirt, or we'll just pick this up another day, Max. I hope you evolve like a Pokemon, Max. Goodbye. So he's
While
decided
Max
to be
was
dead
talking,
quiet.
I was doing something more important. I drew this. It says cucumber, and here's this cucumber here watching as this other cucumber fucks his wife. And look at that. That was my response. What I was thinking about whenever Max was
Hey,
talking.
man.
This was yeah.
It's not really cool to make people horny while we're trying to do a show. Like here, I'm trying to I'm hanging out. I'm trying to do, and you're just sitting there, just like, now I can't sit down. Why don't you pick a call and get it started? I need to get food into the pressure cooker, and I'm making what I eat literally every fucking day: chicken and rice. I'm gonna go put them in the pressure cooker and the rice
We've
cooker.
got an hour left before the next show. What are we doing?
I know, but if I put them in now, I will have hot food ready at roughly the right. And I'm also, and I cannot emphasize this enough, starving. So yeah, I'd like to.
Right on.
I'd like to get that started. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, I'll be back. Hey guys, go to linemerch.com or go to the link in the description. But some of you won't understand until you go back and you watch the rest of the call. But Shuck the Fut Up will make sense. Go buy the shirts. And thank you to the people who have bought the shirt. Actually, this is the only you only have this amount of time that we've ever done on this. And holy fucking shit, 60 of you have bought the t-shirts, which we made as literally as cheap as we could, $22. $22 for the t-shirt. Shuck the Fut Up. And then 6 of you were basically our heroes and made sure we could actually make a profit and cover all of this by buying. We did a specialty hoodie. That one's $150 to cover the fact that the t-shirts are $22. That is only available through midnight. And I'm positive Forrest is going to remember to keep telling you about that and bring it up on tonight's show too. He would not forget, but I will also call Arden to make sure she does. She brings it up.
I wasn't listening. What am I talking about?
I know. I forgot what I was losing my mind about. All right.
Go buy my Never Had a Bad Day mugs at linemerch.com. Are we still selling mugs? Is that what's happening?
Do we have that mug up? I don't know if we have that mug up, but yeah. I mean, buy anything, but this is the one that's a limited time. We gotta start designing our mugs for this year's holiday. We gotta get on that actually. Thank you for reminding me. We gotta get the new mug challenge going.
Are we doing that again?
Especially since yours will take years, weeks of notes and
only
refreshes.
if you do it wrong 30 times.
Wrong 30 times.
One of my favorite conversations over text with you is because it's like, what about this? And I'm like, what about this? What about this? And then you just at random points you would just say, you hate the mug. You hate the mug. So fucking funny.
I wonder if we should make you compete with your same design since you won last year to see if that puts you at a disadvantage, but then it's going to break my heart when you win again.
Can I do cucumber as my mug?
Maybe you can. Okay, I'll be back. You keep the show going, and I'm gonna call Arden and do stuff. I'll be back.
All right, yeah, whatever. I'll do the show. I'll do the fucking show. I'll just run it. I'll run this thing into the ground, yo. It's really quick. I just want to check something before we take the next call, just very briefly. To the 2.4 to the 2.4 thousand people that are watching. I'm sorry. This is what you tuned into. But thank you so much for being here. I don't know how long we're going to have left, but thank you to our call screeners and thank you to our mods and thank you to Morgan and thank you to Jimmy for making this show possible. It's very funny that this is one of the largest audiences we've had in weeks. It's usually 1.2 thousand. We've doubled it by being fucking stupid. And that's great. That's fantastic. Okay, so we're going to go on to just a gross call. Which is Matt, pronouns they, them, calling in all the way from Australia. And I swear to fuck, this is what the call screen says. If people are animals, why is owning a horse and making it work okay, but owning a human isn't? Don't see a logical difference, but recognizes a social one. Matt's going to call in and defend that there is a social difference between, using an animal for work and slavery, but not a logical one. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Wait, before we get there. My love. Hey, honey bear. Thank you so much, darling. I would love it. Thank you. I would love one if you have one laying around. Sorry? Thank you, baby. My wife brought me sushi. And so now we will take the call with Matt, now that sushi is in my hands. Matt, you're on the line with Forrest and only Forrest. How are you doing?
Hey, Forrest, I'm good.
So what you said here is...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's gross.
Right.
It's gross. Tell me about them.
I did say those words. I'm not here to defend slavery. I can't think of an answer to that question. I know there must be one, or maybe we shouldn't own animals at all. But what's your answer?
I would like to explore it with you.
Yep.
Thank you, my darling. Oh, you're so sweet. Such a sweet bear. Thank you so much, baby. My wife brought me water and a Coke Zero and a fucking Capri Sun. I have the best life, y'all. I'd like to explore it with you. Let's flesh it out in your mind just a little bit.
Yeah.
What are some reasons why you think that a domesticated animal like a horse or a dog might be logically, a thing that we can keep in captivity and use for labor and not humans?
Two ideas come to mind. One is because they're domesticated, they can't survive by themselves, which I don't know how true that is, but maybe, depending on the animal. And the other one is that humans can actually tell us what they're thinking and give consent or not give consent, animals can't do that. Hello? Oh,
No,
crap,
go on.
sorry. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
I heard the last part that there's hold on just one second. I'm sorry. I'm typing into the producer chat here. There we go. So I apologize for being a rude asshole for typing. I heard you say that you think that the major difference, or at least the one that I heard, is that humans can say what they're feeling and animals can't. Is that one of them? Hello? Is that what you said? Nope. He dropped. He hung up. I was being a dick. I was typing and putting something in the producer chat while he was speaking. I had like 30 things happen while I picked up the show. I want to throw out there just for anybody who's curious, like it's weird to explain. We talk about like he made the case. He did make the distinction. He's like, I get there's like a moral difference here and all these things, but like there's not a logical one. The fact that humans have a unique capacity for complex thought, emotion, self-awareness, and like by that standard, if that's what you're going off, which is what most people would go off at the end of the day, have a unique form of autonomy as well, should be enough for you to separate and distinguish between these groups. Species-specific roles as well are kind of a thing. When we talk about like, horses or dogs or cattle or things that are domesticated over thousands of years for the purpose of what they do. Thank you so much, Emery King. I'm sorry, the caller's pronouns were they, them. I'd actually forgotten because I was distracted. Pardon me. What they were saying was that they cannot come up with this logical distinction. One other is calling back in. Okay, perfect. Let me bring him on right there. Matt. Yep. Wait. Matt, can you hear us?
Yes. Sorry.
I don't know how we got disconnected.
I didn't mean to. Yeah.
No, it's fine. And I also apologize for misgendering you. I used he for a second. I did not mean to. I was distracted.
That's fine,
and I didn't recognize. I appreciate that.
You can call me Steve if you want, I don't care.
That's very kind of you. So what I was describing is like you realize, of course, there are species-specific distinctions between these groups, whereas one of them, we talk about horses, dogs, whatever like that, is a domesticated animal over the past several thousands of years that are now reliant on human populations for their survival largely, and also are like bred for certain purposes.
That was that you didn't hear. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So let's start with that. How do you feel about that, and what is that doing for you in terms of a logical argument?
Firstly, we domesticated them. We took something that was a wild animal, and I mean, it took thousands of years. It's not our fault today, but we screwed them over basically. So now, should we not try and get them back to how they were? Does that make it okay?
Well, that wouldn't work. That would violate Dolo's law. You would have to just kill off the entire population that you have created. But I would say that, like, even beyond that, even beyond the utility of domestication, as much as we have made these creatures fit into human populations, you realize, of course, that humans are unique in their capability for complex and deep thought, emotion, understanding of the world around them. And because of that, are at least somewhat more deserving. I wouldn't say deserving, but it like you would apply to them a different level of autonomy, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm not saying we I'm not saying we should also enslave people. I'm saying, if anything, we should free animals.
I don't think that you're advocating for slavery. You were kind enough to make that point clear because I was ready to be thoroughly gross with you, like thoroughly disgusted. Like the fact that you made that, the fact that you made that distinction is the reason why we are still having this conversation. But
cool.
So I understand
that rant. Yeah, so I've seen you make that rant, and that's what got me thinking about this in the first place. Like, what's the distinction you make between humans and animals? Because I'm not saying there are no differences, but I don't know ethically where that line is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I think the fact that, like,
thinking about it purely logically. Yeah, go on.
There's a few things to note here. Number one being the fact that, as I said, these animals have been domesticated. Even if you take that part out of it, we are still, by our very nature, living in their space. And so utilizing them in the way that actually works for them and does not completely just like extirpate them from different areas is better, not only for them, but also for us as well, because of species diversity and richness is better for us overall. Other thing is that many of these animals do serve a social utility for humans that also is reflected in the way that they are treated and kept. For example, drug sniffing dogs or service animals or things like that. This certainly isn't some form of slavery. They are doing a task that makes human lives much better, and they are also benefiting from it because in their current domesticated state, that is the best thing that they could hope for. To get rid of a domesticated species, the only thing you can do is just kill all of them. So no, there is no real. And if you talk about humans, like the only analog you could draw there is like some slavery apologist saying, well, I'm feeding and housing these people, which still ignores their individual autonomy, their mind, their heightened intelligence, their heightened and complex thought, and all the things that are incompatible with a state of slavery being a state of happiness, unless you're into that sort of thing.
I think dude, my second point, which is like if
go ahead,
let's take a guide dog. Like if we knew that a guide dog wanted to just be a pet and not work, then it would definitely be wrong because we know what they want. So is that wrong, knowing that we don't know what they want?
That we don't know what they want? Well, yeah.
Like
so, like, if you use abusive methods to train an animal, then yes, that's wrong. But if you use non-abusive methods, then it's pretty clear what they want. They just won't do a thing, and if you're not hitting them, you can't force them to.
But yeah. Okay. So then they have some
so like
freedom.
Yeah. So like I would put as I've made like tools to train service animals as a part of a charity thing before. Like it's not like they're sitting there whipping these dogs to make sure they're good at pushing the accessibility buttons on doors. So like, yeah, dude, I don't think, considering the significant and undeniable differences in consciousness and intelligence between these examples, I don't think that there's any way that you can draw a comparison between the two and say, well, this is wrong for these guys, that's wrong for those guys. If you're talking specifically about domestication and utility, things like that. Not if we're talking about like abuse, if we're talking about, even if you try to draw the line to like consumption, if we're talking like veganism, then we can start talking about some things and make some interesting arguments that whatever. But in terms of just like use and utility, owning pets, using service animals, using animals for work, things like that, I don't think there's an argument to be made there.
Yeah. Okay. I'll need to think about it some more. Yeah. But yeah, you've told me some things.
Do think about it some more and call me back with it if you want to. I appreciate you calling back whenever we dropped a call or however it happened. I don't know. I didn't hang up on you, I promise.
Whatever.
Like, yeah. Do call back and talk about it. It'd be fun to get more people's opinions on this. I, for one, just don't think that this is even remotely comparable.
Yeah. I assumed you wouldn't.
Yeah.
I just couldn't figure out why exactly.
Sure. Anyway, have a good day, Matt. I appreciate you calling in.
Yep. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Bye. Somebody in the chat also said lab animals are questionable, and yeah, they are. And when you start asking those questions, you need to grapple with the fact. You need to sit there and seriously think about the immense, immeasurable, mind-numbing pain caused by things like cancer and addiction and dementia, and recognize the fact that animal studies, a lot of times primate studies specifically, are the reason why we have life-saving treatments and medications for those types of things. And so just like there's a lot there. It's nobody's saying it's morally black and white. It is gray. It is definitely gray. But like a lot of people take that real far, and that sucks. We're gonna try. I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm gonna say Hoven. It's Jovan. So it's either Hoven or Jovan. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that he will clear it up. Pronouns he, him, calling in from Serbia, who is a Christian who wants to make the argument for God using classic Christian arguments. Let's talk about it. Hi, you're on the line with Forrest and only Forrest. Please tell me how to pronounce your name so I don't fuck it up. Hello? Can you hear me? You've been on the line waiting for 14 minutes. If you are calling in on the web caller from a cell phone, then you need to make sure your cell phone is awake. Because if your phone has a black screen, then we can't hear you. So tap your phone, wake it up, and then tell me what you're calling about. Jovan, Hoven. Can you hear me? We're coming up on a minute. I'm going to give him a whole minute to try to pick up the phone. We're going to see. Okay. He's back in the queue. Let's talk to, oh, no, is it back in the, it says terminated now. I don't know where it's going. Let's try instead Nate. Pronouns he, him, calling in from Wild Intestines, who's an atheist who has an argument for why you should worship the Christian God if indeed it exists. As evidence for the Christian God that can be presented, says the argument uses Trump a lot and is not a devil's advocate argument. That's all the things that I have on the call screen. Who knows where this could go? Let's talk to Nate. You're on the line with Forrest and only Forrest. How are you doing today?
Hey, Forrest. How you doing?
Never had a bad day. I'm
happy to be on the
furious
show.
with Jimmy Snow right now because my sushi has arrived and he's not here, which means I can't eat it because then I will be chewing while someone is talking and I might need to respond, and that's shitty. I'm willing to eat while while he's running the show. You know what I mean? But fuck him. Everybody,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Fuck Jimmy Snow. Everybody point out how terrible of a friend he is. Go on.
Right.
What are you talking about with this? That you should worship the Christian God? Why?
Yeah, I mean, as a bit of background, I started listening to the show a few months ago, and I heard you and Matt say that you would not worship the Christian God if he existed. And I'd never really considered that before, so I kind of considered the question, and I came to the conclusion that I would. So I'm wondering if how I kind of got there makes sense.
Let's hear it. Because our big example is that if this God exists, it's a monster and it's not worthy of worship. And so if we were to worship it, it would be totally out of fear, out of wanting not to be tortured, that kind of thing. But like logically thinking, certainly wouldn't worth it. Rebecca in the chat, call in. If you're going to say your post about Trump, you're going to get muted in the chat. Nobody wants to hear it there. Call in. Let's talk about it. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just noticing something in the chat there.
No problem. Can I give you my premise? I mean, most of my premise is your word. So my premise is that the Christian, so we have to presuppose the Christian God because you can't have the argument without it. So the Christian God exists, and how he kind of reveals himself to you is that he physically appears before you in such a way that you know that the being is the Christian God. Is that reasonable?
Christian
that the Christian
God
God would be able to do
stuff.
that?
Sure.
Right, okay.
Yeah, no, that's kind of our big thing is like, if this God really exists, it knows exactly how to convince us that it's real. So it does that thing. We can assume that.
Right. So therefore, for the Bible, it is both reasonable and necessary that the Bible is the word of this being that has appeared before you. Reasonable
if
because
that's what it's communicating.
Right. If it's the Christian God, then the Bible kind of has to be the word of this being, or else this being is not necessarily the Christian God. Is that reasonable?
No, because the Bible could be mistranslated. It could be corrupted. It could have had stuff added to it. The God described in that Bible could exist, just not in the way that the Bible describes. In fact, there are a lot of Christians that believe that.
Okay. So how I kind of think of the Bible is if the Christian
that's
God
the argument
existed,
you're
I think of
making,
it
again,
as,
we can presuppose that as well and go forward with it. I'm just like, I wouldn't accept that if you're asking me the question. If you want to presuppose that and move forward with it, I'm down.
okay, I guess we can presuppose it. My argument would be that if the Christian God exists, it would be able to communicate its word to us more or less accurately. And so in that manner, I would think about the Bible as basically like an autobiography that's been written by a bunch of ghostwriters.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. So then we can, using the Bible, if the Bible is the word of this being, then we can define the being, right?
Mm-hmm.
Such as it
Okay.
is consistent with reality, considering, things like the Epicurean paradox and stuff like that. And basically, what I found when I try to define the God as consistent with reality is basically very the same as I'm assuming your definition is, in that, when you look at the Bible and you look at the bullshit in it, it's very obvious that the Christian God tells boastful lies, right? And I'm going to try to do my best Trump impression. You'll be able to figure out what this is, probably, what part of the Bible it is. Noah, buddy, you're going to have to build a boat. A big, beautiful boat. Put all the animals on top. And
so, where does this get us to why
many
we
people,
should worship this guy? We can agree that if this guy
Okay.
exists, then he would be an asshole. So where does this get us to we should
right.
worship?
My specific, my defining trait for God is that he is a malignant narcissist.
Agreed.
Which is why I make the Trump comparison. So my argument is just a simple series of hypothetical situations. Can I give those to you? You can answer them?
I guess.
See if we end up in the same spot. Okay. So hypothetical situation number one. Forrest, you're walking down a street, night, it's dark, there's nobody else around. There's a man walking towards you. When he gets 10 feet away from you, he stops, takes out a gun, points it at you, and says, put your wallet and your phone on the ground, turn around, walk away. Do you comply?
Probably. Almost certainly.
Yeah.
Very few scenarios where I wouldn't.
Yeah. Right. It's kind of like a Pascal's wager situation here, like a true Pascal's wager situation.
So that goes back to what I said at the beginning, where I said that if Matt or I or anybody else were to worship this God, it would be purely out of fear of torture. However, the logical, rational, moral thing to do would be to not worship this God.
Okay. So is it primarily a moral thing then?
Very yes. Like I said, if this God exists, I'll admit it exists because I care about what's true. But this God, if it exists, is not worthy of worship. So if I were to worship it, it would be at, figurative gunpoint. And honestly, if someone puts a gun to my head and tells me, confess that Jesus is Lord or whatever like that, I'll shoot you. I'll say whatever. I'm whatever religion you want to be, because I don't get another life. I care about life. And so if I have to pretend to be a religion for a second to increase my chance of survival, fuck it. I don't care. And so if there's this God that's like, yo, worship me, dude, or I'll burn you or whatever, all these things. If at the end of the day there's a specific amount of punishment that's insane, out of fear, pain, whatever, that's why torture works. You know what I mean? That's why torture is unreliable, because you can get it to say anything you want. You can make anybody confess to anything you want if you torture them enough. So if this God has infinite power and willingness to hurt me, which the Bible says it does, then yeah, there would be reason for me to then say that I believe in it and I love it and all these things and I worship it in order to avoid infinite torture. But I'm saying that wouldn't be the right thing, the morally correct thing, or the good thing to do.
Okay. I mean, I would argue that it is not immoral. Can I use an analogy?
It's forgivable. It's forgivable for sure. If someone makes does something terrible under duress, I'm not going to hold them to blame. I'm saying the peak moral position here is to reject this God in every way. However, that is still an idealistic standpoint. And at the end of the day, if I'm being hurt, I'm going to do the thing that stops me from being hurt, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of seem like moral grandstand in a way.
Yeah, no, it is insofar as I'm expressing a moral opinion, for sure. Jimmy, welcome back. We're talking about if the Christian God existed, would you worship it if it was to threaten you with eternal torture if you don't? And I'm like, I'm saying that probably to save my own skin, maybe, but like at the end of the day, like that isn't the right thing to do, but it is the thing that would make the most sense. Now that you're back, I'm gonna have sushi.
Eternity's a lot.
Eternity
is
a lot,
long as
right?
hell. Did you like my pun there? Eternity is as long as hell. Get it? Does everybody get it? That's a pun. Puns should be called POWs, P-O-Ws, because play on words. Did you like my POW? That would be way better. You're welcome, Nate.
Yeah. Thank
What
you.
else? What else? You're welcome.
It sounds like that we basically agree that you probably would worship it if you thought you were going to be tortured for eternity.
To
I
avoid
would
that,
make an
yeah,
argument.
but honestly, at the end of the day, the alternative of heaven is this existence of eternal lobotomy. It also sounds terrible. So there really is no good solution here. It's either I am perpetually, eternally lobotomized, or I'm perpetually, eternally on fire. And it's from my own
choosing the lesser
position,
of two hells.
Yeah, that's really is what it is. Is like I guess I would rather feel nothing than feel extreme pain. If I have to do one, I don't know. You know, if I'm gonna die anyway, fuck it. But I'd rather be dead than in heaven.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I have. Yeah, all right. Thanks. Bye.
Word. Wow, that was fast. All right, cool. Peace out, Nate.
Nate was a good guy. I don't think the conversation went the way he
Nate's a
expected it
great
to,
guy.
but he was a good dude.
Always like a good dude.
We're gonna try. So Joven, Hoven, Joven. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I still want to know. You've written John here as the thing, and I appreciate that. But I still want to know, like, how to pronounce your actual name because I want to give you that respect of not just fucking your name up for 5 minutes. John is the other name you've given.
Hello.
You are now on the line with Forrest and Jimmy. I can hear you just fine. Please tell me how to pronounce your name. I feel bad that I don't know.
No, it's literally just John.
Okay.
Jovan. Jovan is the Serbian pronunciation.
Right on.
All right.
I just didn't want to pay you. I didn't want to be disrespectful, but like I appreciate that.
All right. First, this is my first time calling into this show. I don't know much about the show. So who am I speaking with? Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
I don't know about pleasure. I'm a dick, but my name's Forrest, and I'm joined by Jimmy Snow.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
So, what you guys were talking about earlier kind of intrigued me. So maybe kind of continue off of where the other guy left off.
If you want, I'd much rather do something new, but like, especially if you're talking about classical Christian arguments, I'd like to know what those are and why they're better than the stuff that we hear every day.
All right. Well, there's the argument from first cause, right? That everything has a beginning, that everything has a causation, right? And the ultimate cause, the first beginning, is God, is what we define God.
What caused God?
He is the uncaused cause of all things.
So
okay,
not
so then your
everything has
first
a
premise
cause.
doesn't. No, exactly. Your first premise then falls apart.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
you said everything has a cause, and then you said this is a thing that does not have a cause. How can those two things be simultaneously true?
Everything that has a cause is caused.
Jovan, John, why are you lying about this being your first time calling in? I know who this is.
It's my second time. Who is
Why
this?
would you lie about that? There's no point in that.
Why'd you lie?
I called in before, but my mic was muted, and then I called again.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Yes. No.
Yeah, wasn't it
it
muted because you were just trying to say a bunch of like sensational stuff? Oh, no, okay. Well, John sounds a lot like a caller who calls it a lot.
Okay, no, that's fine. If you didn't lie about it, then no worries. It sounds like we got you confused with somebody else. Okay,
yeah,
so
no, I
don't think I do.
I said it's the first time because the actual first time, it didn't. What's it called? I didn't.
Right, it didn't go through somehow. And that was no, Jimmy, you thought you were somebody else that was calling in that you sound very much.
Nah, I still do. I still actually believe you are.
So the first cause thing doesn't really work because number one, we don't know for sure that the universe had a cause. We don't know for sure that like the Big Bang definitely happened. But we don't know if that was the beginning of the universe or not. Even assuming it was, if you're going to take the argument that there is something that can be existing without a cause, and that's God, I can just as easily say the universe doesn't need a cause, and that's the only uncaused cause, and it means the exact same nothing. If we're just saying stuff without any evidence, then there's no point. Also, you're calling in as a Christian, not just as a theist. So you're not just saying the universe needs a cause and therefore it's this. You're saying the universe needs a cause and therefore it is this specific God that I believe in, which is this guy that exists outside of space and time and has magic powers and needs a blood sacrifice, of a human sacrifice to forgive people and cares about whether or not you masturbate and all this other stuff. Like, you have this tremendous amount of baggage, which you don't have any reason to believe in, and you're attaching it to this pseudo logic of saying, well, the universe needs a cause, therefore you can't be gay. And it's like that, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot that you're dragging along with this. You're trying to sneak in under the covers by bringing this as a Christian argument rather than just a theistic argument.
By the way, not even the Bible claims that God had no cause. And I'd love to know how you know that God has if you're a Christian, John, is it Christianity that you represent?
Pardon? Say again?
Are you Christian?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah. So even the Bible doesn't actually say. So how is it you even in fact know that Elohim, or whatever version of him you want to go with, doesn't himself have a cause? There wasn't a cause prior to Elohim. That's different than God, but was what caused him. Like, there's everything Forrest just said, but also the fact that you don't have any reason to invoke that this God exists in the first place. And if he does, that God couldn't have been caused by some causeless thing before him.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's because God is not spatio-temporal. That's why God is uncause. He exists outside.
How do you know
time.
that? How do you know that? Where does it say exists outside of time?
God specifically is all over the planet several times during the Bible. He's walking around in the garden with Adam and Eve. He appears in front of people several times. If he's not spatial or temporal, those things wouldn't make any sense.
Well, hold on. The problem.
John,
with
you're supposed to hold on, and then you're not saying it.
Sorry, I'm a bit lagging. If he were to exist inside of time,
the Bible says he does exist inside of time, or at least that he has time. Go on.
It repeatedly explains the things that he does in sequence. He talks about being there before the stars were singing and hanging the stars in the sky and all these other things he did in sequence and time. Like, he brags. The whole book of Job is him swinging his dick around.
By the way, Peter actually shared.
And then I did this.
The book of Peter shares what his time scale is. That he has days. Wait, John. Wait, John.
No,
Peter actually has you hold on. You hold on. The book of Peter actually establishes that he has a time scale, and that what we have as 1,000 years is a day to him. So even your assertions that he is timeless, you haven't shown any of this. That he is, and this is the whole thing. This is the whole fucking thing, is that he's timeless, he's spaceless, he doesn't exist in time or space, then he doesn't exist. Because what is the definition of existing? If not to be present within time and space.
That interpretation is not literal. I mean, that verse is not literal.
Okay, well, which literal verse does it establishes that he's timeless? Because there actually are no verses that establish timelessness, but there are multiple that talk about his scale.
Also, how do you tell the difference between a literal verse and a non-literal verse?
I first want to respond to what you said earlier, is that you said he was walking around in the Garden of Eden, right? That is what is called a theophany, right? What that means is that that was not the essence of God, that was the energy of God. So that was not the actual being of God, but that is what God does.
Where does it say that? Where does it make that distinction?
What do you mean? Where does it say that? Like in the Bible?
Yeah, where's the verse? Because we're literally over here quoting verses because we actually know the book, and yet we have a Christian on the line just making up theology as it fits him to go, well, conveniently, this argument would work, but I have no evidence for it. I have no evidence for God. I have no evidence that my God would be the God. I don't even have evidence that my God doesn't himself have a God of his own, separate from us. That it wouldn't be our God, only his God. We're only meant to worship him. This is actually what Mormonism is built on. You can't even fucking debunk that.
That would also fall in line. If God did have a God that God answered to, that would fall in line where God says things like, we will make mankind in our image, and you shall have no other gods before me, and talking about all the various times that he references other gods and talks about staying away from other gods. Like, that would make sense if there were other gods.
Yeah, your God's quite polytheistic, ironic for your own monotheism.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I want to bring up what you said earlier with the, help me recall. Yeah, no, so where do you get that interpretation? So that the word, that when he says that you shall have no gods before me, that gods literally means all-powerful deities. And is not referring
if I tell my wife I don't want you sleeping with any other men, does it make sense then to say that I am actually the only man in the world, and that she has no other men to sleep with? I just don't want her like going off to any cults that believe there are other men. Or does it make sense to say there's other men, there's other dicks out there that she could find, and I'm telling her, hey, please don't do that?
I mean, if you're trying to look for citations, as you've been unable to provide us any citation, I actually could, if you want to talk about the development of polytheism to monotheism, how early Christianity and early Judaism were all polytheistic, what the actual history was, and if you want to talk about historical and contextual writings from scholars on what the interpretations would have literally meant to the people actually writing those books, because the books weren't written by God, and to the people reading, we can definitely start having those talks. But I'm going to be giving you a stack of books that I'm sure you go, oh, but Bart Ehrman and David Fitzgerald, aren't they atheists? So they don't count because the people who would actually be the historians and know the most about it haven't fallen for the same bullshit as me. So we can move from one thing to another, or we can just fucking sit here and not do this whole, where are you getting this? For you haven't yet presented a verse that actually defends your causeless cause argument. And the fact of the matter is the causeless cause argument, the very first thing you did was go, well, the causeless cause argument is X, and then you ended it incorrectly because the causeless cause argument does not end with God. It ends with a causeless cause, a timeless, spaceless something. And that argument also fails on multiple premises. No, that is the William Lane Craig version of the argument, not the actual argument. And by the way, multiple premises of the argument do fail because you are speaking to states of things like this law of cause and effect that is an understood law of our universe, speaking about it when our universe would have been in a different state. And not just in a different state, in a state we know does not currently follow the laws of the universe. Because if the entire universe was, how do they represent it? A singularity that could fit on the pin of a head. Well, this universe can't in its current state follow that law. So this thing that the Big Bang blew up from, or however it worked, clearly didn't follow that law. So you're trying to project, but this law of cause and effect that we understand would have preceded the universe, when that does not fucking compute with the other parts of the model, is asinine and crazy. Crazy! But it's, you know what it is still, John? It's tight.
Quite tight. Quite tight. It's been a tight show. Especially tight
Bringing it
right
back.
in here.
Yep.
All right. Anyway, you mentioned that there was
sure. Anyway, as opposed to, I'm gonna actually address what was just said. Anyway, I'm gonna return to my script and I'm gonna show that I don't understand my religion or the argument I'm making.
What you were saying, I'm returning to what you were saying. You said you wanted to move on to how.
Great. What was wrong about what I just said? What was wrong about what I just said about the causeless cause? Oh, it was a bunch of word salad. All right, John. Well, listen, apparently there's going to be a loss in translation thing here because it wasn't word salad. It was actually very eloquently put, and you can eat my actual ass. It's ass flavored. If Forrest wants any time with you left, I will. But if you're just going to sit there and go, I'm not going to fucking engage the arguments made. You think what?
I think you're soy jacking right now.
I think you're a little bitch, John. I think you're a little weak bitch who doesn't actually fucking understand any of the shit you're saying. And I give a shit about who you think is soy jacking. By the way, I absolutely think you were the same bitch I know calls in from the past. Brother, you wish you could get me mad. I bet you're mad right now that now no matter what you say, no matter how you talk, no one will hear it, but you can hear us. You're a little bitch boy and you can shuck the fut up. Guys, go to linemerch.com and get it's only available until midnight Pacific time, today's shuck the fut up thing. John, if the next words out of your mouth are go to linemerch.com, John, I'm unmuting you. If the next words you say are go to linemerch.com and buy the shuck the fut up shirt, I'll let you continue with Forrest. Otherwise, I'm dropping you.
Oh
no, you're talking in some foreign language. Like what? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? I can't win this in English, so I'll try another language. You're just dumb. Just a dumb man. A silly boy. And a little bitch.
I would bet that the things he was saying in whatever language he was speaking were some sort of slurs just to try to get something
I
in.
assume so.
That's how it usually is. And
he unironically used the phrase soy jacking.
You know what's crazy?
After losing like a little
heard
bitch
that before. I have never heard that shit. And I'm chronically online. Like my job
You've definitely seen the soy jack memes.
Have I?
Yeah.
Soy jack horseman.
Yeah. If you type in soy jack meme, I'm sure you'll look at it and go, oh, okay. Anyway, I like being called soy jack by somebody whose ass I could definitely, we'll just say, take, rather than anything that sounds overtly threatening, because I got to have the YouTube censors.
I'm grumpy that during that call, Jason dropped, and we wanted to talk about faith and how if we use faith for other things beyond God, that would have been a lot of fun. But no, that dude hung up.
Is there something that you think would be quick? Because I think we should save Ted for you and Matt on the next show. And we shouldn't do too long because we do need to give Arden a minute to change the call system over to her. So we could probably take one more, and then while we're doing the outro, she could change the call system, and then you could do the thing. But let's real quick. Hey, will you put the shirt up again, Amargan? Or the hoodie? Put the hoodie up. This shirt was designed and decided upon during this show. While this show is going, it says "Shuck the Fut Up." If you want to know what the fuck this refers to, go back and watch the call with Tim. This is now canon. And anyway, you can buy this hoodie. Now the hoodie is very expensive. It's $150, but it's so you can get the t-shirt for only $22. There's some people buying the hoodie for $150 so that everybody else can have the t-shirt for cheap. This is the t-shirt. There are other colors than this, but these were the two of the colors I like. And anyway, you should go get the Shuck the Fut Up shirt. Because it's awesome and funny, and now it's going to be canon.
Go to linemerch.com and buy the thing. The salmon commands you.
The salmon commands you. And otherwise, should we take line 2 there and then give Arden the space to be able to switch the call system to hers? Let's see. It's
not good to be, dude.
Okay.
Let's talk to
I think I'm gonna let's also make sure there's a question. So Guy, it kind of looks like you're calling into monologue. Guy in Minnesota, you're on with Jimmy and Forrest.
I thought Guy was calling in.
It kind of looks like you're calling in to monologue a bit. We don't really do that on the show. So if you want to make just a quick point, and then if you have an actual question or something you would like the commentary from the two of us on that, but we aren't Mormons. This isn't fast and testimony meeting.
Okay, thank you for taking my call, and unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, you're right. I'm kind of monologuing, but I'll make it real quick. The whole Israel-Gaza thing, I think ultimately the U.S. is culpable for that.
Agreed.
Yeah, no one here disagrees.
And the UN, I think they should all be co-defendants. Nobody had any right back
saying the UN in general doesn't make sense because there are members of the UN like that are adjudicating that it's a genocide right now. So it should be more that the UN should hold the trial and there should be consequences to people, including the US.
Also, we need to do away with the whole veto power of the UN Security Council because there were like a dozen different resolutions to stop this in its tracks, and the United States and or the UK just said, you don't get to have that conversation. It does not matter what literally the rest of the world wants. Hundreds of countries all deciding that this is not what they want. The US and the UK have decided that it's going to continue, and therefore it's going to continue. So we need to do away with the bullshit veto power that certain countries have to decide that freedom and democracy only matter when they're going in their way.
Agreed. My point of view comes from the fact that after World War II, the U.S.-led UN said, okay, you guys all have to move aside, and we're going to create this state of Israel here. And basically from that point on,
not the U.S. I could be wrong though.
I'm sorry.
Well, he was pointing out that was actually much more UK initiative than the US. But just be succinct and wrap up here because we are getting a little testimony-esque.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just basically because ultimately we put Israel in there. When in my mind that was completely unethical and should have been illegal. That makes us ultimately culpable for everything Israel does.
Yes, we should be a part of the reparations that need to be done post-genocide.
Very much so. Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
So as far as that point, that's all I wanted to say is that all these people, all of these pro-Palestinian and all that kind of stuff, that's great. But we should never have imposed the state of Israel on the area in the first place.
Yes, agreed. Cool. All right,
okay,
well, thank you, guys.
That's all I wanted to say. I would at some point like to call in and discuss my own deconversion from Christianity, but it sounds like you guys don't have time for that, so I'll be done.
Cool. All right. Thanks, guy.
Thank you so much for taking my call, and I love all you guys. You at least strengthened my resolve to tell people that I am atheist.
Tell awesome. Jimmy why you like him specifically, please.
No. Definitely go buy the Shuck the Fut Up shirt. No, I'm just kidding. You do. I mean, if you want. Anyway, thank you, guys. See ya.
Take care, guys.
I'm cutting it off before he does that. I cut it off before he started complimenting me, though I think he was actually about to say, everybody go buy that shirt. All right, so people, listen, don't go anywhere because this show is about to change, and it's going to become Matt and Forrest, produced by Arden. Amargan, don't worry about turning off. Don't end the call-in system because I'm going to let Arden know. Just say when, and I'll break the host call on our side so you can do it. If anybody is wondering what the Shuck the Fut Up thing is, you can go back to the call with Tim, but those shirts are only available through tonight. And what I think I'm going to do real quick is just read off some more messages. But thank you to Ishant, I think was the last one I just saw, was the Prashant. Prashant, thank you very, very much for buying one of the, what we did with two shirts. They both say, Shuck the Fut Up. And one of them is a shirt and the other is a hoodie, and the hoodie is expensive, so the shirts could be cheap. So the shirts are $22 each, but the hoodie is $150. And a few of you actually went and got the hoodie so we could keep the shirts cheap, and I super fucking appreciate that. Way more of you bought the cheap shirt. And by the way, when I say cheap, I just mean like there's the tiniest profit margin that if your shipping is complicated, it gets eaten. I think we're not going to go with the negative on it, but wouldn't matter because these people cover it. I don't mean cheap as in the shirt is cheap. I made sure it is my It's the material I like. I like I test out the different types of shirts we have because if I can't stand it against my body, I have really severe sensory issues when it comes to like materials and stuff on, and they have to be a certain type of softness. So I don't mean cheap as in the product is cheap, but I mean that the cost at $22 is basically the cheapest we could do it. So that's how that works. A shit ton of you have bought the 64 of you have bought the shirt. So 64 of you are going to have, again, that shirt is only on sale through tonight at midnight in California. So if you want it, now is the time to get that. Let me go ahead and look at some of the notes that people have left. Nicole says, don't know what it means, but I had to. Go back to the Tim call. You'll know what it means. Rachel said, this was such a good show. Forrest helping out Tom was particularly sweet.
The fact that somebody bought the shirt without even being in on the joke. We have the best fans. We have the coolest audience.
Because
this is great.
They know that it being a limited time thing means they're going to want to. Like, I'm definitely going to buy a shirt tonight I don't think I can afford the hoodie, but I'm going to buy the shirt. Anyway, Bill says, honestly, I'm impressed with the turnaround on this shirt. Well done. You guys keep me saying thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, I got some production things down over here. Josh had said, go shuck your fudding white penis, Jimmy. I'm just tired. I'm just tired of white penis. By the way, the show is going to, there is technically a different link to the next show, but this one is also set to auto transfer. So most of you, if you are live when this show ends, it should take you automatically to the new stream. Joe said, hoping for the best. Captain Red Bull said, screw a $2 shirt. I haven't donated anything in a while other than Patreon. So here you go. Oh, that was the one that we saw earlier. Thank you, Captain Red Bull. You are the best, and we very much appreciate your contributions. Hipster said, Jimmy Forrest, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What's that?
You don't get to you don't make the law. As I was saying, I recognize Captain Red Bull. He's donated to a lot of cool stuff. He helped me out with a couple of charity streams. He was a patron of mine for a while. Cool guy.
Yeah. Good guy. Good guy. Alf said, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Tracy said, hey, Jimmy, question. Oh, we did that one. Green Man said, please, Forrest, stop using the Flint thing. It's been years now since that was corrected, thanks to our Democratic Governor Whitmer. I was under the impression there was still some issues going on, but I didn't know that. That's cool.
What did I say about it?
I know Whitmer's supposed to be good. I don't know. Maybe that. Were you saying that the Flint, Michigan water issue is currently an issue?
I don't remember saying
Or you
that.
just brought it up as...
I certainly didn't say anything about that today that I know of.
I don't know. Aspen says, love the shirt, love the show even more. Thank you so much for what you do. It's giving me a feeling of belonging with the community, and I thank you. Thank you so much. Jamnik says, thanks you for all you do. By the way, people, the things we're reading right now are the merch messages, the messages with the people who bought the shirts. We don't usually read super chats on here. I might take a look-see since we're killing time until the next episode while homeboy eats his food over there, gets his face stuffed. Jillian says, impromptu shirt designs. I'm in. Michaela says, love the show, keeping me somewhat sane and entertained during this election season. Keep it going. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. And let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and say, because the people who listen to this in the podcast won't be able to do anything anyway. Thank you those who are listening to this on Jimmy Snow has a podcast. We're going to stop the recording here in just a moment. But Forrest Valkai just wants to say that Jimmy Snow has a podcast and you should all subscribe to it. But let's go ahead and stop the recording before he can correct that. All right, go ahead, Morgan, if you just stop recording right there.
No, hold on. I want to say things. I have something I want to add. Don't stop it yet.
Morgan, did you stop it?
Damn it.
Were they going to be supportive? Were they going to be shitty?
Like it was going to be good.
What was it going to be?
What's a porn star's favorite animal? A cockatoo.
What? Ian says, go find yourself, Jimmy.
What's Jimmy Snow's favorite animal? A cocker five.
I don't know what that means.
The whole joke.
Zachary says, only buying these for Mikey, Mike. I don't know why. Whenever I get a mic, that ends up happening though. Tilting Windmill says, happy to finally support the line with some hilarious merch. Much appreciated. Thanks, Jimmy. I am feeling so chuffed that it resonated with you people, that you thought it was as funny as I did, and that you all wanted the shirt. I was like, I'm going to put this up and we'll sell 10 of them. And we're closing in on like 70. I actually haven't checked since I started reading the things. I'll check a second.
To the person in chat who's just quoting Romans, call the fuck in. Don't just get muted in the chat. Call in. Talk to us about it.
Arena says,
I think the line's open back up in 10 minutes.
Oh, the lines are still open. We're adding calls. The lines are they're not. Okay, sorry. Resume lines. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay.
Well, you don't even have to wait.
Just said.
Who did?
Ted, you're going to be on the next show. It's going to be the next show, so don't hang up. But the next show starts in a few minutes. Ted, you'll be on the next show. Okay. I'm going to drop our host call. Yes, you may now do that. So now Arden is taking control of that. And you'll have a link for shifting over in a moment. I could potentially do the outro by myself while you're shifting so that maybe your show can begin and it can be a live to live. Do you know what I mean? That seems like it would make the most sense and would keep the most audience. Frank said, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Love your work, dude, all the way from the UK. Razor says, gonna start saying shuck up to people. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Raven says, puck the shut fut, Jimmy. Go fuck yourself. Braxton had said, tell me why this is not a genocide. Forrest Snow. No, I'm not, Mikey. Circa 2024. No, I'm not. Are you going to tell me why this is not a genocide? No. Ghost said, go fuck your mother. Wow. Someone literally said, go fuck your mother.
I still can't get over that. It's a genocide. That's just your opinion. Tell me why it isn't a genocide. Because I don't think it is. That was the whole call.
No, there was one more element to the call. Please don't forget it.
Oh, of course. That you Donald have his penis. I can't get over the fact that over the entire call he continued to think that calling you Donald was doing something. Like, he continued to think.
Do you know how fucking affirming that is? That my fucking, because frankly, this took a lot of work to get to a place that I just think is actually sounds pretty accurate. Everybody knows exactly who I'm doing, even though I have not said who it is right now. And frankly, you can be sure of one thing. The thing you can be sure of is I got the penis. I got his penis. Mikey's penis. I got your penis. John Darwin says, keep fighting. Garrett said, keep up the great work, man. Happily canceled out a vote from a literal anti-Semite I was talking to. Thank you. Remember, if I can give you a message, if nothing else will motivate you, be motivated by pettiness. Please, my babies, pick somebody you hate who's going to vote for Trump in your state and go cancel their vote by voting for Harris. Even if you're like, oh, I can't bring myself because I don't like this or that, but I can bring myself to cancel a Trump vote. Do it. I had blood drawn, since people are going to ask about this, and I just saw it on there. I've had blood draws, actually a few over the last couple weeks, and I keep bruising like crazy. So that's also why, if you look, I don't know how well you can see it. This one's almost gone. But this part of my arm is also all fucked up, and this part. I'm realizing that somebody's going to be like, "What the fuck is up with Jimmy's arms today? He looks like he's got leprosy."
This vein on it can't really see it, but this vein on my arm right here, it comes down and it goes up in here, where they usually do blood draws. It disappears for a chunk, because back when I was very poor in my late teens, I was selling plasma because you could get like $40. You know what I mean? And I did it so often, and they stabbed straight through the vein and just turned this whole thing into a fucking big pool of blood so many times that the vein fucking rerouted a little bit, and so now you can't see. It just disappears right there. It's got a little spot. It's great.
That's why, people, before the rumors that that's what all this is too. It's I just have really bad. What's funny is they actually did another draw, and I can't even. Okay, I found the dot. They did another draw right here. Nothing, and this was the one that was like actually fast. The one over here that got messed up, they put it in, and it was coming out slowly. She's like, "Wow, this is going really slow." And I'm not kidding. I had to fill 9 vials. That's how many tests we were doing. This was last Tuesday. These 2 were last Tuesday, and then this one and this one were actually the Tuesday prior. I had to fill 9 vials. And this one was coming out so slow that we got only like half of one done. The other 9 on this vein that doesn't have a mark were done, or the other 8 were done in the same amount of time that half of this file took. Like that's how much the difference in speed was. So this one was just like, and then made this. I don't understand how blood works, I guess. I don't know why that would be. I don't know. I would have thought that the left side would have had the better flow because it's closer to your heart. That's why you feel it stuff in your left arm if you have a heart attack more often than your right. Like,
do I need?
I just would have thought that's how it worked. I don't know.
Damn, I've got to do a whole new, like, I've got to call into a whole other thing to do the next show.
Mahalia says, I would love to hear you gents discuss your views on communism. Not today and not before the election. But I'm sure one day we would be willing to talk about that. I am sympathetic, but I don't think it's necessary to go all the way to communism. But as far as subsets of socialism go, I get it. What's that?
I'm in the moneyless, classless, stateless society. I think that's a pretty cool thing, but unfortunately, that's not the way that it usually works out.
It'd be nice if there was an option. There should be a communist option that America doesn't decide to go and fucking destroy.
We used to have a communist party and a socialist party and all sorts of stuff. And then in order to get out of the Great Depression, the government was like, hey, we're going to do all the socialist shit, but all you socialists have to pretend like you don't exist. And they were like, okay, it's better for the people. And then it worked. And now we pretend like they don't exist. And we pretend that socialism is when the government does anything that isn't war.
Mudley asked if we could sign it, please. It's going on my wall, Love and Sausages. Unfortunately, it's not coming from me. We have a distributor that we like and that we've been working with for the last while. So I won't physically touch your shirt before it gets to you. But Forrest will sign it at I don't really do events, but Forrest does. Maybe I will in the future. Forrest will sign my merch design.
Yeah, find me at a convention.
Will you sign this Jimmy Snow quote?
I've already signed up. I'm already signed up right now
book
for
or something.
I don't know what.
Didn't you autograph somebody else's book? Yeah, there was somebody
Hank
else's
Green.
book that you.
Yes, it was Hank Green.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I was at VidCon and somebody gave me their like program thing, and I signed my name on Hank Green's picture. It's like, yeah, that was. And I sent that picture to him as well, and then fucking the shit that we did the Galapagos tours. We were in the Galapagos for 5 fucking weeks doing these tours, and 9 people got tattoos while we were out there. They loved it so much. They had such a great time. It's such a meaningful experience to them. They went and got a tattoo for it. And one of them, asshole, got fucking Hank Green's fish tattoo on my Galapagos trip. I sent him a picture of that too. Dickhead. He needs to know that that's fucking BS.
Messed up.
So I think
very
that was
quickly,
why I signed
briefly,
this picture. Like, you shithead. Look what I did.
Melissa says, love you, Jimmy. Carla says, this is hilarious. Please make Tooth Bunny merch soon. I don't know what that is. Georgie says, shut up, Jimmy. Oh, and Chris says, I'm ready to shuck it. Let's see how many, how many are we up to now? What are we at? Well, thank you, Matthew, who went and picked up for another hoodie, supplementing I've literally got that product called the Shucking Supplementing the Futless. I feel like that's funny to me. The hoodie that the description is, this costs a lot so the tea can be cheap. The Shucking Supplementing the Futless. I don't know. It just sounds funny to me. It's funny to me. Okay. I'm a funny guy. Thank you, Matthew, who said, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. And we've got, a few more orders coming in. We haven't hit 70 yet, but you have until midnight tonight. I think we're at 68 now. You have until midnight tonight to get it. Let's go ahead and let Forrest jump over to his show. Forrest, it was really fun.
Bye.
I had a fucking really good time chatting and hanging out with you. And I'm looking forward to doing it more on Tuesday. And by the way, we're going to remove a lot of structure. So you can come hang out with us as much as that night as you want to.
Okay. Likewise on all counts. Had an amazing time. Love hosting with you. We should do it again sometime. Maybe we should do a whole show or something.
Thanks, buddy. Something like that.
I'm gonna go away now.
Not this
go
half
see
show
me on
we
the other
did.
show. Yeah, go see me on the other show, or don't. I'm okay with that. I'm not a cop. Goodbye. I'm gonna make a weird face.
I love that. We're gonna wait until the other show. Actually, just put me solo for a minute. We're gonna wait until the other show starts live to actually end. That way, you need to get the one from Arden. Go get the link from Arden, not the one from.
I've used the Arden link.
Oh shit. Okay,
What is
hang on.
this?
I'll let Arden know.
I'm backing out again.
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Let me say, Forrest needs a new link because it's the same as a Morgan's. And then once that one starts, so people, it'll automatically transfer you over there once the new show starts, the after show. But if something weird happens or something, once I see that they are officially up and going, we'll call it a dang night. I'm very much looking forward to see what the new face ends up being frozen on is. And thank you guys for seriously, like, so fun that you guys liked we made a meme in the moment. And don't forget to not explain it to other people. Ooh, right now we've sold 69. Ooh, 69 of the new things. CUNT says, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. And Sam Mayberry said, okay, Jimmy, you've convinced me. I laughed a lot during that call. Well, thank you. You are all watching me slip into madness and bleakness. And I hope it all is worth it for you because I am miserable. Let's see. Waiting for you to go live to end ours and spending our time together. Sam said, read my message. I thought I just did. Yeah. Sam said, you said, okay, Jimmy, you've convinced me. I laughed a lot during that call. And that made me feel very, very good. Thank you, people, for getting these. Who's going to be order number 70? That's what I want to know. Who's going to get the 70th shirt? Remember, only till midnight tonight. So you're limited on time. Damn, son, where'd you find this? I'm just excited. Let's go see. Have we ever tried live streaming two on the same channel at the same time? That's possible, right? Morgan, have we ever done that? Interesting. I mean, if it's from two different computers to two different stream keys, though, you would think that wasn't an issue. But that is interesting. All right. Okay, it sounds like Forrest went to throw out his food tray. And yep, they have begun. All right, thank you, people. You can go ahead and just end our show. We already ran the credits. Bye, everybody. Love you. Mwah.